Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you. Francine, yeah, hi. Sean has not joined yet. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's Sean.
Good morning, my
Hi,
friends.
Sean. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, America.
And good evening, India.
Yeah, good evening. Excellent. Hi, Charles Crenshaw.
Ooh.
Let me see here.
So it's live now, Sean. I think we can start.
Wonderful. Okay, welcome. Welcome, everyone, to the Global Transformation Summit, USA 2021. We are so excited that today has actually been manifest. As we know, that which is manifest is first created by the unmanifest. And we thank you for being a part of that creation process. And now, as we share these beautiful truths, we look forward to a full day of inspiration and light and enlightenment. And I'd like to begin by introducing our esteemed colleague and the founder of the World United, Dr. Yugandhar. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much, Sean. Thank you all the speakers. Thank you all the moderators. Thank you all the behind the screen members, designers, everyone who is a part of this movement. We call it as Unity Consciousness Movement. Here in the World United, everyone is a founder. Everyone is a part of this unity consciousness. The World United doesn't revolve, energy of which doesn't revolve around a person. Energy revolves around the vision and the wisdom of unity. Unity plus human turns into humanity. But unfortunately, humans ignore the being aspects inside, the very consciousness inside, and exteriorize their own senses and become a victim of this rat race called as competition and comparison. Most of the humans have been trapped in this rat race called competition and comparison. The time has come for each one of us, for all the 7.5 billion people spread across the world in different places called as countries, called as villages and cities and towns, wake up and internalize their own consciousness. Once the consciousness gets rooted, centered, grounded, then this person thrives for unity outside. So unity within is a precursor for the unity without. So the World United is aiming at unity within and unity without. And for it to happen, a critical mass awakening is very much required. As a part of that, we started after a few events in India. We began with the first World Parliament on Spirituality in the year 2012, where around 280 speakers came from 56 nations. Our dear Sean Parry was also a part of that event in the city of Hyderabad, India. It was followed by the second one in 2016, which happened in Salt Lake City, Utah, USA. And again, Sean Parry played a very key role. Again, in the third World Parliament, which happened on a virtual platform last year. And it happened continent-wise. This is a one event for the whole world. It happened continent-wise from Australia to Asia. Around 1,000 speakers participated in this beautiful series of events, 6 events from October to December last year. And the event was closed with the Universal Meditation Hour, for which many, many people across the world participated live. As a sequel to the third World Parliament on Spirituality held last year, we decided to take this movement forward by way of conducting the Global Transformation Festival series in each and every country of the world. By the end of this month, December 2021, we are going to complete around 50 to 52 Global Transformation Festivals in this number of countries. And the saga will continue in 2022 to see that each and every country will manifest this transformation festival, and it will be followed by We Are One summits, which will happen state-wise in each country. So the World United policy is, we started as a single event at the globe. Now we are descending down country-wise, city-wise, and definitely village and county-wise. Over a period of 1,000 days, we have taken this challenge. Many people are coming forward to take the initiative, to take the leadership in the country of their stay or origin. And all these things are happening on a voluntary basis, unconditionally, any type of expectation whatsoever. This is what is called humanity. And it is happening right under our nose. That is the greatness of this event. That is the greatness of this unity consciousness as well. For many people, the Global Transformation Festival USA might sound or appear as a simple event, like any other event in the world. But for us, it is not an event. For us, it is a clear unity consciousness movement. It's a clear, unconditional unity consciousness movement. It is very clear from our side. So, as a part of this, around 60 to 70 speakers forward to share wisdom from many states of the wonderful country, United States of America. This country is known for its leadership. This country is energy. This country is known for humanity. Much cosmopolitan nature, not only in the material world, but in spiritual world as well. This country is going to teach what is meant by spiritual leadership now to the world. So we all have beautiful, wonderful from many states of America to here to share their wisdom, the lifetime wisdom. So this is the main part of the activity. And herewith, I invite our dear Sean Parry to present his address on the Council of USA, the World United USA. So when I say council, what I mean by it is a group of people who has taken inner call, who has come forward out of inner conviction for unity consciousness. So there will not be any invitations to anyone to become a council member. We just share the message. We just open the opportunity. He who has inner call can come forward, step forward to become a council member of a wing of their choice. The entire event is categorized into two parts. One is pure spirituality. The second is applied spirituality. Pure spirituality for self-realization aspects of oneself and the applied spirituality for application of one's wisdom for various dimensions of social reality, like spirituality for health, spirituality for education, spirituality for environment, spirituality, women empowerment, youth management, governance and politics, arts and culture, so on and so forth. So we have got wonderful experts here, and I invite our dear Sean Parry to present his address for the World United Council of United States of America. Thank you very much. Mute, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Yugandhar. I really appreciate your vision and your words and your wisdom. As he mentioned, I became acquainted with the World United back in 2012, and I happened to be working in India at the time with my nonprofit organization, running programs in leprosy colonies in Tamil Nadu, and heard that they were having this World Parliament on Spirituality in a city that wasn't too far. Took an overnight bus ride to Hyderabad, and was able to, actually I heard about it while I was touring in northern India, and then signed up. Was invited and signed up to be a speaker, and had just a glorious time connecting with these amazing light workers that had all been pulled together for this glorious event at the Global Peace Auditorium in Hyderabad. And I remember vividly, I met some of my dear brothers and sisters that I knew before this life. As I walked on stage, when my name was called to join, and we came up on stage back when we used to have live events. Remember those days? Those were great. Those were good times. And I came up on stage, and a man named Uma Shankarji was in his robes, and just an amazing man who has spread enlightenment and been traveling and teaching the ways of Sun Yoga for many years, and from his temple retreat. And as we walked on stage together, we both kind of came up separately here, and then turned and looked at each other, and we immediately recognized each other and walked across the stage and hugged for a long time, just right there in the middle of the stage. And it was just this beautiful connection. And that's what this is about, is that unity. Even though I didn't know him before, he was my brother, and we bonded in a deep spiritual way. And that powerful bond is what we are engendering across the globe. At this point in our history, there is so much division and so much backbiting and vitriol, and it's escalating to violence in many places. And we get to counter that with the love, the life, energy, the light. We don't get to be a part of that if we want it to diminish. And if we want the love and the light and the joy to expand, we get to focus on that and spend our energies on that. And so I feel deeply in my heart that this message and what we are about is so needed in our time. And those who feel that message and feel that inner call to be a part of the tidal wave of humanitarianism and the lifting of humanity and the turning of the tide, as we are the ushers of this age of enlightenment enlightenment. You look at the world today and it doesn't look like we're headed towards enlightenment. But indeed we are. And if we look at where the world is going, there's a polarization of those who are trying to create unity and love, and those who are creating the violence and the division and the separation. And so this vision of unity consciousness literally will save our planet, will save humanity. And it's happening in so many places around the world. And this beautiful vision of the world united is an umbrella under which we can do our own work, but we can join together to share this vision and share our wisdom. And even as the light is shining forth right behind me here, this dawning of a new age, that's what's happening right now as we move into this age of enlightenment. And we as a human race get to decide, will we move towards destruction or will we move towards enlightenment? And I believe with all my heart that we will move toward enlightenment. And it's through events like this and through people like all of you out there watching that will happen. So thank you for being a part of this. And thank you, Dr. Yugandhar, for opening the doors for us to be a part of something that bonds us in unity consciousness. If you feel so inclined, join the movement and come be a part of the council. It will continue to expand over the years. We will be doing transformation summits next year in 2022, and we welcome all of you. So thank you for coming to this Global Transformation Festival of 2021, and I'll turn the time back over to Dr. Yugandhar.
So now, with the size of population increasing slowly everywhere, especially in Asian countries like India and China, which has 40% of the world population. The rest of the world, 198 countries, only 60% population. Only these two countries hold 40% of population. That means out of five people in the world are either Indian or Chinese. There is size of population growing here. What about the spiritual awakening? What about the business awakening? Physical bodies are becoming more and more in number. How about the spiritual bodies? How about the evolution of human consciousness? Based upon premise, many people across have taken responsibility of spreading the light as individuals, as part of various types of spiritual institutions. But the impact of any single individual on the world, all the change agents, all the transformation leaders, all the spiritual gurus, the impact as an individual will always be less. We need to understand the impact of collective consciousness. The whole world is suffering from this is called a consciousness or separative consciousness or individualized consciousness or consciousness or centrifugalized consciousness. These are the names for the same entity called divisive consciousness. This is the real pandemic, bigger than the corona or Omicron. The importance of collective consciousness is slowly rising. People are able to understand the value, the significance, the impact and influence of the collective consciousness that we are building together here. Togetherness slowly turns into oneness. We have to work together so as to understand and spread the meaning of true oneness. For this to happen, the should begin within oneself. One should be an eternal indweller. Once a person becomes an indweller, he just inspires, enlightens others to be the same. This is the main philosophy of the World United, where unity is more important than uniformity. Teachings are more important than the teacher. We always catch hold of the teacher. Always imitate his expressions. We always imitate his mannerisms. Always imitate and carry forward the under. But what is most important is the teachings. Teachings are always most important than teacher. Unity is always most important than uniformity. As a part of that, this series of activities in the name of the WorldNet is happening. And as I said, everyone is taking on their own. Everyone is taking leadership on their own. Based upon the common principle. There is only one principle here, one target, one goal, one purpose of the WorldNet, that is to awaken the unconditional unity consciousness. And it is happening on scale across so fast. It is happening. People are forming councils in their own, inviting people to become members of the council so that the impact will be much more stronger. So now the event is going to be thrown open into 3 tracks. Each is going to have beautiful speakers sharing their wisdom. The track 3 is going to have the workshops, and it is going to be completed in another 7 to 8 hours from now. So herewith, I would like to invite Isabel Mission to speak a few words. I also request Nathan to speak a few words. Also, I request Mike Podras to speak a few words. To begin with, Isabel. Dear Isabel was a speaker of World Parliament on Spirituality held last year. And after that, she has taken beautiful responsibility and leadership for Global Transformation Festival for Spain on 22nd and 23rd May 2021. For 2 days, there was a beautiful event, Global Transformation Festival in Spain, provinces of the Spain with more than 60 to 70 speakers, all under the initiative of this wonderful warrior. I call her warrior, named as Isabel. I request to speak a few words, please.
Thank you, Dr. Yugandhar, for this privilege and honor to share my few words here. Thank you to everybody. I just did a little message already in the WhatsApp of US, but I'm so really plenty of emotion, and also I saw the emotion that Perry showed us also in his words. Because once, we talk about this path of spirituality, this is how we feel. As Dr. Yugandhar said so many times, is an inner call. And we hear and hear and hear, because in reality it's an inner call that we are accomplished. And now we have the opportunity to share our experiences, not from this life, from other lives. That's why I like to call this a reencounter of souls, because right away that we know each other, we talk, we feel very close. Why? Because we know from so many lives. This is a wonderful, wonderful experience. I'm so thankful to, at this time and point that already, was said, very important for humanity. And I like just today, I read something from Dr. Yugandhar that in reality, caught my attention too, that the union of human and unity, we are humanity, right? That's why we cannot separate. It's the same thing. It was the first time I saw, and I'm a lover of language, really. Etymologies that I just did my studies in the past, as most of you guys, and I love it. And, I think it's the perfect thing also, is one of the perfect things that in order to understand what we are doing here and what is the value of this moment and this opportunity. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's the only thing I can say. Thank you.
Thank you, DJ Risbel. May I request Nathan to speak a few words, please?
Yes, of course. Thank you. I'm excited to be here. Thank you, Sean, for the invitation. And I've already, just as you said, the feelings of unity, the human, the unity, the humanity, the encounter of souls. Thank you. Thank you. I'm excited to be here and look forward to experiencing this whole thing. Thanks.
Thank you, Nathan. So may I request Manja Podraj, please, a few words from you.
Good morning, everybody. It's really nice to see you. I'm excited to connect with all of you today. I'm excited, and I'm looking forward to hear your contributions, your presentations today. This is a wonderful opportunity to meet one another, to share our visions, our experiences and ideas, and connect, talk, bring creative new approaches, to our spiritual journeys. And I'm excited. Can't wait for everybody to present today. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Manja. May I request Mr. Benjamin from you?
Hi, thank you, Dr. Yugandhar, and thank you, Sean, for prompting me that I needed to be actually on this and not just watching. So this is an incredible privilege and opportunity. I heard about the World Parliament on Spirituality back in 2016, and so I'm familiar with some of this movement that's been going on. I never imagined that I would be participating and given the opportunity to, be on this platform with you and to share this message, or what I would say, share in the message. But I'm incredibly inspired, and I want to thank you already for the words that you've shared and the message that the vision that you've given us. And I hope that I can add my little song to the overall orchestration of all of this. So thank you, and I'm looking forward to today.
Wonderful. So this, I think, will close the inaugural hour, a brief informal inauguration. So I request dear Sean to open the tracks on track 1. I think you are the moderator. And track 2 and track 3 are also going to be live in a few minutes. Over to you, Sean.
Sean, you are on mute.
Good sign language there, Manja. Thank you. Those who are on track 1, so let's go ahead and look at this. So if we just glance over the schedule here, we see that track 1 is, here we are. Track 1 with spirituality and arts and culture. We will have Manja Podratz is going to be moderating, and I see some of our speakers are already here. James Harkness, Megan King, Nathan Brimhall. We'll hear from Sophia Aist and Jacqueline Buglisi in track 1. We will get track 2. Janet Warfield will be moderating that, and Octavio, Anistara, Jill, Beth, and Zach will be speaking on track 2 under spirituality and science and technology and spirituality and media. And then track 3 will open a little bit later. In about a half an hour, we'll open that up with a workshop by Kathy Brooke Wong. And that will be moderated by Frida Bisuet. So yeah, let's go ahead and break and move to our separate tracks and get this Global Transformation Festival underway. Thank you all and welcome.
Yes, thank you, Sean. Thank you. And once again, welcome everybody. Yes, my name is Manja Podratz. I am honored. I'm honored to moderate for you today. I'm honored to introduce you as artists, as speakers, as spiritual seekers, and light sharers here today. And again, I'm so excited to have you all here. And James, whenever you are ready, I'm honored. I'm going to go right ahead and introduce you a little bit. So James Harkness is going to be our first speaker here this morning. Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us, share your light here with us. James is an artist who is currently actually performing on Broadway, and his journey has been guided by faith, by his faith in what is possible and the belief in what you continue to put positively out and in what you do, even if it is difficult. So his faith has carried him through quite a few obstacles, keeping him going even if things seem tough. So choosing positivity always. And his belief has always taught him that the good things that you put out there will return to you. And I'm looking forward to hearing you share a little bit more about those experiences with us now.
Hey, everybody. How are you guys? This morning, this afternoon, this evening, wherever we are all coming from. Thank you for that wonderful introduction. I've actually been a little nervous about this whole thing because when Sean invited me and I was like, global transformation, what am I going to add to this? And I went through a couple of different things that I thought I wanted to talk about. And then yesterday I had 2 experiences that brought me to what I feel like the core foundation of something like global transformation is, which is love. And I went and I looked up the definition of love. And I think we've probably all done this at some point in time. So Sean told me that I could do a screen share. I've never done this before, but we're going to give it a shot. So I'm going to screen share. So we're going to see what happens. Sharing screen. Is anything showing? Okay. I'm not quite sure how this is going to work.
Usually when you click on share screen, it would ask you which file or which window of your screen you want to share.
Yeah,
Like
and
right
I'm
there.
trying to share the Google Chrome, and it's not. I have it on my desktop, but it's not showing to you guys, which is unfortunate because there's a couple of things that I wanted to share with you, and I don't know if this is gonna work. Yes. Okay. This is terrible.
If nothing else, you could try to chat it over to me, and I can see if I can maybe display it from my end for you.
Okay, well, I'll just
Madra, one thing I could say about sharing the screen is the host usually has to allow us to share the screen. So it will not work for any of us unless you are facilitating us. She has to say, I allow you to share.
Yes, I am not the host either, but I have been told, that
can share the screen by default.
Yes, that is.
And you need not be a co-host to share the screen. The settings are arranged in this way. Anyone can share the screen by default.
But it's not working.
Try it one more time, James.
Allow Zoom to, oh, maybe it is me. 1 second.
It's just being the first, okay? So you are having the fun with the techniques here today for all of us.
Okay, is that doing it? Nothing's happening. Screen. Well, here's, while I'm doing this, I'm going to continue talking because can you still hear me? Love is one of those things. It's an action word. And that's the thing that is so important. I think we have used the word love so many times in so many ways. It's been in so many slogans, and that sometimes it ends up feeling just like that. It ends up being something that you plaster on a wall, you plaster it on a commercial, and you forget what the foundation of it is. And it is also something that we have also placed so much importance on in so many ways, like finding the greatest love of your life, et cetera, that we do forget that love is simply an action word, and it is about showing care. And yesterday, the show that I'm with on Broadway, Ain't Too Proud, we took a journey because we're working on something that's really cool that I cannot share with you. So you just have to stay tuned to Ain't Too Proud. But we were on the train coming back to New York City. Our management had rented us a private car so that we could be careful during COVID, et cetera, et cetera. At one of the stops, 2 people walked into the train from the platform into our car. So of course, all of us immediately were alert because these 2 people were not supposed to be in the car. And obviously they didn't know at the time that they weren't supposed to be, but there was something about the way that they walked in to the space that they weren't aware. So once they were made aware of the fact that the car was private, instead of being understanding, their whole attitude shifted and they sat down. Now, the thing about the situation is everyone in the car except for 2 people looked like myself. The 2 people getting on the train looked nothing like myself. So we found ourselves in a situation which, we have this word that has been put out there, Karens, and which is an unfortunate thing that has to be labeled a person who has the name of Karen. And I have some beautiful people in my life named Karen, but we had this situation happening and it started to escalate because this particular individual did not want to leave. And they looked at a car full of people that looked like myself and said, no. And then started to say, once we brought management into the train car, said, these people have been yelling at us, et cetera, which none of that was the case. And they finally got their stuff and went. But I found myself finally in the face, finally is the wrong word, but I knew it was going to happen eventually, in the face of a moment like that we have seen on our computer screens, on our television screens so often as of recent. And I realized again, people have forgotten that about care. And care extends not just from who we are and what we need, but that has to be something that extends out to everyone. And care is something that is easy. It's quite an easy thing to do. And that situation also brought up something that I have been thinking a lot about over this last couple of years, especially these last 18 months, and it's about tolerance. And if you know what the word, if you've ever looked up the word tolerance or tolerate, you know, tolerate means that you are, I'll read one of the definitions: allow the existence, occurrence, or practice of something without interference, to accept or endure something that you dislike, something that is unpleasant to you. And I thought about that with human beings and how a lot of times people have been tolerating things that they don't like. And that comes into how we treat each other. And I was like, I think tolerance is actually not a wonderful word. A person shouldn't have to tolerate another human being. What I also always feel is that people need to learn how to understand, how to believe, and how to care. And I had written this song a while back called Tolerate Me. And I hadn't done anything with it until we were in this time that we are in. And the song, and I wanted to be able to share it with you. And for some reason, I'm not able to share this. Oh, wait a minute. I think something has shifted. Can you see that? No? Darn it. I have to give up. I give up. Oh, wait, did that do it? Did it do it?
Something's happening. I think it's trying to come in. You need to move your screen a little bit down.
Okay, I will definitely do that.
Yeah, we can only see your eyes.
So now is that you're seeing the screen? Let me do this now. Can you see all of that?
Yes, excellent.
Yes.
Excellent.
Hey,
Perfect.
so that is me during COVID when I had longer
Never
hair.
give up.
Never give up. Never give up. Thank you, Sean Perry. So I wrote this song about tolerance because as things had been shifting in our world, I was looking at how people were looking at me. I was seeing how people were looking at friends of mine of different colors in this country, and we've all watched throughout this time that we've globally shared together. And this is one of the things about this time, this last 18 months and change that we've been through. I feel like this is the first time that we have dealt with something as a global community. Through the pandemic, through Black Lives Matter, through Representation Matters, through Me Too. This is something that has resonated around the globe, and this is something that we have all been sharing. So I performed the song for the first time, and I'd like to share it with you. So if you'll indulge me that. Can you hear?
What do you see when you're staring at me? Is that fear in your eyes? Do I frighten thee? I see you shift your feet when you stand next to me. If you could change the world, would I even breathe? They say the eyes are windows to the soul. What I see in your eyes leaves me so cold. don't just tolerate me. Learn to see me, try to hear me. Don't demand me. If you try, put away your fears, then maybe you'll understand me. In darkness, we are all the same. It's only our eyes playing the game. Can you see beyond what you see? Then maybe there's hope for you and me. So don't just tolerate me. You shoot from your lips, then you aim it at me. Why do you need to tear down my self-esteem? Swimming in hatred streams, feeding off ancient dreams, you pass it on again and again. How do we turn this world around? How do you change a man? The die is cast, it's hard to break the mold. That's what they say, but do we have to live in stories already told? So don't just tolerate me, learn to see me, try to hear me, don't demand me. If you try, put away your fears, then maybe you'll understand me. In darkness, we are all the same. It's only our eyes playing the game. Can you see beyond what you see? Then maybe there's hope for you and me. I know it ain't easy. That's 1, 2, 3, a friend should be. But if we let our thoughts down with empathy, then we may see places we can make some room for humanity to bloom. So if you believe, and I believe, it's a start. So don't just tolerate me, learn to see me, try to hear me, don't demand me. If you try, put away your fears, then maybe you'll understand me. In darkness, we are all the same. It's only our eyes playing the game. Can you see beyond what you see? Then maybe there's hope for you and me. So don't just tolerate me. Yes. Ooh, yeah, nah. Don't. Yeah. Tolerance is not a good thing. Tolerance means that you're putting up with something that you don't really care about, something that you don't really want to deal with. You shouldn't tolerate another human being. Try understanding.
Okay, I don't know how to get out of that.
Just click on the green bottom at the bottom of your screen once again, the green button, and then it would say stop screen share.
Oh, stop
Can you
share.
see that? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you
Okay.
so much. Very cool song, cool message. Thank you so much, James. Your time is up.
Is up.
So,
thank you guys so much for just taking a
thank you
moment
so
with
much
me.
for your input.
Blessings to you all.
Thank you so much. Please stick around for our panel discussion in a little bit, because I'm sure that the others have some feedback for you too, or maybe, some additions to, the seed that you just planted here. Thank you so much.
I will stay around as long as I can. I do have to get ready for work, but I will stay around because I'm really honored to be able to be here.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Well, that was a pretty good start. I hope you agree. So, and I'm excited now to introduce Jacqueline Buglisi to you, who is a choreographer, She has been a choreographer for over 5 decades, educator, artistic director, and a peace activist. So, And from what I see here, Jacqueline, over the last 5 decades has made an indelible impact on the field of dance. So, which is, she keeps giving me a hand sign. Does that mean that you are not ready yet, or?
I was not second, so I don't want to take the place of someone who is. I believe that
Well, I
James
see you
and Megan.
second.
James, then Megan, then Nathan, then
No,
Sophia.
it is Jacqueline second. You are the second on the public on the
Okay,
official
that's
schedule.
old schedule.
Are you ready to go? Are you ready to go, or do you need any more
No,
time?
I
to
wasn't
prepare?
ready, but who? So I have.
got that update as well. I got that
Okay,
update as well.
if you
that I
need
would
a
be
little more
second,
time,
but-
Jacqueline, Megan is ready to go. Would you like for us to do that?
Yes, sure. We can do that.
Okay,
Does that help?
good, Jacqueline. Then you prepare a little bit longer. Please stick around, get ready. And hi, Megan. Thank you. Thank you for offering that.
Yes.
Just anyone, before you get confused, anyone else here, there is the updated schedule for today's event is posted on the website, the same website that you go to see the live links to watch the live events, where all the track and Zoom links are posted. There is an updated schedule for today's event in case you're interested in someone specific that you don't want to miss today. So now let's go ahead. Miss Megan King from Brooklyn, New York. Welcome. Welcome. Thank you for taking the time, for sharing your presence and energy with us in today's forum. And so Megan graduated magna cum laude from the Ailey Fordham BFA program, receiving the Gloria Kaufman Scholarship. And she has been featured in Dance Spirit Magazine, the Today Show, and the Holland Dance Festival. So that sounds like a lot of fun already. Megan was a student at Fiorella LaGuardia High School of Music and Arts and Performing Arts, and was the 2019 and 2020 Log Ailey Young Artist. She's an alumna of the 2018 Contemporary Program at Jacob's Pillow, and has choreographed for the Color Me Beautiful production in Virginia and graduation dance concerts at LaGuardia High School. This is her first season with Ailey. And so I'm excited to listen to what you have to bring to the table, since you work a lot, with your body, with all the senses, with all other forms of expressing human consciousness, human feelings, human emotions, other than just language, but using the body. And so I'm excited. I give you the microphone here. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. Yes, my name is Megan King, and I'm 23 years old. I'm happy to be here with so many beautiful artists today. I am also a choreographer and writer, so I'm big on letting my words influence my art. So I think that usually the way I start, whether it be me as the dancer and me as the choreographer, I start in the word. I start in the written word of God, or I write in my journal. I'm big on poetry. So I do want to share a bit of what I've written, a poem called The Artful Heart, which I think speaks a lot on who we are as artists today and what we need in the world to help further this global transformation that we need so desperately today. So The Artful Heart. The heart of an artist is a rare one. Its pulse irregular. God's chosen ones. We uphold, we carry forth the human spirit. And each of us has the capacity to be a mirror to the best in humanity, a mirror of the best in humanity. Givers of our tender soul to a sea of people we've never met. And we trust them to hold our hearts gently. Vulnerability. We guide the world of the steps towards empathy, bearing our full inner selves to others. Naked, we allow others in, giving permission and possibility to see themselves in us. Permission and possibility to understand others through us. We, the gatekeepers of humanity's beauty. This artful heart holds a love that multiplies when shared. This artful heart has the audacity to evolve our world by the minute. This artful heart, this irregular heart is my jewel. Yes, I wrote this poem this week. Thank you. I wrote this poem this week, just reflecting on what it means to be an artist in the world. We literally are a mirror to society. We hold up a mirror to what we can be and what we should be. And I find that as I'm getting older, I'm getting into my professional career, I'm seeing more of the responsibility I have as a young artist, particularly. I have a close connection with people younger than me as well as older. I call myself an old soul. So I am able to kind of mesh the two generations together. I think it's so important that we have understanding between, I say, old school versus new school. The molding of both, the mending of both is how we can push this world forward, how we can learn from two generations and further a fiery generation in the future. And I also want to share a bit about a speech I wrote, just speaking about my spirituality and how that also informs my work. I say, much of who I am and the lane I choose as a creator stems from the word, both the written word of God and those that flow from mind to paper. The words are the roots. The words are the why. I write, I dance, I live. One informs the other. I write to understand what I wish to express through movement. I understand life, or try rather, through remedying trials and tribulations with celebrating triumphs with movement. My art is a form of healing that makes the most sense to me. This artful heart of mine speaks a language only I can comprehend. And that is a conversation between myself and God. God is most present in my life and in my being when I'm lost in the dance. I feel his breath encompassing my body, moving me like small gusts of wind through space. He is holding me safely in his hands in the dance. At times he leads, I follow. And at times the lesson he is teaching is trust in what he has guided me to. And I have no choice but to lead. Blindly, bravely, I am lost in the dance with him. It is in being lost in what we love that we find our way in life. We discover new layers and nuances within us as dancers, and they inform us of who we are as people. We are God's chosen ones. At times, I am a silent preacher. My soul speaks the word of God as I carve through space with my body. Movement reaches a depth of my soul that sometimes words cannot. Hand in hand, they pair, and the dance becomes my sermon. I've been so big on spirituality. I think mostly in my recent college years. I'm recently a graduate, but I think growing up in the Catholic Church, I felt like I was obligated to be there. And I think that, yes, I would do the rituals of going to church, taking the Eucharist and all of that, but I don't think it resonated for me for what that means as an individual. I was more part of a bigger institutional organization that didn't feel personal to me or too tangible, relatable for me. But I found that in my freshman year of college, I found the right place for me, the right people for me, in a community that I felt spoke to me as both an artist and as a Black woman, particularly. So I find that in your spirituality and in my art, finding a place where I know is right for me has been so perfect. And that because of that, I take it into my own practice. I'm able to use those Sunday rituals to inform who I want to be throughout the week. That is my empowerment. It's like a cup of coffee for me is God. That's what I need every morning. I don't need the coffee or the caffeine. He is my caffeine for the day. And I find that because of that, my work is so much more grounded, so much more meaningful and personal, and it holds more weight. So I'm happy to share that bit of spirituality with you all. And I also have a dance film I'd like to share, just focusing on, it's called Woman Rising. I filmed it in Fort Tryon Park in Washington Heights. And my mission behind it was to show my journey as a woman rising in faith. And I find that it's the most me I've danced in a while in the pandemic. It's been 18 months of us off, but I wanted to visually document myself as a mover on film. And that was my first time collaborating with a videographer. And I'd love to share that with you all. So let's take a look. All right, here we go with the screen shares. All right. Can we all see the screen? Awesome. Hey, thank you so much. That film was such a joy to film. I found that it was unique. It was a unique experience to have people watching and on the sidelines as we were filming. It's a pretty remote park at the time we filmed, but to have people just engage on the sides, especially I saw a team of like Black women watching, to see people like me be inspired and empowered by my movement was so special. And I found that a young girl as well that I met teaching this week was inspired by my movement, asked for my autograph. So it was just like, I love that. Well, that was my first encounter. I mean, I love that you can inspire people by being your authentic self. And I guess in your most natural state, you are your most vulnerable, you are your most inspirational and empowering and inspiring. So thank you all for this time today. I hope you enjoyed, and I look forward to seeing the rest of the speakers today.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for sharing your joy for your art, sharing your joy for life with us. And I love how this is coming together, like you really showing us how we generate our own energy, how we do not just have energy, but how we generate it each day anew through movement, you know, and so I love how that comes together. James sharing the art of his voice and using his voice to express the feelings authentically, and now you sharing the body and movement in space. And here our next speaker is Nate Brimhall out of Salt Lake City, Utah. And so he's the one who actually works with the space. So I sometimes like to think of movement in space as creating sort of a volatile space of movement. And so Nate is a sculptor, and he works with large metal large creations that I love how you say that you like to create moments of pause, how you like to invite people to just pause and ponder and maybe soften a little bit. And that I really want to hear a little more about, how somebody who works with, of all the elements, something as cold and hard as metal. And here you say your intention is to create a community of kindness and awareness. So I give you the mic and tell us all about it.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm very excited to be here, and just listening to you already, the energy and like Sean said, you are my people. Your music and dance both were so inspiring. I thank you. Why do we do what we do? It's to communicate, to connect, to find community and awareness and consciousness. And this whole movement is just so amazing, and I'm honored to be here. It's so fun to be part of this. I've got a couple of things I wanted to share. I'd like to show you some of my work. I wanted to talk just briefly about art. You know, what is it? The definitions, like we've looked at before, James. The definition of art, it's a noun: the quality, production, expression, or realm according to aesthetic principles of what is beautiful, appealing, and this is my favorite part, or of more than ordinary significance. Because art isn't always pretty. Art can be very scary sometimes. Art can show us the mirror of our humanity and our state of being, which is not always our highest levels. But that last part, of more than ordinary significance. And I think when we come together in unity, we create things that are significant. But what's the purpose of art? The purpose of my art, like Manja said, is to create moments of pause, where one can ponder a physical representation of a value, a character trait, an abstract idea, perhaps shift a paradigm a little bit, register a bias that we may have been unaware of before, and hopefully integrate additional perspective. It's one of the reasons I love three-dimensional art, is because the perspective changes. My mood can affect how I see it. The weather can affect how it's seen, the lighting. So every time I go around a piece of work, I may have a different experience with it. And I hope people who see my work do the same thing. And I always encourage people to interact with it, to tap on it, to touch it, to move it, to see it. Many people will say that art is so subjective, and yes, it is. And it creates dialogue. And that's what I'm hoping to do. I'm willing to share it. And I always hope to choose abundance over scarcity and love over fear. Dialogue is the purpose of what I do, why I create my art, even if that dialogue is just within oneself. If I can stop for a moment. And it's kind of my grassroots effort to keep humanity in the equations of business, especially, and also in the noise of living. I want to see me more clearly. I want to see me in you, and I want to see you in me. When we see each other that way, when I am you, when you are me, like on that train, if they could have been there and connected in a way that was more meaningful, could I have understood that experience differently? May we simply be. And with that, I want to show you a couple of, let's see how I can do with the screen share. See if this works. Open, no, allow Zoom, yes. Allow, how do I do that? There we go, I think. Is that working? No, can you see anything? I can't hear you. Okay, desktop. Double click, share desktop. There we go. Allow open system preferences. Why do I have to go there to allow that?
I think if you just click screen share at the bottom of your Zoom screen, it should pop right up. You should have the permissions already.
I am, but now it's my privacy is saying allow the apps, and I've clicked on Zoom to add, and nothing is happening. Okay, let me put in this, see if this works.
Yeah, no, you're the man, fuck out for it.
Oh, come on, nope. Oh, okay. Okay, there we go. Advanced, so that should allow it, right? I'm hoping. It's still not working. Okay. I'm not sure how I'm going to show you pictures of my work then.
Do you maybe have a link somewhere on your website or something that we could share? Is there maybe a gallery or something somewhere online that we could go to?
Yeah. So I go to desktop, I allow share, I'm hitting share, and then it says allow Zoom to share your screen. So I have to open privacy. My goodness. And then it comes up. Allow apps below to record the contents of your screen. Click it. Allow. Click the lock to make changes. Try this one more time. Lock. Oh, okay, now click that. There we go. Oh my gosh, it says I have to shut down the whole thing. So I guess we'll stop. I apologize.
Nathan, if we if we open up one of us who has it set up, if we open up your webpage, would we be able to share?
Yeah, you could probably see some from my webpage. I was wondering if I could actually just pick up.
So I'm on your gallery right now.
Let's see. No, not that one right here.
So if you tell me which one to click on.
You could click on any of them. And just
actually,
I had a little slideshow.
What you just did with your phone works great. If you want to pull up the pictures on your phone and put it in front of the camera, No,
So
that's
this-
beautiful. We can totally,
This is the
yeah, we can
original
see that.
sketch. These are some of the pictures of that build in progress. This one is called Healing the Divide. You can see some of the dimensions of it. This is the beginning of Infinite's Ohm. Come on. So there's the whole thing. And then let me just talk. Maybe what I should do is this then. Let me go back. And I want to talk specifically about a couple of pieces, but my work, I create it volumetrically, and I can see how much time we've got. I don't want to be too late. Oh, I'm already there. Let me talk then just briefly about And Then, because it's a very important one. It is currently on display at the Springville Museum of Fine Art, and it incorporates a semicolon. And it is right here. And it is about 7.5 feet tall. And the semicolon is correct on either side as you look through it. One side is teal, the other side is purple. And the semicolon is used as a punctuation mark. It means there's more to come. And it's become a signal of suicide awareness. And it indicates a pause with more to the story, not the end. For me, this sculpture represented a lot of different facets of my life. I was successful, and then I failed, and then I got married, and then I got divorced, and then, etc., and over again. But none of those became more poignant than knowing that there are people who have come to believe that the best option is to no longer be. So this piece was for Dave and Rob and Bing and Chad and all the people who have contemplated, attempted, and succeeded. All who have loved, lost, hoped, longed for, been affected by. It's close to me right now. There's members of my family that are struggling with not wanting to be here. And if we can create a unity and a consciousness and raise that consciousness and begin to love one another and come together that way, I think we will be so much better. So may I always believe that there is more to come. May I put my art out into the world for people to see and have dialogue with. And I apologize for the technical difficulties. I tried to put so much good energy towards all of this happening just seamlessly and without problem. But thank you for listening and for your time.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for showing us, other aspects of sharing our vulnerability, our awareness, our hearts. We have learned about those fine nuances of tolerance and caring. We have learned about showing ourselves with authenticity and joy and movement and pure expression. And of course, it also has its form in showing our despair and sadness and, maybe sometimes lack of knowing the next step. And even more again, it is interesting that you are choosing to put something in space and time that is so manifest and so tangible, especially to point out when people don't have anything to hold on to pause. So thank you for sharing that. And so now, Mr. Glenn, are you ready? I am so excited that you are here. Thank you. So again, as I had started a little earlier, Jacqueline Buglisi is also a choreographer with a vast experience. Quite literally has spent her life dancing and creating choreographies. And I see that you have also been a peace activist, which I again would like to hear maybe more about. But Jacqueline has been the principal dancer with the Martha Graham Dance Company for many years. And after that, she founded her own Puglisi Dance Theater, which is renowned for dances with a primary focus on women, the human condition, the environment, social justice, and what makes us human. Jacqueline has been honored in 2020 with the Bessie Award, special citation for her Table of Silence project, a multicultural performance ritual for global healing, unity, and peace. Co-produced with Lincoln Center in New York City, reaching over 2.2 million worldwide. Yay on that. Let's all expand our reach with a peaceful message. And so today, Jacqueline is the chair of the modern department at Ailey School Fordham BFA program. We are honored to have you share your heart, your vision, your presence with us. And I give you the mic. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mancha and Sean and Dr. Yugandhar. I'm so honored to be here, and just means so much to be a part of this kind of message and voice, which I feel, has been so close to my heart and my work. In our trying, you put your hands out, and that's what I have always done, to receive the energy that is there. And then I know what to do. And so in the 10th anniversary of 9/11, or 10th year after 9/11, this shattering experience that happened where I could see right out my window, basically was so shattering, and in that shattering time of experience, which also is how I met Sean Perry. And he was extraordinary experience Sean had at that time. But it really was, when we talk about transformation and things that transform our lives, or moments that come to us, and then something is completely changed. And so I wanted to share my screen. I hope I can do it. Okay. Let me just try it now, because I think it will, the image for me, I'm an imagist, says 1,000 words. And so I'm going to try and see, do I put this thing up on here first? But then I can't say share screen. So then I have to go back here to you guys and go back to the Zoom.
Yes, once you have that window open, you can go back to Zoom and then share screen. Click on that green button at the bottom. And then it should give you the option to select.
I put up share screen. And a bunch of things have come up here.
Just select the window that has your presentation on it.
Okay, I selected. It's not coming up. I think maybe, let me close the screen again. When I say share screen, it didn't ask me anything. Oh, okay. It's going to share a bunch of, oh, there it did. Okay.
It's here. Perfect. Perfect. You did it.
How, the miracle of the digital world. Thank you, digital world. Let's see. This table of silence, I wanted to just play a few moments of it, is my idea was to bring dancers together, as many as I could, to create a peace labyrinth. And to create a peace labyrinth, you have to have at least 3 concentric circles. So they go, this man has been, practicing and walking peace labyrinths since the beginning of time. And you have at least 3, then you create the mandala energy for peace and harmony on the planet. And so many, many symbols coming together to create the table of silence. And we use 12 gestures. Why 12 gestures? Because 12 is the number of creation, of unity. It's filled with many of those things. And we repeat the 12 gestures 10 times in the repetitions of making a mantra, so it's very, very layered work. And so here you see at Lincoln Center, where I used to cross that plaza to work when I was working at Juilliard. And I knew there, intrinsically there, is the architecture for the Peace Labyrinth, is the total design. And so I had to be at Lincoln Center. And then I thought, well, how is it possible that we could make a dance, to speak through the universal language of the body, to reach all people, all ethnicities, all religion, to cover and embrace everyone, in this message. So I was finding out about live streaming. And so when I started this project, there were very few people live streaming. And that was how we could be like a grain of sand, and that we could expand and become, like an ocean. And so it was through the live streaming that we are able to reach so many people. And over all these years, it has continued to expand. But I'll play a moment here so you can see how the dancers are moving in concentric circles, and they are repeating the 12 gestures each 10 times. Each gesture has a very deep meaning, and each dancer also creates the meaning for themselves. That's part of the whole process of sending a vibration of healing, compassion, unity, peace, understanding. And when we practice together, in order to practice, we must breathe together. Yeah. So one of the biggest things that we do as dancers every morning when I come to teach my students, we breathe together. Yes. By breathing together, we awaken the not only spiritual, but physical So we use the drum beat here because when you hear the drum, you are experiencing, put your hands on your heart, the heartbeat of humanity, and we all connect to each other. We all have the same commonalities through the oxygen we share, through the heartbeat, and the threads that bind us. We are all bound together. And so in this whole process of when we are moving together, creating together, we recognize those commonalities. You see every ethnicity in this group of people because these dancers all come from New York City, from all over the world. And if you will see that there's probably almost everyone there. I don't think, sadly to say, we have a lot of indigenous people there because they are so remote, but we get a lot of people in New York City. And you see, we are a community, a world community here. And the only way that we actually come together is by practicing together, breathing together, learning to be so close to each other in small space and practicing. So we actually create a world community as we are doing and practicing to do this ritual and to be together. We had about 182 artists are performing here. And as you can see, this was done in 2019. They are all moving together. And we have 9 musicians and singers. Let me move ahead here, see if it will move ahead. This is another section where there are different sections to the ballet. And in this section, we are doing the fountain dance, ritual to the fountain. So the evolution of the table of silence, it continues to be relevant to what is happening like in our world today. We embrace the Black Lives Matter movement. We embrace the pandemic. And you can see here, we're singing and we have connecting to the vibration and the geometry of the earth and the tones in the earth. So we are reaching the realm of the divine and we bring it together, and then everyone is speaking, breathing, or just the sound. Yeah, the whole space becomes like a temple. It's a world temple, coming together. And that's what I say, through the language of the body, how could we create more of the coming together for all people? Because since the beginning of time, man has danced. I want to read a message about that. I'm going to click again up to get a little further up. And you will see Sean Perry and Megan King is in this performance. They might have a close-up, I don't know. I tried to look, but yeah. Yeah, well, there's also a whole ceremony to the offering of the plate, and the plate, which was designed by Rosella Vasta sculptors. We use the plate as the offering to come and sit at the banquet table to share a meal in peace. Yes, and it's the very ending. I want to just switch, if you will, allow me. I'm going to try to switch my screen here. And on fire, okay, I realized I made a mistake, so I have to go back. Sorry, technical issue. I'm going to go back to the first one here, and I'm going to bring it to now what's happened in the last 2 years because of the pandemic. We were not able to bring that many dancers together. So last year, I created a reimagining of the Table of Silence. And that's where also we reach so many people. And this is the reimagining with 32 artists, 28 dancers, that we all had to practice with masks. And we have to keep special distancing. We did a lot of rehearsal on Zoom. And here you see a reimagining with Daniel Bernard Romain on the violin and Mark Bamuti Joseph with the spoken word. And it gives a very different feeling. Let me see now, I've got on the right screen. I'll go into the middle of it because I realize I have to hurry.
Place of jazz, trapped in a syringe, sealing the blood with sin. And again, out of chaos comes hope. And again, out of chaos comes the breath upon which love floats. Out of chaos comes the breath upon which love floats. Love floats. Be water, be water, cycles to break. No more lying,
much less flying. Call your grandma. Practice faith. Psychically cycling, we got patterns to shake, music to make, culture to love, guilt to feel, prayers to say. And again, the house where my fear lives is haunted by race. I am tethered to a beauty myth and a legacy of self-hate, like tongues on fire incinerating the sky shot. Fall back, falling, full on till heart fills, and again, I remake the house where only hope lives. Build it in a brick light as the new day, and again, I am awakening.
There's Megan. You can see her in the film dancing. She's really beautiful. Sean is in here somewhere. I don't see the. But what you're experiencing here is, you know, what I could say, I cannot say it in words. It's ineffable, actually, how what comes together in collaboration. That everything I do is collaboration, bringing that together, and embracing. I think those things which make us human. What is the undefinable thing that is humanity, and the need right now for all of us to come together during this biblical time, you know, of COVID. And so putting this together, we embrace all of what is going on in the evolution of Table of Silence. And these artists who performing here together make it happen. Without the dancer, there is no story. But the story reaches beyond here. And so this, with the live streaming and the filming, that's how we are able to reach more than, you know, a few million people and send this vibration and hope for the future. Yeah. Anyway, I will move ahead here. Yeah. So I have to go out, I guess. How do I?
You can just do this when you go back to the bottom of your screen in Zoom, and then you would go.
I'm hitting Zoom, but it's not listening to me. Okay.
No, don't leave Zoom. then you would leave all of us. But in the middle where you had the green button where you initially clicked share screen, that's
Yes.
in like right in the center. That is where you click again and say stop screen sharing. That's you did it.
I know, but I didn't turn off the I can't turn off the noise.
Yes, you did it. Perfect. Yeah, just stop your YouTube when you go to the other window there, to your other app. Yes, perfect.
Oh, it stopped? Okay, great.
Yes, yes, you're doing great.
Okay. Thank you for allowing me all that technical thing, but I can't say enough, you know. I do want to read this one thing because I feel that dance and our coming together more and more about going in and going into the body, you know, that's also what mandala is to go deeper inside, to look for the balance, that all of us together coming closer and closer to the breath and to that, like as we are, you know, suffocating the earth, you know, during this time of the environment is the same issue that we are all facing, the survival of humanity. And, you know, 40 million years ago, the moss helped to balance the oxygen on our planet. And now as the planet is heating, we're losing that. And that's why it's firing. And so this is all we're all part of the same story of what is happening in our world today. And that's why I'm so honored to be a part of this. I just read this short message. Dance in this era must create an atmosphere of necessity around itself to be vital in our time. Thousands of years ago, tribal people entrusted great responsibility to the dancer. The people watched because they knew they needed to understand what the dancers knew and gained in knowledge as they tumbled or pounded rhythmically into the earth. We feel that now more than ever, dance must draw from its primitive heritage, when dancing was an essential element in the life of the community. So thank you, everybody. I could say more and I could keep going, but I know my time is up.
You will have a chance to share more and go deeper on individual thoughts on when we have our panel discussion, just a few minutes. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Jacqueline. What an amazing project.
Thank you.
What an amazing project. And I'm just really, really touched and inspired and yes, by how you are able to tie together all these many layers. And it speaks from like a lifetime of feeling, a lifetime of breathing, a lifetime of observing. And yes, and tying the symbolism, the mythology and the different people together. And I love how you say coming closer and closer to the breath. The breathing is thought to be the most ancient language. Breathing is thought to be the most ancient language. And I love how you said using the breath to attune all the dancers to the same pace, to a harmonic pace, and training their movement and gestures. So, and yes, and I would love for you to maybe add a few more words in a few moments to, you know, yes, thank you so much. And yes, beautiful performance, everybody, Sean and Megan. What a nice project to be involved with. And here she is saying that the technology is challenging, and there you are using the internet to send all these beautiful vibes to millions of people throughout the world. So not too shabby. And now, yes, let me tell you a little bit about our last speaker for this first session here this morning. Her name is Sophia Aste, also born and raised in Salt Lake City, Utah, but also living like some of the others of you today in New York City. And she's still attending Marymount Manhattan College, where she will graduate in May of 23 with a Bachelor of Fine Arts in Dance and a minor in Arts Management. So Sophia is a certified instructor with the Promethean Spark International, a nonprofit that provides marginalized youth with life coaching through the arts. And in addition, this spring, she will begin her application for a Fulbright grant in the creative and performing arts. So one quote that resonates with Sophia is, "Within there runs blood, the same old blood, the same red running blood. There swells and jets a heart. They are all passions, desires, reachings, aspirations." This is a quote by Walt Whitman. And Sophia cannot be with us live this morning, so I'm going to share her, where are we? We maybe go here. So, oh, that was you. That was your project. Hold on, hold on, hold on. That I had on my table. Oh. Hold on, hold on. Give me 1 second. I thought I had Sophia's. Sean, hold on. Give me 1 second here, real quick. I know. Oh, I remember. Okay. Hold on. We go here. Here we go. Please. Here we go.
If you want to take that glass up back. I don't think I want I bet you will. You too. How you doing over here, guys? Good. Good.
Manya, is it playing?
Yes.
Oh, we don't hear anything or see anything. I put it in the chat. And
Oh my God.
Saw the message.
And I was the whole
figured you
thing.
were-
What? Oh my gosh. Yes. Oh my gosh. It was playing the whole time. That is
We didn't
weird.
see or
Okay.
hear anything. Yeah.
We didn't see, I didn't see.
You didn't see a thing? Oh my God. And I've been thinking, oh my God. And we are almost 3 minutes into the video. Do you see something now?
Yeah, I see a woman. Yes. Now I see a woman.
Okay.
We thought it was
okay.
loading.
And I was watching this video the whole time. Oh my God. I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
Oh my.
We thought it's downloading something.
Can you hear?
Can you share your sound? No.
Yeah. Hold on.
Usually if you press share screen, it'll ask you to share computer sound on the bottom with a little checkbox.
Yes. Hold on.
Hit the audio settings at the very top in the middle. Let me see. Speaker.
It doesn't. Oh, there. Okay. Share sound. Okay. Okay.
Yes.
You got it.
Okay, good. Good.
So now, now I'm going to go here again. Can you see her?
Hi, everybody.
Okay.
No, not yet.
I'm Sophia.
No, not yet.
My last name is Aste, spelled A-S-T-E. My pronouns are she, her.
We don't
I'm
see
20
her,
years
but we hear
old.
her.
Oh shoot! You
You
don't
could
see
hear
her.
it now.
But we hear
Okay,
her.
that's a start. Oh Lord, one more try. Let me go out again. Let me try and pull this up one more time. How about now?
We see her.
Yes.
You see her?
Yes, you today.
Do you hear
And
her?
we hear her
I'd like
now.
to
Perfect.
I'm a Salt Lake City born and raised dancer, currently living in Manhattan, and I'm currently attending Marymount Manhattan College, where I will graduate in the spring with a Bachelor of Fine Arts in Dance and a minor in Arts Management. I am currently completing a run of shows with the college, which is why unfortunately I will be unable to join you live today. At about the time this video is airing, I will be in warm-up class. So although I won't be present with you, know that as I dance, I will be thinking of you. I acknowledge each of your aliveness, and again, I thank you for being with me. I'm going to begin with a land acknowledgement, which in part I will display on the screen. This statement you see is from the Lenape people, and it translates to, "We are glad because you came to Lenapehoking. Live well when you are here." I am currently situated on the Lenape island of Manhattan in Lenapehoking, the Lenape homeland. I pay respect to Lenape peoples, past, present, and future, and their continuing presence in the homeland and throughout the Lenape diaspora. I offer my care and gratitude to the land, water, and air of Lenapehoking, and am committed to resisting the imbalances of Mother Earth through the support of Indigenous-led and Indigenous artistic practices. At this moment, you are welcome to remain seated. If you are not sitting on a chair, I ask that if you are able, you find your way to the floor where you can have your feet flat on the ground. You are welcome to stand as well. I'll give everybody just a moment to get situated. As you continue to find your spot, you are welcome to place your hands in your lap, at your sides, or wherever they feel most comfortable. I encourage you now to close your eyes. With your feet flat on the floor, bring your attention to the bottoms of your feet. Feel where they land. Are you holding any tension which you can release? Now, bring your attention to your heels and imagine the entirety of your weight dropping into them. We're going to breathe in for a count of 3 and out for a count of 4. And each time we exhale, Imagine the weight dropping into your heels as a drop of water would fall into a large lake. Here we go. Inhaling for 1, 2, 3, and exhaling 1, 2, 3, 4. Inhaling. And exhaling. Last time, inhaling. And exhaling. Keeping your eyes closed and reminding yourself to keep the weight in your heels. Bring both hands to your heart. Feel the warmth that your hands have as they come in contact with your skin or the clothes that you are wearing.
Manja,
As
if you
hold
can mute your mic, that would help.
Think about what else you hold close to your heart, actually or metaphorically. Become curious about the forces occurring in your body. On your own time, you may open your eyes, or if the position you're currently in is one you feel that you need to stay in, you are welcome to do so. This is one of my favorite awareness practices because it's simple and it has meaning. Whenever any type of flight or fight response is signaled to our bodies, our natural reaction is to direct our energy to the balls of our feet as to be ready to move. By focusing on our heels, we can oppose this reaction, beginning to counter any defensiveness that exists in our bodies, as well as sending a signal to ourselves that we are safe and that we are allowed to be content with where we are. In addition, each time we exhale, our lungs surround our heart in a hug. As per the title of my speech, Breathing and Beating, Unity and Motion, a focus of today will center around our hearts and our lungs, and I'll come back to this awareness practice in just a moment, so hold on to this. I would like to use my time today to propose that through my dance studies and through an intense engagement with my own body, I believe that the most straightforward path to collective consciousness is through the consciousness of our own bodies. A body is something that each of us has. Our bodies, our hearts that beat, and our lungs that breathe are uncompromisable unifiers because each human being that is currently alive possesses them. When we begin to care for our individual bodies, and not the ornaments that adorn them, but rather their true, miraculous anatomical functions, this ushers the deep desire and honest care about one another. To dive into exactly what I mean, and because my mind works best through analogies, let's picture a large room. There are blank walls and sturdy light. Imagine that to be in this room is to be unified with all people, regardless of whether these people be in the room with you or outside of its walls. It is only those inside the room who understand the theory of collective consciousness that they are experiencing. And because you showed up today to this Global Transformation Festival, it is likely that you are one of these insiders. You understand the pertinence of collective consciousness, you are interested in experiencing it or want to continue to experience it, and most importantly, you want to share it. To insiders, who are you, it holds great merit to bring outsiders through the front door and into this room. But the door to this room is not a door at all. There are no hinges, no frame, no doorknob, and the door isn't singular either. Instead, each door is our own body. This complicates things, but it also makes them beautiful when we consider that each of us has a door, and that each of us has a way into this room. However, it's just that some of us haven't found the keys that unlock our doors. And this is because each person's lock is different. Some of us have locks that run all the way around the perimeter of our bodies. Sometimes we change these locks, and sometimes these locks get changed on us, and the keys that once worked no longer do. And sometimes we exist in bodies that might only have one lock, but we haven't found our key. So, what are our keys? I believe that they are our bodily awarenesses. A few moments ago, as we briefly focused on sending the weight into our heels, taking air into our lungs, and feeling the pulse of our hearts, we practiced what I referred to as sifting through our key ring, our tools to find bodily awareness. Through what we practiced, some of you might have felt a tinge of how you make sense of the word unification, and this is amazing. You might have found a key that fits one of your locks, and some of you might not have felt anything at all. I just might have been another girl asking you to take deep breaths through a phone. For you, these specific bodily awareness practices might not have been the keys that fit your lock, and that's fine. You could also be dealing with a stubborn lock, and a consistent practice of these might grease your key in a way that makes your lock no longer stick. But I cannot be the one to tell you which is true. Only you know what opens your door. But what I can say with confidence is that the engagement and awareness of our bodies is what brings us together. Like I mentioned earlier, I tend to return to our lungs and the beating of our hearts because each human that is presently alive on Earth possesses them. But we have lots of other moving parts too. So along with those beating hearts and along with those breathing lungs, we've got our limbs, we've got our minds, we've got our eyes. And just keep in mind that each of these moves. So in essence, it can be said that the awareness of the movement in our bodies is what creates unification. And this is the thing that I urge you to take away from your time with me today. The awareness of the movement in our bodies is what creates unification. If this is true, then it must also be that unity is something that moves. As I was initially constructing this speech, knowing that I was going to speak on unity, an image popped into my mind. It's an image of people standing together around a globe, holding hands, and it goes back to the basic understanding of unity you might encounter in primary school. This image is not incorrect, but what I am proposing and what I hope you've gathered with me today is an alternative way of thinking to add to the ways we talk about unity. Unity is this, and this, and this, and this. But it is so much more than that. Unity exists here, and here, and here, and here. Thank you for spending your time with me today.
It's very nice. So thank you. Thank you so much, everybody. We have heard all 5 speakers for our first session this morning. And now I welcome you to share, what came up for you when you were watching each other's contributions, when you heard the various approaches to spirituality through art. And somehow it all had to do with speaking from the heart, sharing from the heart, exploring human death and the human makeup through that. And so I open the panel discussion here to you. Is there anyone here who would like to share maybe what came up for you there? Hi.
Absolutely. Some of the words that came to me while we were listening to these, the tolerate is not acceptance. Movement, the woman rising, that I was just so beautiful. And the geometry of Earth, Jacqueline, it was amazing. I've got notes and I'm just, it was so fun. And used to have so much wisdom.
Thank you.
I think so, yes. What is so moving to me is that that there are so many ways of seeing it and so many ways of participating in this theme. that is essential for the future of humanity is how I feel that we are in need of a moral revolution. And I feel the artists, we as artists have a responsibility, because when you create, or a poet writes a poem, it's truth. And we need to bring back the power of the truth, and I'm very, very, very inspired to see that, your work, and we could see your work, Nate, just from the pictures. Yeah. And
oh, go ahead.
Absolutely. Yes.
I think I might be able to. Oh, there's Meg. Sorry. Mute myself.
No worries. I love the versatility of the artwork that we were able to share today. It reminds me a lot of my high school experience. I went to LaGuardia High School, and I missed so much being able to be around artists that are of different fields, because I think that at lunchtime we were able to finally come together and share. I learned a lot about what it means to shade and visual art, or a lot of teching and lighting design, or playing the ukulele, like little things we were able to share with each other at that young age, that young fruitful age where we were all just so curious. Seeing this on a forum, and we're all in different parts of the world, but I love that we're able to unite and understand each other through our art. It makes us more understanding, not to tolerate, but to understand one another, is to know where your heart is. So it's been so beautiful to step into your world a bit more today.
Yes, indeed.
The recognition that walking on the earth is a miracle. And, that feeling when the sole of the foot to the sole of the earth. So when the dancer is moving and working, it's going from the magma up to the cosmos. That feeling, of our connection is so deep in our ancestral connections. And I think that, when I say to my students, life is a miracle, or my dancers, and then I say, so what are you? And then all of a sudden, they're looking like, oh, I said, well, what are you?
That's right. And that is exactly that, right? Exactly that, to go beyond the extraordinary, to not take life for granted, to not take our very breathing for granted, but to truly experience it, to truly bring all our awareness to it, to this experience of the human life, and to live it as a miracle, but not just, I'm looking for the right word that was just on my tongue, and I just lost it. But it's to really participate fully, to participate in this human experience, and to not just take it for granted and just, move along. Okay, another day gone by. And, to not just live our life on autopilot, but actually participate fully.
Life.
Say that again, please.
To engage in the process, right, and to incorporate this into what you're doing every day.
Right.
Yeah. Movement is spectacular. If you would like, I think I might be able to share, and I think it's only like a minute and a half long, if you want me to show those pictures.
Yeah, I think we should have that time, yes.
Is everybody open?
Go for it. Yes, go for it.
Share screen, desktop, share, and here we go.
Perfect.
So that, there's the picture of and then that we talked about already. This one actually was inspired by a dancer doing the splits on the floor, and it was direction and it was movement, and it was, when I tilted it up straight, it became more than that, and it became orientation. Knowing one's place in space, in the environment, and what you're doing in your physical and spiritual area. So that's kind of what I had hoped to show you. This consciousness rising came from a very simple thought of, could we raise consciousness simply by looking up to each other rather than down? And if I stand on that base and look through that first hole, that's exactly where my head is, and it shoots up, and then the second one expands out to other people. And how big is that if we can keep going? So that was it. And I just wanted to share that really quickly if you wanted to, and I'll stop sharing quick.
Perfect. Perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I love it. I absolutely love it when sculptors, painters, photographers, find a way with your arts and the media that you chose to manifest the volatile expressions of dancers, the volatile movement, and manifest them to, have the time to pause and ponder for a moment. And, often with the dancers setting the impulse and then you picking it up, to let it linger a little longer. So I really love that about what you just shared with us. And so I loved what you said earlier, Megan, when you said the irregularity in the heartbeat, and this is the irregularity, in the healing field, it is known as heart rate variability. And we actually want some of that. We actually aren't robots, and we don't want like a metronome, a super clean, perfect, regular heartbeat, because that would actually make us very, very vulnerable to heart disease whenever we have changing sudden situations in life. So we want some of that irregularity so that we can go with the seasons, with the moments, with the whole spectrum of human emotions and feelings. But then at the same time, in your work, Jacqueline, you brought it back together. We have the means, we have the mandalas, we have the geometric figures in circles, etc., so that we can attune us with one another, and attune our heartbeats to create an even stronger, to amplify the reach, amplify the field, the frequencies, of our joint beating hearts. So I love it to see how aware you are of that on one hand, yes, we have to be adaptable. We need the variability, we want that irregularity in life that keeps it interesting, that gives us new impulses. But at the same time, we have ways, we have rituals, we have rhythm, we have geometry that we can use to combine and to unite with one another, to help embrace and understand one another. So I
wanted to say something about what you're speaking of too, in the stories and the threads that bind us. And bless you, the new work that I'm working on now is called Threads. But I wanted to say something about, too, like the mythic stories as metaphors may help us make sense of life's intimate meaning. Through mythic tales, we relate to the deepest part of ourselves while connecting to the greater imagination and universal truths. In times of chaos, we need the stories that bridge distance. Life is impermanence, like the constant ebb and flow of the ocean. Just like the earth, our bodies are fluid, we are water, and we connect to the natural world, and we surrender to the beauty and to the fluidity that is life. And that's what I was saying before, awakening to the spiritual and physical awakening. Yeah. We breathe with the breath to take breaths, we awaken. Yeah. So it really, I mean, you know, you just want to go on and on.
Well, and I think that's part of the unity, right? Is we feed off of each other's energies, and those energies create and spark new ideas and spark new connection and spark new dialogue. And dialogue, I did a sculpture called Healing the Divide, and it was, I realized through this experience of a group that I was in called Healing the Divide, that the divides in the world are simply larger manifestations of the divides in ourselves. And if I can heal those divides that are in me, I automatically heal the world. And as we do this together, as we do this work, that energy combines it and it creates its own force. And so it's so cool. And the movement was just so fun to watch. Thank you so much. And the song, all of it's just been really cool. Thank you.
Yeah. I love all of it. And we all have websites, so we can visit our websites or our Facebook pages. Also, I just got like 70 messages, I think, maybe through LinkedIn and something else, because I tried to share. I'm so bad at how to share it all, but I tried to share and people writing nice messages. So that's good. We're beaming out, you know. It's just like the beam is going out in the energy, we will change and balance the energy, you know, on the planet. It's like we have to believe it. Like I said, you know, to James, don't give up, James. You know, and then all of a sudden the song came on, you know.
And it worked, right? I was like, okay, I can't figure out the technology. My time's about up, but it provided a way for it to come together. And all of a sudden I looked at it and I was like, oh, it's right there. And it just, so it works, and it does. And if it doesn't work the first time, like Sophia said, maybe the key isn't quite right, or maybe it's a little sticky. We need to work on that lock a little bit more. But man, so fun. So such cool energy. Thank you all again.
Yes, same here. Thank you. I'm so glad that you decided to be here today and to share your art and participate and connect with others. It's really special. It's really special. And I love that people from not just different walks of life or different walks of art, but also from different generations are coming together, you know? So, and valuing, honoring one another. You know, I love that very much. Embrace it. So, yes, you know, I really loved your, I loved your analogy with the semicolon as the semicolon to, you know, finish something, but there's yet more to follow. And you know, I sometimes think of that. I think of COVID as being that semicolon. You know, I feel of COVID as like it put all of us sort of on pause for a moment, and yet there's more to follow, you know. And so it was a good analogy. Hello, Dr. Leon. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Yeah, hey, how's everyone? All right.
Good. Beautiful. Beautiful.
Yes,
so,
indeed.
Yes. So,
so it looks like we've got what, about 10 more minutes before
we
start.
About 10 more minutes. If there's anything that you would like to add, please feel free to do so. We can also please share your website, share every contact that you would like to share. That would be wonderful as well. And there we go, beautiful. And
there's also a Table of Silence website, www.tableofsilence.org, you know, and the table being also that idea, you know, the circle and so forth, but coming to the meal everyone, everyone on the planet coming to this this table to share a meal in peace.
What I love is, yeah, what I love especially also about everything that we presented this morning here in the group is all your awareness about the connections between the energy world, the breathing, the subtle layers of our being, and the manifestations, the table, the sculptures, the actual steps and the groundedness, you know, the actual steps we take, the groundedness through that. So the connections between the subtle energy and our physical world, and how important that is to connect with one another, and that we can actually have the power, that we actually have the option to choose what comes first. We can start our creations from the breath, bringing it into form, but we can also start with the form and then end with a more fluid expression around it. So I found that is beautiful this morning as well. So, and I shared, you know, I loved how James started earlier this morning, just showing himself, you know, just showing himself and being that living example of what it means to try to understand, to care, you know, to actually care. And then once we care, you can't help but build connections, you know. And so I love that very much. So, and I thought that he made a pretty good point there this morning, because most of us, if you would ask them, then yes, of course, we all want to connect, right? We all want to be seen, we all want to be heard, and of course, all of that is connection. But how can we possibly connect when we merely tolerate? So I don't know if you thought that, you know, that was an interesting nuance that he pointed out there. So, yeah. Yeah. Oh, wonderful. So yes, so let me see, you all shared. I hope everybody can see this, whatever you share. Resilience and hope. Yes, resilience and hope. Do you want to elaborate a little bit on that, Jacqueline?
I think, you know, we as dancers, you know, have felt this also very deeply. This period, you know, of the COVID, the pandemic, this biblical time, you know, that is like we are connecting again to this heating of the planet, of course, releases more of the virus and so forth and so on. So science is we're getting very close. You know, we need to really pay attention, science and art. With the dancers, you know, we at Alvin Ailey School, in 3 days, we had to change all our program from being face-to-face, dancing and teaching and speaking and touching. And boom, we were on the Google Classroom, Blackboard. It was amazing what, you know, our organization tried to do to keep all of us connected and to make sure everybody was going to graduate in 1 month more. Everybody was graduating and they didn't, you know, get to come together or have their mommy and daddy come with them. And so, you know, we see now something very, very different in our world that is, you know, happened, and how we dealt with it was to, you know, find a way. Don't use your imagination. That's what we are about. Use that, be innovative, think of, allow things to come into you, you know, be quiet, don't block, don't turn off, keep open, keep the channels open. This is a really important message, I think, for the spirituality, for everyone, is keeping the channels open.
Yes.
So we are coming close to the end of this session. And if everyone has a final 1 or 2 sentences that you'd like to share, little kernel of wisdom, that would be fabulous. And then we'd like to take about 5 minutes to prepare for the next session, 1B. So if everyone has just some final wonderful little something they'd like to share, and then we'll close out this session. It's been amazing.
Thank you, everybody. Just I'm very blessed. I feel very blessed that I got to connect with you this morning, and thank you for sharing your art, not just with me this morning, but in everything you do and in your life. And I sure hope that once I get to see your performances or sculptures in person. And bless you. Thank you.
I sentences. How about a few words? Gratitude, abundance, love, connection, and thank you.
I would say just staying so true to your authenticity is what will bring so much light to this world. Like what you're called to do is so important, and staying in our lane and knowing our purpose is how we move forward as a community. So I'm seeing that everyone has their own beautiful calling, and you're bringing that bit of magic to the world that makes the fire ignite, which is the fire of the human spirit. And I'm so happy to witness that today. So thank you so much.
Thank you. I don't know if I can say this, but I want to speak about the old woman in the cave who was weaving the garment, which is the universe, which is our world. And she was beautiful, and the garment has begun to unravel. And so now we must take up the needle and start to thread even a more beautiful garment. That is what we are doing today. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Sean, it looks like it's your turn now. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I keep around all day. Maybe I see you later in another session or something. Thank you, Sean.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. What a beautiful, glorious session this was.
Yeah, I want to know about the tree behind Hotep. Is beautiful.
Oh, it's just a mirror on the wall. I think I got into this session thinking I was supposed to be 15 minutes earlier than my session, and I interfered with your segment, and I apologize. But that tree is just in my room, and it's what the tree represents.
Yeah,
you have to be like the tree. Yes, you have to be like the tree. Yes. Amen.
Beautiful. Okay. Well, thank you, everyone, in session A here in track 1 of spirituality and arts and culture. We are now going to move forward. Nathan Brimhall, who's already here, is going to be moderating for the next session. And so we'll let him take it away and connect with the various speakers. And those who are, you're welcome to stay and listen, or go to other tracks and listen to the other speakers as well. So thank you so much for everyone who is here.
Hey, Sean.
And Nathan, yep.
Tell me quickly, am I pronouncing Nandiji correctly, or is it Nandiji?
Yeah, Nandiji. Yeah. So
Nandiji. And I don't see him on here yet. Do you know if he's?
So I just got a text, and I believe it's a female, but it might be a man. I'm not sure. But say on WhatsApp said that she'll be here shortly, and she's in India right now. So actually, we've got Hotep here, and we also have Donna's video that we can play. So
there he is.
Oh, there he is, Nandiji. Okay. Well, then we'll just go in order. And let me see here. Let's just, before we do this, since you were not able to share your screen, are you able to share your screen now?
Yeah, we got it. We got it figured out. Yep. Yes.
Oh, so Nate, you've got yours all ready? Okay.
I believe so, and I can open up that email and should be able to share it.
So if you want to just take a moment here, we've got about 2 minutes before we begin. If you want to take a moment and get that ready down on your screen, so that's a quick link to jump to that, go ahead and open that window and have it ready to go for Donna's. You may have to click around a little bit to get it.
Do you want it? You could share it if you're going to be on this one. Do you want to just share it, or I can go in here and try and do this quick.
I can share it, and that works. I have it.
Okay, I agree to the terms of Dropbox. I've already got all that. Jeez. Okay, yeah, maybe we just do that if you've already got it. I figured it would just allow me to click on it like the other one did. Okay,
yeah, I have it here, so that's fine. That'll work.
Okay.
Yeah, no problem.
Hello.
Okay. And here we are. It is now 10:30 a.m. And I'll turn the time over to you. You can give us an official welcome into this session and the title of the session and get us rolling.
All right. Thank you, Sean. My name is Nate Brimhall. I'm so grateful to be a part of this program, the Global Transformation Festival USA 2021. And the first session that I have participated in has just been spectacular. And I'm looking forward to gaining more knowledge and feeling more energy and feeling more united and hopefully raising my consciousness a little bit. And I invite all of you to do the same. Today we have 5 speakers coming. Nandiji will be our first speaker. He is a Siddha yoga expert and a humanitarian. And his presentation is Mastery of Consciousness, Roots Awakening. Nanji is a Siddha yoga master, humanitarian and visionary, awakening humanity through mystic wisdom, community, and service. He is an artist, award-winning ecstatic chant musician, author, and teacher, representing the path of the liberated Siddhas. Nandaji is the founder of the Declaration of Consciousness movement at www.signdc.org is how I would say that, I think. Nandiji shares the life-enhancing wisdom and teachings of the Siddha sages, the liberated mystics of South India, as Mastery of Consciousness at www.nandiji.com. Please, the time is yours. Thank you.
You're muted, Nandiji. Oh, not yet. Still can't hear you. Nope, we can't. Okay. There we go.
Yeah, here we go. Here we go.
Hallelujah.
Wonderful, divine being. Wonderful, wonderful. How many minutes do I have?
You have 15 minutes each is how it's set up, I believe. Or maybe do we have, yes.
Excellent.
15 minutes, yes.
Excellent. So I am honored and grateful to be here with each of you and to be able to convey this ancient light that each of us are treading on. So, divine beings, I lived with a master who was in solitude, living in a tiger sanctuary. And he was by himself. for many years. And I would spend time with him, and he would break his silence to speak to me. And at one point, I realized it was his time to leave planet Earth. So I asked him, what is the benediction you have for humanity? What is the ultimate final blessing you can give for humanity? And he mentioned to me, let everyone's root be awake. Now, I was a bit surprised about that, because normally in most religious traditions, the roots is not considered at all. But when I asked him, why would you say that? He said, that is where the animal in us can transform itself to human, and the human in us can transform to be the angelic, starting from the roots. So I started going deeper into that dimension, and then we realized that in our journey towards light, it all begins from the roots. And the roots is where the transformation takes place. In pranic healing, you essentially ascertain how abundant a being is by seeing how vast his root chakra energies are. In other words, in our reality world, the power of the roots determines the realities of abundance we experience. And when we are not from the roots, when we climb up above the next layers of the next chakras, if we've ignored the roots, then it's better off being in the cave rather than in the reality, because it's difficult to deal with the realities. So, in this dimension of knowing the roots is one of the most important vital prayers that we could offer every day when we wake up is, please God, give me the right thought, the right wisdom. Because when we have started our day, or started the momentum, or started any journey, the first prayer is seeking the highest thought and the best thought allows us to unfold the next dimension of thinking as we go along through the day. Now, within the root chakra is also the innermost sacred fires. All of us treading the path of spirituality, we know that ultimately there's the sacred fire. And this fire, if we keep it alive in a singular focus, it becomes like a vortex of light. And this fire is called tapas. Tapas is the innermost sacred fire. So when you are, there was another guru of mine who was meditating in a cave for 18 years, drinking 1 cup of milk a day. And for 18 years, he never moved. And for those 18 years, he was in that singularity of focus, and that is tapas. Now, this tapas energy is where, when we say the inner world transforms the outer world, this is where it all is. So when you have meditation teachers saying, oh, adopt a blank mind, have no thought, that really is not resolving the extent of peace that we could experience. Because when we all face realities, The realities are realities, and it's not something that we can say it's not. And when we go into our mind and say all is peaceful, it simply doesn't work. So what are we going to do? We want to transform the outer reality from inside yourself. That is tapas. So in other words, when we are in the inner world, working through our energies, not only are we transforming ourselves, but we are also transforming all of humanity, all of the living, because we are with the sacred fires in the singularity of unions with Source God, infinity, absolute. So this power of tapas is something that we, in all the religious traditions, you have this inner fire, and the inner fire that essentially keeps burning. In other words, every breath from source to source, and every moment. Now, this is what creates the mind that is meditative throughout. It's not a meditation that we sit down to do, but a meditation that we are doing perpetually at all times. So for now, let's basically go into the experience of the root chakra. Okay. Now, in the experience of the root chakra, one of the most beautiful things about this awareness of knowing the roots is that the moment you go deep within to inhale from your roots, you retain the breath. This will start straightening your spinal cord. Now, bring your focus up above the navel. Now, the point above the navel is seldom expressed by yogis because it is very secretive, because there's a lot of power that comes from here. The moment the energy has come above the navel, our heart chakra by default opens. The moment we stimulate it from the roots to above the navel, the third eye by default opens. So when you take a deep inhale, go down to the root, hold the breath for a little bit, lift the energy up above the navel, come to the heart, look to the third eye, and then there's a chakra above the crown. Exhale from here. Now, if you feel the energy is coming in from the root chakra, take a deep inhale, climb up all the way up above to the chakra above the crown chakra, and exhale. Slowly you'll begin to realize we are becoming the pillar of light. We are becoming the vortex of light. Now, in this moment, I would, I would have loved to, let me share a mantra with you, because then it could be a part of your experience as we go along. Now, when you're lighting a lamp outside yourself, you're technically actually lighting a lamp inside yourself. When you light this lamp, you're lighting it from the root chakra. When you're lighting it from the root chakra, know that you're cracking a coconut. The coconut is your past. The coconut is your problems. The coconut is your realities, whatever the reality is, the karmic imprint. You want to break it. So when you want to break it, utilize this mantra, because once this mantra fire set alight, there's no stopping. All the doors are open. Okay, so let me share the mantra. So in this way, we can begin the journey. Okay, I'm going to say the mantra 3 times slowly so we can take it in. And then once it's inside, maybe later, say the mantra 108 times so it becomes your own inner fire. Okay? Ring, ang, Ganapatiye Namo. Ring, ang, Ganapatiye Namo. Ring, 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 Ganapatiye Namo. Saying the mantra, visualize that you're becoming a pillar of light, starting from the roots, going all the way up above. Ringangunganamane namo, ringangunganamane namo, ringangunganamane namo, ringangunganamane namo. Now, when we are worshiping, when we are working with the roots, the first dimension of the roots is gratitude. So gratitude begins from the cellular level, your father and your mother. So rub your palms together as you're saying the mantra and say thanks to your mother and our father. And put your hands over your eyelids and receive the blessings. Now, say thank you to your cosmic mother and your cosmic father. And this is by way of a breath. Your left breath is your cosmic mother. Your right breath is the infinite father we call, the masculine. Now, rub our palms together, feeling our breath, the left breath and the right breath, the cosmic mother and the cosmic father. Ring anamane namo, ring anamane namo, ring anamane namo, and receive the blessings. So with this, know that every breath of ours, take a deep inhale, go down to the roots, hold the breath, climb up chakra by chakra, go up above the chakra, above your crown. Now, above the crown chakra is where the supermind exists. The supermind state is called Turiya. This is where the sages call the sleepless sleep. This is where we are the many as one. This is where the geniuses of all our geniuses awaken. So with this, every breath, just be conscious that we are breathing in from the roots and taking it all the way up, and then automatically our spine stands up. Automatically our crown chakra awakens. Automatically, almost all and as naturally as possible, we are the vortex of light of higher vibrancies. When we are in the higher vibrancies, the world is ours, because the world also vibrates at the frequency that we are with. And that's the power of the roots. Thank you, divine beings. Wonderful.
Oh, thank you, Nandiji. Thank you so much. I've taken notes and I'm like, okay, tapas, inner world, gratitude, awakening, vortex. I could feel I could visualize a pillar of light, and it was awesome. Thank you. I felt alive, and I appreciate it. And it's so nice to meet you. And thank you for your wisdom.
Thank you. I'm going to, in the chat, I'm going to type out the mantra, so that way you can write it down and you can say the mantra 108 times by yourself later. So in that way, the mantra is yours. Okay,
Awesome.
I'll type it in now. Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. And everyone who is Nandiji, thank you. Our next speaker is Hotep Tala Amum. And he is professionally known as Dr. Leon Moss. He is spiritually known as Hotep Tala Amun. He is a member and high priest of the ancient mystic order of Melchizedek, as well as the ancient Egyptian order. In quotes, I will say, I am who I am, all is. Hotep, I turn the time over to you. Thank you.
Tower Hood. It's a blessing to be here. I'd like to start with that. Namaste to all. I thank my brother Najib for the message that he came to share. My subject is pretty much on the same level as everybody as his. It's pure consciousness. We're in the subject matter of pure consciousness. So pure consciousness that I've discovered, or we've discovered, is at that. We have different terminologies and ways of describing it, but it's that last chakra that Najib spoke of. It's the chakra that's, I would say, the crown chakra opens up to. That's the pure conscious self. And the only thing that I would expound on that I might have, I don't like to say disagreed, but I would have a different way of sharing it, because the reality is that pure conscious self. It's not the play of life. It's not the experience, that consciousness, the one that's playing as the many. The one is the reality. It's the quantum you. It's the quantum being. The play of life is the expression, the one that you see speaking to you now in the form that they call Hotep Talamun or Tajid or Nate and everybody else and everything, every person, every place. That's the expression of consciousness. So you can be at a state of peace, no matter what you're experiencing in the flesh, if you maintain your attention in the pure conscious self. So there's a balance. And in order to maintain that peace, because that peace never leaves, it's just our attention is drawn away from it. So when you're in the experience, whatever that experience is, if all your attention is focused on the experience and you lost sight of the omnipresent self, of the pure conscious self, yes, then wherever you put your attention, energy flows. So you're going to feel the magnitude of what you're experiencing if all your attention is there. But once you experience and can maintain your attention in that last chakra that he spoke about, right, which is the omnipresent self. Once your attention is there, it never leaves, even while you're experiencing what you're experiencing. So therefore, you're always at peace. You're always in tranquil. That's why they call me Hotep. Hotep is the first attribute that describes this level of consciousness, and that Hotep means peace. It means peace. Tala means the third, and Amun means hidden. It's the hidden peace, right? Because it's like the wind. It's here, but you can't see the wind. You just see the effects of the wind. But the pure conscious self is like darkness that precedes light. If it was uttered, let there be light, then there was a state of darkness or a supreme state of existence. That's why in the greeting, in the message of introducing myself, when people say, "What's your name?" I mean, that is my name. People say Hotep Talamun or Dr. Leon Moss, but I like to go back to I am, because the I that am, the I that exists, is the pure conscious self. It's not the form. It's not the body. It's not the thoughts. It's not the personality. It's the one observing the expression. The one that's observing the expression, all is observing. Like you're observing right now your own thoughts. Whether you're conscious of that or not, I don't know. But observing is always taking place. The observation state or consciousness is always taking place. The conscious self is observing the expression, the physical expression, the emotional expression, the physical expression. Is the only thing that's not changing is the true self. The true self is not changing. Everything within the true self is changing, like your body, your thoughts, your emotions, your feelings. So as long as you have the ability to shift your attention, and we all do, like Brother Najee said, when he said, shift your attention to your navel, or he took you through your chakras, immediately your attention went to your navel, like right now. And if he says, if we say, take your attention to your crown chakra or your third eye, immediately your attention goes there. So once if we say shift your attention to that which is aware of the chakras, now that's a whole nother level. Do you have the ability to sit still long enough and look to see what is actually observing? And I challenge you to do that right now. What's noticing your thoughts? What's noticing your feelings? Is it your body, or do you have a body? Is it your thoughts, or do you have thoughts? Who's the you that have the body and the thoughts? Put your attention in that, and you will experience the peace of God that surpasses all understanding. Because it doesn't require understanding. It doesn't require explanation. It just simply is. What happens is our attention gets drawn away from it, and we get lost in the experience, in the expression, in the human experience. And then the balance is no longer there. And that's the suffering. That's why in Buddhism or Hinduism, they say all life is suffering. Some of the teachings say all life is suffering, because the expression, as long as you identifying yourself as the person is going to suffer at some point. And that suffering could be just as simple as anxiety or stress, which is all caused by a thought that accompanies a feeling that is being observed right now. It's always right now taking place. So past and future is just a thought. It's a thought, a memory, or a projection of the next minute, or the next hour, or the next day, year, 100 years. And all of that is taking place in now when you're thinking. So the thinking is what's interfering with the eternal peace that we have access to at all times. That's why it's suggested and spoken about renewing your mind. The only way you can renew your mind is to find that state that Brother Najib is talking about, which is the pure self. And once you find the pure conscious self, your mind will automatically regulate, because there's no more you. There's only all. There's only all, the conscious self. And that, once you experience that, or even before you experience that, because the subject matter I thought I was going to begin with love. I was going to base it all around love, because that's divine love, not love, human loves, like I love my wife, I love my children, I love my job, I love teaching. All of those are human emotions. I'm talking about love that recognizes the divine that's within all. I'm talking about namaste. I'm talking about that which is acknowledging the breath of life that is within all, the divinity that within all. Once you do that, you automatically fall in love with all. You might have to be, you will have to be cautious of people's mind, because the mind is corrupted. All of our minds been corrupted at some point. That's why we run into spiritual masters who get to a point of purity, who can guide us out of our mind. Because that's what's going to happen. You got to guide. When they say, how's the word? Mind. I think they say, like, they're trying to brainwash. Oh, that's the word. Brainwash. We need our brains washed. That's what renewing the mind is all about. You have to cleanse it, and the way you cleanse it is by shifting your attention to that last chakra that he spoke about. You go through all your chakras. I don't focus so much on the root chakra, because when I did, the root chakra stimulates the animal self, at least for me, because that governs your reproductive system. So when my attention is at the root chakra, I'm thinking about intimacy. When I'm at the crown chakra, I'm thinking of I'm not even thinking no more. I'm just being. Thought might be happening, but I'm watching the thoughts that are happening. And that is the true I. Namaste.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Otep. Again, I'm just so grateful to be a part of all of this with you, with all of you. The awareness, not the attachments. It's not the processes. And I wrote a little something down. It just says doing interferes with being, but there's these steps that we go through to get to that. And but I love and my expression is a little different in my artwork, how I put that together. But I'm just, thank you so much for your time. Our next, Sean, are you on here as well? Can you upload the next video?
Yes, I am here, and let me see.
Are we quite there? We should be.
Get my video going here, and
I can make the introduction. Do that.
Yeah, do the introduction while I'm pulling this up. That'd be great. Thank you.
Okay. And our next speaker, unfortunately, cannot be with us in person today, but has provided a video for us. And Donna Campbell, her profile is a mind whisperer and thought form energy healer with heart-centered healing. The video will be about being financially fit. Step into your power to gain infinite prosperity. Donna Campbell has helped people around the world live the life they desire and deserve through her heart-centered healing, combining her wisdom, knowledge, and experience. Donna is known as the Mind Whisperer, mentoring and empowering heart-centered business owners to step into their power and gain infinite prosperity. She is a #1 international best-selling author, Financially Fit, living the secrets to an abundant and prosperous life. As a professional speaker, she has shared the stage with Lisa Nichols, Dr. Joe Vitale, Sharon Lechter, and Kevin Harrington. Donna has been featured on Fox News, NBC, Yahoo Finance, Amazon Fire, and Roku TV. So with that, we will go ahead and watch the video. Thank you, Sean, for mediating that part. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Here we go.
Would you like to eliminate the internal stress, worry, and frustration in achieving more? And would you like to have more wealth and prosperity in your life? Would you like to know the #1 secret to having it all? Welcome, and hi, I'm Donna Campbell. I am known as the Mind Whisperer. So you might be wondering, what on earth is that? Is she going to listen to all of the thoughts in my mind? Or is she going to whisper thoughts to me? Maybe. You have over 6,000 thoughts a day, and you are only aware of about 10% of them. Scientists measured Albert Einstein's brain, and his awareness level was 10%, keeping the other 90% of the energy thoughts deeply hidden in the subconscious. Every one of those hidden thoughts have an emotional energy that fuels the thought into existence. Did you know that you had so many fears about money? You don't even know it. Jake is a purpose-driven business owner. And when he first came to me, he was in complete frustration. He owned several companies, but was on the verge of bankruptcy. Jake felt like a failure and was insecure in how to turn around his financial situation. See, his boys were getting ready to graduate from high school, and he didn't want to lose their respects. Jake was near financial ruin. As I worked with Jake, he began to understand the hidden fears and where they were stuck in his mind. So through the art of mind whispering, we were able to acknowledge, release, and transform those fears into creating positive cash flow. I remember when I was 9, I was in the kitchen with my mom, and she asked me the question, Donna, what do you want to be when you grow up? The question kind of surprised me and caught me a little off guard. I was thinking it was like the silliest question ever. And I just looked up at her innocently and said, well, I'm going to join Greenpeace and save the whales, of course. And I knew instantly that was not the answer my mom was looking for. I immediately felt that flash of anger, which left me standing there feeling unheard, unworthy of her attention, and completely disheartened. See, I grew up in Silicon Valley, and both of my parents were blue-collar workers, but we lived very close to the poverty line. And my mom knew that I could dream a bigger dream, be successful, and achieve it. Donna, she said, you can be anything you want in the world. Be a doctor or a lawyer or even a scientist. And then she quickly stormed out of the room. My childhood experiences led me to a career dedicating my life to helping others get ahead financially. So I became a financial advisor. I wanted to be of service, sharing with families how to provide opportunities for them, for their children. And over time, I became accountable and responsible for $500 million of other people's money. This left me in a state of chronic stress and worry, and my body slowly started to break down. I maxed out my health insurance for over 2 years while specialists were not able to figure out what was wrong with me. And I had started absorbing all of the anger from my environments, but I was holding it all in. This led to my marriage dissolving. And then after that, I was a single parent with 2 kids, and I was left financially devastated. I had no energy left in me. And I knew at that time I needed to change my life. And I also knew that something that needed to change was me. I heard a quote from Nikola Tesla that awakened me. And it said, if you want to find the secrets to the universe, think in terms of energy, vibration, and frequency. So I took that to heart, and I learned that the words we think, the words that we say, the words that we use have a vibration and a frequency that impact us in every moment. There are 5 main human emotions that we experience: fear, anger, sadness, happiness, and love. All of the other feelings that we have come from these 5 main emotions. Fear is saying, hey, we're in the present moment. There's an absence of love here, and you don't know how to recognize it. So in fear, it's designed to awaken us to love. Anger is saying, I don't know about you, but something here needs to change this experience because I'm not experiencing love. Sadness. When sadness shows up, it comes in a lot of different forms, and we call it grief and we call it depression. And what sadness is the unexpressed love that we're holding on the inside that we have the inability to share on the outside. Happiness is a little bit different. And a true expression of happiness is sharing the happiness you have on the inside outward, because we're happy, we want to share it, and that's how love accumulates and forms. And love, well, love just is. What I discovered was how we feel on the inside, including all of those hidden parts, is what is expressed back to us through the universe. So if you've been in fear and anxiety, more fear and anxiety returns to you. And if you're in sadness and anger, grief, guess what? But if you're feeling happy, abundant, and prosperous inside, more happiness, abundance, and prosperity start showing up in all the areas of your life. And this is exactly how money responds to you. Money is emotional. And how you feel, even with your hidden self, is how money behaves in your life. Money is the outward energy expression of you. You are energy, money is energy. By itself, money has no intention, but with you and your energy, it responds and behaves accordingly. My childhood experiences left me unworthy unappreciated and undervalued. And this is exactly how money behaved in my life, regardless if I followed all of the money rules. My assets didn't appreciate, my portfolios didn't grow, and my net worth certainly did not increase. So do you remember that quote from Nikola Tesla? Well, that universe he talks about is only reading the energy, vibration, and frequency of the signals of your mind thoughts that are sent out. It does not make a distinction between you, money, health, or relationships. So are you ready for me to share the #1 secret and how it works for you? The lower feelings that we feel, such as shame, loneliness, or disappointment, creates a lack mentality in our mind. These feelings sabotage the results we want in life. And these feelings deplete our energy, our life force of who we are, and keep us stuck in the lack. And then we feel depleted, and then our money supply is also depleted. The higher feelings, such as happiness, prosperity, and love, create an abundant supply of energy for us and increases our money supply. This secret strategy that I use was taught to me by a medicine woman. She shared with me that if I didn't like how things were in the moment, I had the power to instantly change it. And this #1 secret is called pivot and shift. So here's how it works. Once you are aware of the sabotaging feelings, stop yourself. Identify what that feeling was. For Jake, this was frustration, insecurity, and failure. And this was what was creating his internal sabotage. When you recognize the sabotage, you're going to identify next the qualities you do want to have. These are usually opposite of the sabotage feelings. Jake was wanting to feel proud and appreciated for his accomplishments, earning the respect that he desired. Jake was able to apply the pivot and shift strategy, and he was able to take those hidden sabotage energies, thoughts, through the work that we did, and it started to allow his business to fill up with appreciation and generating the wealth that he desired. So when you begin to follow this one simple strategy, you are at the beginning of creating your financial affluence story. So if you want to have it all and all at the same time, I'm going to invite you to claim my free gift. You might want to grab a pen or paper to write this down, or maybe even take it, a picture with your phone. I am going to give you the exclusive top 5 secrets to living in an abundant and prosperous life. So you're not going to want to miss out on this opportunity to discovering the universal secrets to live your life of abundance. And all you have to do to claim this free gift is to go to financiallyfitbook.com/free gift. Thank you for joining me. Now, you go claim your free gift.
Awesome. Thank you. Oh, so much information.
Stop share. There we go.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Sean, for facilitating that to work. My technical expertise, I need to put some more energy towards that. So I will do that as I get moving. But I really like the thought that she had that I hadn't looked at money as a form of energy before. And without my interaction, it has no intention. That seems really powerful to me. So I'm excited about that. I'm really, there's so much going on here. It's fun. And I'm really excited to hear from Sean. Sean is our next speaker. And he is a Broadway performer, president of Promethean Spark International, and a life coach. and he will be speaking today on opposition, the ultimate guru. Sean comes to us from New York City, where for over 20 years, he has made his living performing in Broadway shows, national and international tours, and regional productions. He is on the Council for the World United and served as the artistic director for the World Parliament on Spirituality. Sean Perry is the president and founder of Promethean Spark International, a nonprofit organization that does life coaching for extremely impoverished youth. A few interesting things about Sean: he speaks 4 languages, has lived in 18 countries, and has written over 50 original songs. Sean Perry was the recipient of the 2015 Alumni Achievement Award at his alma mater, Brigham Young University, and is author of the book Auditioning for Life: Success Strategies Learned from Broadway Auditions. For more information on that, you can visit www.seanperry.com. And I am very honored to introduce Sean Perry. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This is so exciting and amazing. Let me see. If you want to pin me, go up to, Nate, if you want to go up to the 3 dots above at the top of my thing on the top and hit pin, or I could do that if you want. There we go. Does that work? Am I on? Namaste, and thank you so much for everything that's happening here. What a glorious event this is. I've just been so inspired all morning long. And the topic that I've chosen, each speaker has kind of like built and connected to the topic that I'm going to speak about. So I'm thrilled that it's all working together, and there's been a spiritual bond even before we came online here. It's beautiful, and that is actually something I mentioned at the beginning, and I'm going to bring it up again in this speech, talking about it's the Isha Vidya Upanishad, which is the very first and to many gurus is the most important of the Upanishads in Hindu scripture, and so simple but so powerful. It says the manifest is created by the unmanifest, and we're going to dive into that a little bit today. So to begin with, I would like to have you just think in your own mind as I shared this with you. So, oh, fun! It's the same color as the background. Let me put it here. There we go. Now you can see it. It was disappearing. So yeah, check this out and tell me what you think. Or if I was in a workshop, you would tell me what you think and what it means to you. Most people connect, who have studied it, understand that it is the yin-yang symbol, the ancient Chinese symbol that represents opposition. Now, oftentimes in the physical world, we understand opposition super well, right? I mean, if you want to move something, you push it, and there's opposition, and it moves it. If you here, let me do this here. Yeah, if you want these guns, right? Yeah, I'm not super muscular. I just try to stay in shape. But if you want to be in shape, if you want muscles, what do? You create opposition. We actually pay money, good money, to go into a room where there is a lot of chunks of metal, and we pick up those pieces of metal 100 times, and then we go home, and then we come back and do it again. And what are we doing? We're creating opposition. We pay money to have opposition in our lives. Why? So we can grow. That's it. And now I posit the concept, and I want you to really think about this. Is there growth without opposition? can you grow without opposition of some sort? I mean, even the act of meditating has opposition, right? And you're dealing with that opposition to be able to stay in that focused state, and you know, you're figuring that out, that opposition, to allow you to be in the meditative state. And so it's just so fascinating to me that without opposition, we really can't grow. I mean, even reading a book, right? You have to take that time and have that mental capacity to break through, to not have other distractions, and to push yourself to read that book. There's opposition in even reading a book. So in the physical realm, now, interestingly enough, in the spiritual realm, we don't get it as well. We don't understand it as, I mean, maybe we understand it, but we don't apply it. Maybe that's it. So think about, you know, when things go wrong, when there's all the, you know, there's stress and anxiety and all of this. And then when we complain and we cry, oh man, it's so bad. I feel, ugh, why did that have to happen? Or then you get mad or angry, and it's like, wait a minute. Well, if you really believe that opposition is for growth and understand opposition, then why are we getting frustrated and angry and complaining constantly about the opposition? That broken leg, that breakup, that quarantine, so that's so fascinating to me that we do that. And so I'm gonna actually, I have the book here. Oh, this is interesting that it's cutting out. Let me see if there's a little more light will help this. There we go. So we have the Yellow Emperor's Classic of Medicine, right? And this is the Neijing Suwen, that is one of the most ancient books on ancient wisdom. It's the medicine of the ancient Chinese. And here is basically the scripture of Taoism. If you have the Tao Te Ching and then this. So in chapter 3, the union of heaven and human beings, it says the root of all life is yin and yang. This includes everything in the universe, right? Light and dark, right? And all across the board, we have that. And then a little further into the book, we have heaven and earth, the masculine and feminine principles, the chi and the blood, all reflect the interplay of yin and yang. The interdependence of yin and yang is reflected in all things in the universe and cannot be separated. Such a powerful concept. And now we're going to go a little deeper into it than we normally would. Gonna kind of dive in. Take a deep breath with me. Yin and yang. Inhale, exhale, right? Beautiful. Okay, let's take just a moment and look at modern day, okay? We see the yin and yang and see how this might help us by applying this principle in everyday life and going a little deeper, how it's going to make a difference. Because it's obviously there's opposition. So if we can change our perception and look at that, the manifest being created by the unmanifest, which is the way we think about things, is that vibration that lots of others have just talked about. You look at the creation of things and you find that intent plus vibration equals creation. And even in the Bible, it talks about, and the word was made flesh, and by the word was the world created. The word, yes. The vibrations are what created it. And then you go and see how vibrations through certain frequencies, through various mediums, will create a flower or different designs. And you say, take that to its nth degree, and God used vibration to create everything in our known creation here on the earth. It's beautiful. In that same way, we can apply that and the vibrations that we have as we experience the yin and the yang, and the things that we say, oh, how unfortunate. There's a Chinese proverb, a parable actually, that I love. And it talks about a very wise farmer. And that farmer has one son and an old horse. And one day, the horse runs away. And all of the villagers come and say, oh, how unlucky you are. So unfortunate. Bad luck. And he says, maybe it's bad luck. We'll see. And then the next day, that horse comes back and brings a bunch of wild horses with it. And now he has many horses. And they all come to him and say, oh, such good luck. Wow, you are so fortunate. And he says, well, maybe it's good luck. And then the next day, his son is trying to train one of those horses, and ends up falling off the wild horse and breaks his leg. And all of the villagers come and they're like, oh, so unfortunate, such bad luck. Wow, that is really sad. He says, maybe it might be bad luck. We'll see. And then maybe a week later, the Imperial Guard comes into the village and a war has broken out. And they are taking the young men from that village to go fight on the front lines. But because his son had a broken leg, he wasn't recruited. He couldn't go and fight. So he didn't get sent to the front lines. And all the villagers came to him and said, how fortunate you are, how blessed you are that this happened and that your son is not taken to that war. And he says, maybe. And then, of course, it can keep going. What a powerful message for us to see those negative things and positive things and just detach from our judgment of it, the yin and the yang, and to be able to just experience that as a whole and see the goodness. When I say it's all good, it's not just a phrase, oh, it's all good. No, our existence is designed that it is all good, that everything we experience is for the welfare of our souls, of our eternal divine beings, all of it. And if we can step back and see that and live that every day, what a powerful, different life you'll live every single day. Everything that happens to you is, oh, wow. And all of a sudden you can live in gratitude. The Ho'oponopono, I don't know if you've heard of that, but it's a powerful concept, a Hawaiian concept connected to we are one, this unity consciousness. And in that, there's a segment where we talk about if you are one, then you don't get to choose which part of humanity you're one with. You're one with all the good and the beauty and all these speakers and all the good, beautiful people that are spreading spiritual awareness and love and kindness, and you are one with the criminals and with the abusers and the inmates and the corrupt politicians, that you are one with them too, if you truly believe it. And so we get to own that. If we say we are one, we are one. And so by owning that and saying, okay, if I'm one with you, then the bad things that you've done, the things that have caused harm, that have made hurt others, I did that. I'm a part of that. And so then I get to say And there are the 4 phrases that he expresses as kind of a mantra. He says, I love you, I'm sorry, please forgive me, and thank you. And he says, if you say that as if you were that person, when you're talking to them, you connect. I am sorry because we did that. And now I'm going to take you on a quick, I just have about 2 minutes left. I'm going to take you on a quick little meditation that I use that moves through this. And if you'll just take a moment, close your eyes, and we're not going to take the time to go into the space. This would normally be a good 15-minute thing, but I'm just going to take you quickly. Take a deep breath with me and center. Yin and yang. The balance, the flexibility that keeps us alive, keeps us progressing, keeps us fulfilled. Now see yourself as a light being, not as the person that is in this flesh, but the true essence of your light being. See that, your eternal, true self with a capital S, and allow that light to expand. Sitting up straight so it shoots right out the top of your head and down through your Taiji pull down into the earth. And as a light being expanding and connecting to all humans and all beings around the earth and in the cosmos. Now, let's look at love. The 3 levels, and again, we're going to move through this quickly, but process it, if you will, in slow motion time inside your mind and your heart. Say, I love you to yourself. Now, open it up and to all of humanity. Even those people that are doing awful, awful things. I love you. People that have hurt you. And now to God, who maybe has caused some real harsh, awful, hard times in your life. I love you. Now we move to forgiveness. With love as the foundation, stepping into forgiveness of self. The things that you've done wrong, the things that you've sabotaged yourself with, the things you've hurt other people. I forgive you, me, forgive myself. Now those others who have injured you, who have injured your loved ones, who have done awful things. And I've struggled with this because I've lived in leprosy colonies and I've worked with sex trafficking shelter victims. And to forgive those who have wronged you and humanity. I forgive you. And God, or the source, I forgive you. If you feel like you have been wronged in this life, forgive, release that burden. And finally, gratitude. Say to yourself, thank you. Thank you for all the good and thank you for the bad. That's how I grew. Thank you for those awful, hard experiences that you put me through, that I put me through. Thank you. Thank you for the mistakes so I could grow. And now to the other people, thank you. Thank you for the goodness that you bring, and thank you for the opposition that allows me and everyone else to grow. I don't have to agree with the abuse, but I'm grateful it exists so that we can grow and expand and move through the gunas and the levels of transcendence. thank you. And to God, the source, thank you for the good and the blessings, but also thank you for the opposition in my life and in the world. We get to not fight it. We get to embrace it and love it and have gratitude for it, and then it will change. I will end with this. Thank you so much. Opposition is truly the ultimate guru. Namaste.
Namaste. Thank you, Sean. Do I need to do anything with the, so the pin puts you back up there? Is that how that works?
I just removed the pin. Yeah, if you look on the three dots above the people's names or their pictures, you can pin them and then remove it after.
I don't see our next speaker on the chat open. I've sent a text, but
I just called her early during the session to see if because she wasn't here, and she had missed communication. She is in Yosemite. So she will not be joining us, and she feels awful that she didn't get the emails and stuff. So anyway, she's amazing and lovely, and we honor her. But she will not be joining us for this session.
Okay, then we can open this up to a general discussion then at this point. But as I'm looking at the schedule, I think we've got do we actually go until 12:45?
We don't have to. We can if the discussion warrants, by all means, we can go that long. But if we feel like we've accomplished our purpose in this session, we can end early.
And then I will open that up to kind of everyone on the panel. And again, thank everyone for participating in this. The energy, the wisdom, the time to stop and just be for a minute has been wonderful for me. And is there anything else that anyone would like to expand on a little bit? Or does anybody have questions for anybody else here?
And so Nate, I'm gonna also toss it to you as we open up the discussion. As the moderator, you can ask specific questions connected to the topic that we're working under, the pure spirituality, and whatever people addressed, and then we will all answer any of those questions that you might come forth with for us. So you get to be able to open that door for us to expand the discussion.
Talk more about that. Well, it's funny because as I've listened to each, and I keep thinking, what are the questions? And I haven't written down many questions, but I have had lots of little insights. The inner world transforms the outer world. Nandaji, thank you. Gratitude is the base of awakening. Vortex of light. All of that upward movement, all of the sculpture that I work moves from this kind of upward flow. Hotep, the omnipresent self. As I thought about that, and the awareness of that consciousness beyond all of the attachments that we put to it, not only the labels and the roles that we play, but even our physical bodies and our male and femaleness, or any variation in between all of that, the physical, emotional, interfering, I think, a little bit with being. And then with Donna, the money is energy. That again was kind of interesting to me. I hadn't looked at it. I've always kind of thought of money as a tool, but hadn't really thought about it as an interactive energy source, and allowing my inner energy to direct, I guess, if you will, the energy that is inherent there, and that tool, to allow that to create and go out into the expanse and be of use, to put intent towards it rather than capitalism, profit, whatever it might be, but allowing that abundance to flow out to everybody. I wonder I wonder if we could expand maybe a little bit, Hotep, because all of these things, and even Sean and Nandiji, excuse me, I will get that.
Actually, Nandiji, I believe that's the way you say it, correct?
Nandiji, yes.
Yeah, with the emphasis on Nandiji, yeah.
Yes.
Nandiji. Okay, good. I wonder if you might expand a little bit on each of you, maybe take a second to just talk about, because it came to my head, the I am, the oneness, the consciousness that is. I remember reading a book, The Untethered Soul, and kind of understanding that, and for the first time feeling that I was more than my physical self, my emotional self, my spiritual self, my thinking. And maybe expand just a little bit, or if you have an additional thought on what that oneness means.
Okay, if you're asking me, I think the best way to identify that is to direct experience. So right now, you know, and we've done it several times. Sean shared, and Nadi shared as well, and guided us into a meditation so that we can feel directly, because all the words that we're using is pointing to this one omnipresent self. Everything that every teacher will ever, any real teacher, any real master of self will be pointing to this one thing, the great I am, which is existence. And existence is before creation. There's no creation without existence. And existence never dissipates. It's not going in, you know what I'm saying? So it's not coming, it's not going, it's not in the realm of duality. Everything within existence is in the realm of duality, even the yin and yang. Not to take away from both of those forces is necessary. And if you come in harmony with that, then there's no disturbance in what your experience is, because you're intellectually aware that the yin and yang both have to exist, like God and the devil have to be. We used to pose the question, well, what would God be without the devil? You know what I'm saying? But when you get into energy, you go back into positive, negative forces. You're going back into the yin and the yang, the opposing forces. So that's what life is all about in the creation. But existence is observing it all. The I am is observing it all. So therefore, let's experience the great I am right now. You feel me? And all you have to do is, like the Christians say, be still and know I am. Be still and just observe your body's breathing, how it's breathing on its own without you trying, without any effort, the state of isness, because there is no effort in noticing how you're breathing. It's just a matter of observing. And notice your thoughts at the same time about whatever. Don't try to stop thoughts from coming. Just let them be there, but find what's noticing them. Discover that the thoughts are not noticing themselves and the body is not noticing itself, but there is a presence, an omnipresence that's noticing it. So the thoughts, the feeling, your five senses, whatever is being heard, you're acknowledging that your sense of hearing is working, your sense of feeling and smell and all of those things are functioning. Therefore, like Najee said, meditation is all the time. Once you tap into the omnipresent self, that is what meditation is all about. So at first it becomes a practice where you might have to go into a closet or something and light candles and do yoga and do everything. But at some point you can transcend all of the doing, like you said, Nate, and just be. Just shift your attention to it, to the great I am, and be. So let's do that right now for a minute or so. You'll experience it for yourself.
I'm going to add on to that with a couple of ideas that are flowing, if that's okay. Okay.
Please, please.
And thank you, Nate, that the I amness is such a powerful concept. In the Christian scriptures, when Moses comes to Mount Sinai and he says, who shall I say sent me? What is this? The burning bush, who are you? And he just says, I am that I am. And we tend to kind of skip over that and be like, yeah, he just, and then the Jewish tradition made it a law not to say his name because Jehovah was not to be said. But there's such power in I am in all of us, because let me just tell a quick little story. 30 seconds here. I was trying to figure out if I was going to move from a place I'd lived from New York City. I'd lived there for 25 years. And it was part of who I was. It was my identity. I am a New Yorker. I am a Broadway performer. I am this. I am that. And it was such a heart-wrenching, difficult decision that I couldn't make it. I could not bring myself to say, yes, you can sell your place and move out of this amazing, glorious city, because this is who you are. And this is how you introduce yourself around the world. And one night, literally a tearful night, as I was trying to struggle through this, and I caught on to the concept from the Bhagavad Gita that says detachment or attachment is the cause of all suffering. And I was suffering. And I was like, okay, yeah, because I'm attached to this. And then I had to go deeper and deeper and say, what are you attached to? You're attached to a label. I am a New Yorker. I am Sean Perry, who is a Broadway performer. I am this, that, the other. And then and I had to say, okay, go to your true light self, your divine essence. Are you the capital S self? Are you a New Yorker? No. Are you a Broadway performer in the eternities, who I am? No, that's not who I am. And then I had to keep going deeper to I am, and cutting out these. And so am I even Sean Perry? No, that's a name my parents gave me when I was born. That's the name of this body that I go by here in this life. Okay, that's not who I am. Am I this body? No. Am I? So going deeper and deeper until I got to the true essence of just I am. That's it. I'm nothing. I am. And now can I make, from that space, can I make this very difficult decision? The decision was not difficult at all when I took it from that space of I am. And it's with that in mind, I've listened to a lot, a few of the lectures of Swami, just a minute, Sarvananda, beautiful ideas and such. And he taught me about the three levels of our existence, and opened my mind deeper to our body, the senses, the mind thinking about things, and the observer behind that. You can observe your own thoughts. That is the deeper level. That's the I am. That is your essence that's observing your own thoughts. It's not the thoughts themselves. You are the observer of those thoughts. And it's that deeper level of consciousness that we can tap into, the observer that was mentioned. And even in Qigong, they talk about Jing, Qi, and Shen, the three levels of deepening of spirituality. And so with that in mind, I think it's beautiful that we are human beings. We're the only ones that say beings, because we are the ones who can be. All the other animals on the planet are not capable of just being and completely centering and releasing the distractions and living in a state of I am. And we can. We're in a spiritually evolved space that we can live in I am and be a human being and just be, which is so powerful to practice. And then of course we go forth and do and teach and live, always returning and living in I am. So just a few thoughts.
No, and those thoughts are exactly what it's amazing how this comes together. And Hotep talking about the omnipresent self is that observer, is that I am. Am I making that connection? We may talk about it in different terms. Nandaji talking about that pillar going all the way through from feeling grounded but expanding out, and that awareness sorry, I just feel like my mind is just trying to absorb all this information.
And that's the point. The point is to shut you up. The whole point is to silence you. It's to silence you and to silence everybody. And I'm not disrespecting you. I'm sharing. It's good that your mind got so to a point where I don't know what to say anymore, because that's where you're going beyond the words. At that point, your mind was supposed to stop, or you're supposed to observe the space in between the thought and that which is observing the thought, and there's silence there. There's peace. There's no movement. There's nothing. It's nothingness, because something began with H1, the hydrogen atom. They labeled that as sum of a thing, SUM. It's the sum of a thing. But no thing is what was considered prior to H1, the hydrogen atom. But now that's been broken down to ethers. So now that's been given a label. But you're getting into the degrees of nothingness, which is something just without the number. And that is the intellectual breakdown of it, but it's better to just sit in it as the silent watcher. Because as long as there's conversation, you can lose it. You'll lose sight of it. You can't lose it because existence is before creation. But you'll lose sight of your attention to go back into overthinking, and you'll be back in your mind full of confusion, full of questions, full of what is this, what is that? Well, you go back into teaching. Right. But a teacher, when you get here, there's no need. A teacher, like Sean was saying, you strip away all titles, even teacher, because as long as you have a desire to teach, that's a person having a desire. Because the observer doesn't have a desire. The observer is just observing. But it's so fine of a state of existence that most of us miss it because the person is in the way.
Yeah.
Nandiji, I would love to hear some of your thoughts on what we're talking about.
Like this is a beautiful hologram when we say I am that I am, because we are experiencing time, and beyond time is the timelessness. And beyond timelessness, once again, is that which we experience as in time. So when we say we sit still, we are in stillness, and the I am is in stillness, the reality is, this actually began with my question, and that is, how are you able to sit down for days, if not years, meditating without moving, and what's going on over there? And that's, I spent a lot of time with my gurus just to understand this experience. And what I realized was that when we go into the I am, we tap into the ecstasy, joy states of being the dancer. And inside the dancer, you're finding that stillness. And inside the stillness is the dancer. It goes on and on, time and timelessness, time and timelessness, time and timelessness. So when we are in a meditative state, we are in the states of joy and ecstasy. And in this ecstasy, there's no, everything is within that ecstasy. Everything is within that ecstasy. That's the timelessness. And that observer is in time, ourselves again, observing that. And if we are looking into seeing how do we then still ourselves, this dance is what contributes to our stillness. Now, coming back into this I am, okay, now we understand ourselves being the pillar of light, and being the pillar of light, being source itself. But then as being source, when we are in that particular states of being source, there's the vibrancy. And that vibrancy is the dancer. So Lord Shiva is mentioned in, I mentioned as the 5 elements. When you start talking from the earth, water, fire, air, but when you get to ether, infinite, infinite, infinity, he's depicted as a dance. Now this is the I am, this is the I am of the dance. So to be in the dancer is to step into timelessness. That's why when we meditate, we enjoy it because we stepped into timelessness. And this timelessness is that which is the spirit. So when you say we are the spirit having the human experience, it is this timelessness aligned in time. It is the dancer sitting in stillness. It is the stillness that is dancing. So in this dimension, in this dimension, when we're looking in, especially for, like when we are looking into being that light, in being light is that states of joy, just, like the sun shining its light is that states of joy. Or rather, I would say that states of stillness that is emitting the dance. So when you say the 3 states of mind, like starting with the tamas, which is that which is inertia, that which is negative, that which is like hard emotions, or rajasic, which is okay, it's action, it's states of joy. But then the moment you move to sattvic, which is being the pristine states, over here, it's very much like you are the dancer dancing and you are in the stillness, and you do not identify with these both because you're both. So coming back to your yin and yang, it's once again the time and timelessness, the dance and the dancer and the stillness. So it's a beautiful, it's like what I'm putting words to experience, to express. And at the same time, like with any one of us, when we meditate, the reason why we feel so good about it is we've stepped into timelessness, but at the same time, that vibrancy is called Satchidananda, which is being God itself. Satchidananda means we've attained becoming bliss itself. And that bliss is really the dance and the dancer, the ecstasy of being light.
The ecstasy of being light. Wow. Mm-hmm. I was wondering if you could expand a little bit more, maybe also on where did I put it? The ecstatic chanting.
Yeah.
I may have started something. And I don't know what that is, so forgive my.
Before he does that, do you mind if I just comment a little bit on what he said? I love what he said.
Yes.
I Thank you. Yeah, I'm a professional dancer. And so as you talked about the dance, and I'd heard that, I'd read, the dance of Shiva, and I actually have a Nagaraja in my home in New York. And he's in the dance with the fire circle around him, and conquering the evil below his foot, and the creator and the destroyer. And it's just beautiful, beautiful. But I hadn't connected what you just said before, going from the 5 levels up to the ether. And then that's when he's described as doing the dance, is once you get to the ether level. And when, as a dancer, and all professional or anyone who studies and does dance on a deeper level will completely relate to the timelessness. Once when you go into the dance and you're moving and you're experiencing that connection, the kinesthetic flow. And I've come to be aware that is also our electromagnetic energy is cycling with the flow of the movement of the body. It's just one of the most powerful and beautiful spiritual experiences I've ever had is in the dance.
True.
Physically, but it also connects on that spiritual level. So just the way you describe that, just connected on such a deeper level for me, having danced for 30 years professionally, is that the ecstasy of the dance, of that, and your spirit and your soul the soul and the body truly becoming one and expressing as one, rather than trying to express in the physical realm, and it's not really connecting to the spiritual. The dance is where it connects on such a deeper level, and the time disappears. Absolutely. You go into what I call the bubble, and everything else disappears, and you are in that space and in the zone, as they say, and then you come back and you're like, oh yeah, that's right. I do need to go shopping, and what's for dinner, and everything else comes back. But for that time, you're in the I am space. Dancing.
Oh yeah.
The timeless, as you described it, I realized that connection is something I've felt when I'm in a creative process in my studio, working with the metal, welding, creating that. Time disappears. The temperature doesn't matter. So I feel when I'm in those spaces sometimes like I'm folding space and time, because it can be 110 degrees in my garage, but it doesn't bother me. It can be cold and I just keep working. I don't feel it. That creative process, that energy of being in that ethos, is that how you described it? And maybe that's the alignment when you bring all of that stuff together, and there's the energy in creating that. That's the stillness. At the same time, that's the dance. It's like, and the movement. I feel like I need to move, even though I'm very anyway. Thank you. Yeah.
And then one other thing that I love, because I was contemplating and I was going to actually bring it up, and I love that you brought up the gunas, and moving through from the tamas level of that inertia and of the lower level that we all process through, that of some might call it lesser level of enlightenment, or living in that space, and then moving into the level of the rajas, where we have objectives, we have goals, we were making money, we're trying to do and create an empire, and that's part of manifestation, understanding our power of being a divine being, a manifestor, a creator, learning how to create in the Maya, and then going into sattva, where it's not about the power and how much you own or how much power you have or all of that. It goes into a different level of charity and beauty and a more transcendent space of the why. And then as I was literally just reading about this, and it explained that I'm trying to remember where it was, is in the Vedic texts, but it talked about there's a level beyond the gunas. And once you have transcended even the sattvic level, then you are not beholden to the Maya anymore, to the illusion of the reality. You've transcended beyond the three gunas, and even beyond that, even when you're in the sattvic level, you are still attached because you're trying to do good. And when you can go past that, then you just are light. You are good. You're not trying to be anything.
What you mentioned is the states of Turiya. And that state of Turiya is within every one of us. Like our brother was mentioning that when he was working, he went into timelessness. I would rather say that when we have seen the light, now we know. Now we have the powerful energies of inspiration. And that energies of inspiration really is the states of Turiya, of being the many as one. It's literally like being the Superman with a super mind. In so many different dimensions, we spin and we are constantly in that vibrancies, simply shining our light in, if we sit still, we know where to go. When we are in the reality world, we spin realities. We manifest realities with ease. Now, that particular states of Turiya has seldom been expressed. The sages say that this state of Turiya is also goddess Mahalakshmi, the one who actually provides us abundance. Because the reality over here is the manifestation happens in ease. So this, when you're meditating, that there's a chakra, we say there's a chakra above us, one chakra above our crown. But the reality is there are 18 chakras above the crown.
Yes.
Even this number 18 is sort of limiting.
Yeah.
Right.
So it just goes on. Now, the moment we tapped into even one of that, once it climbed up above, we are beginning to say we are having the spirit, we are the spirit having the human experience. But now as a spirit itself, there are so many different, it's like expanding consciousness way beyond the mind, way beyond any limits. So it's natural at these states to not feel hungry anymore, to have gone to the sleepless sleep. Now when you come back into the human to experience sleep, your sleep itself is different. In the sense, when you really want to sleep deep, there's no more rapid eye motion states at all. We do not dream. There are no dreams anymore. So when you sleep in this state, when you wake up, you think you've slept for 1,000,000 years and you've woken up. But that is, you're able to do it once you've transcended the mind. Now you're able to master sleep as well, because you've climbed up beyond the states of the mind. Now, when you say karma is fate, that is when you're experiencing it with your mind. The moment you've climbed up to being the spirit having the human experience, now you're beginning to negate the laws of karma. You are the master of your destiny. So this is why, like for us, when we are on the spiritual path, we sort of like know in the back of our mind, this exists. That's why we are threading through this. But the reality is, if we did experience it at all times, now we know that we are in that, it's the mind itself is like a swan. Now, there's a mythical story of taking milk and mixing it with water. And this mythical swan was supposed to be able to drink just the milk, leaving the water inside. This is supposed to be our mind that is able to function no matter what in being able to make the right decisions. And that is the state of Turiya, the state above and beyond the mind.
Where does it talk about Turiya? I have not read that. Like you say, it's not mentioned a lot, but so that word is new to me. Where is that found? And maybe we can be in touch afterwards if you can like share some of the texts where it might be found.
My music is called Turiya Nada. And the reason I named it Turiya Nada was this guru of mine who was meditating for 18 years, I used to go and spend my night behind his cave. He would not know I was there, but all night long, I would stay up just to experience the energy bliss coming from his meditation. At 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning, he would start singing. And when he sang, it felt like all the angels from heaven descended. There was so much of ecstasy. So later on, when I came to America and I would meditate, he would come to me saying, "Sing for the world." And I would feel so shy because I could never imagine singing for anyone else. But somehow the whole thing manifested and I had created my music. And later on, when they did the kinesiology check on it, they say any vibration above 500 heals, anything above 800 enlightens, and anything above 1,000 is said to be rare. Ours was said to have broken the 1,200 limit. But that's only because I don't like to use the word channeling, but then when you are in that field of energy, that's what you do. You allow that energy to pass through you. And when you are working with that energy, you are connecting to, see, if you go see any enlightened master, the only thing worth asking that enlightened master for is, give me a piece of your consciousness. And nothing else is really worth asking or receiving from a master. So when you are receiving this in the form of a mantra, now we come back into the I am dimension, because every mantra has a core within it. And that core within it is the dancer. So if you observe any mantra, now Siddha mantras especially are heart-based. They are not intellectual. They are more resonance of sound. So within all the mantras, there will be the ecstasy element like a core, like a seed within it. So when you go into that seed of the mantra and go on and on and on, what you invoke, you have become. So when you say what you've invoked, you have become, now you are the I am. But through the vibrancy of the mantra and within the mantra is the timelessness, and you've tapped into that. And when you've tapped into that, now you have become the form that you have invoked. Right? Now, when you have become the form you have invoked, you also are the spirit. And that is the spirit of that dimension is the Turiya states. So it's amazing because in the states of Turiya, like every one of us have it within us. But when we wake up to the states of Turiya, what is beautiful is every one of us have a unique siddhi, and they start waking up. Like in so many ways. And it could be in spectacular ways. We wouldn't even imagine it existed within us, and yet it wakes up. So the state, I would say that when we do yoga, when we meditate, the objective of all this, we might say, yes, it's source union, but the practical dimension is attaining the states of Turiya, the states of higher consciousness. That is the objective of your yoga, your meditation. Because here, now you are source connected all the time. You attain your union. But that union Now you're translating it through your intellect as wisdom.
Now, this is interesting, and Hotep, I'm sure you have some ideas and many beautiful ideas about this as well. One of the things I hear as I teach, as I share and work is what I try to help is something that you just mentioned, is in the reality. Like, people are going to work, they're dealing with their children, school, trying to pay the bills, trying to live, just they've got so many things, and so it's fascinating to me. And that's one of the reasons I chose the topic I did of opposition being a guru, because that's something that's 100% applicable to everyday life. If we can change the mentality of what is opposition, and if we can truly live, not just understand it, but live in that space of it's all good. And then we stop being frustrated, we stop being upset, we stop being angry, and we just live in this beautiful space of this is for my growth. This is fine. This is good. I don't have to get mad in traffic when somebody cuts me off. That's okay. And you live in this different space. And I think that's, one practical level of what you're talking about. So I'm trying to understand the Turiya. Is it above, when I mentioned above the sattva, above the gunas, that's the Turiya? That's it. So above it. And does that only happen in meditation and in, like, when you're like awakening that Kundalini energy and you're in that euphoric state? Is that what you're talking about, or can it be?
It can happen when
all the time.
When you're dancing, it could happen when you're doing something with ecstasy. It could happen when you're making love. Like, it's just essentially a part of you, which is the spirit, really. And that spirit, you tapped into that spirit knowledge, that spirit wisdom, that spirit vibrancy.
So it's not necessarily something that's going to be with you throughout every single moment of every day, while you're cooking your meal, while you're driving your car,
you want to have it every moment.
Okay.
You want to have it, you want to be in that state every moment, while you're cooking, while you're with your children, whatever.
While you're doing your accounting, your taxes.
Yes, you're in a dance, you're in a happy state, no matter what.
Right.
As experiencing realities.
That was the point I was making, and I didn't want to say it. I wanted to hear you say it.
See, look, consciousness is the guru, and the guru is consciousness. Now, if you say the guru, then we say, let's talk about the 5 gurus. The first is your mother and father, your first guru. The second is your breath. Your own breath is your guru. The third guru are the ones who basically guide you to waking up your own light. The fourth guru is the guru inside you, your inner guru. The fourth guru wakes you up to make you understand that everybody has become your guru. Life has become your guru. So what threads all of this is consciousness.
Hotep, what are you thinking?
I'm not thinking anything, actually. I'm just observing it all.
I figured so much, but you have a lot of wisdom, and if we don't talk about things, I get the power of silence, but the whole purpose of this festival is to be able to, and obviously if we don't share in peace, then we can't.
You're right. That's why I'm sitting here. That's why I'm sitting here observing and allowing everybody to express.
I love
the person could, the mind might say, okay, you got other things to do. This is not for you. But the wisdom says, this is not just for me, the person, it's for all. So there's many ways of expressing this pure state of consciousness, and we're sharing it through these platforms. And so there's no wrong answer. We're only gaining more clarity, because the objective is, like everyone said, is to reach this state of ecstasy, of constant joy, constant peace, constant harmony. So, and we're affecting the collective consciousness. You know, right now, we're obviously, if it's the one playing as the many, we're affecting the collective. So my job, after I say what I have to say, is to sit still and let everybody else share, and make sure that I'm not irritated if I disagree with one word or another word, because we have different languages and different ways of describing this. So I can't say somebody is wrong, but I love, even when I heard something like what you did, Sean, you point, because I know Najib started out by saying you couldn't stay at this state the whole time. You know, you would lose this state of ecstasy. When you first started, you said you can't maintain it. And then Sean, he picked up on that and made and directed you, because you knew the answer. You can stay here. And he knew he could stay here. Sean made you say it out of your own mouth. And my job was to watch it all and just enjoy the collaboration and the collective guidance to the purity that all is.
Thank you, Divine Brother.
That was beautiful. That in and of itself is wisdom. Just hearing about that. Thank you. Yeah, Nate, we can keep going, or like I said, if we feel like it's like this is complete, when it feels right, we can wrap it up. And so I'll leave that energy, that call to you as the moderator.
I think it feels good. I wanted to just thank each of you again. And Hotep, your presence and stillness, as I watched this whole thing, I'm like, man, did he put a picture up there? And I'm like, no, that's him. He is just that still. He is just that, and still maybe is the right word. And whether that's I am, whether that's this higher level, and how we talk about each of those and attain that individually is our own language, is our own journey, all leading to the same consciousness and generating a oneness and a unity throughout. So I think, again, I appreciate and thank each of you for your time, for your willingness to be a part of this, for your energy into putting this in and together. And I see so yes, I just say thank you, gratitude, and I think we can wrap it up unless others have something to say.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Namaste.
Namaste, divine beings.
Namaste to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, divine being. Thank you, Sean. Thank you, divine brothers. You know, like it's been such a joy to be here. You know, the presence of all the light. To Nate, to our beloved brother Hotep, all of our brother Yugandhar, to all of us here. Namaste and gratitude for this enormous, you know, like when we multiply light, when we come together, our light multiplies each other. And when we say we multiply each other, there's the collective consciousness that we are actually uplifting just by being present and being with each other. And grateful for your blessings. Thank you. Om Namah Shivaya. Thank you. Gratitude.
Amen.
Wonderful.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Well, we can close this session. Thank you, everyone. This has been absolutely enlightening and uplifting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Dr. Yugandhar, hello. It was a beautiful session. Have you checked in with on track 3? Because I was in this session fully. I have not been able to go over there. Is it going okay over on track 3? Yeah. Who's moderating?
Speakers are doing it.
Okay.
No, don't worry about that.
Good. Because Anistara texted me.
Next session is going to be started here.
Yeah, she said asked if she's in the right place for her.
Yeah.
On track 3. So I was hoping that somebody was there to introduce her and get that rolling. So now that this is done, we have Nate will be on track 3, doing that for the rest of the day. So he'll be able to facilitate that, because I know Frida was having a hard time, but I love her heart. I love that she's willing to help. So that was beautiful.
Yeah.
So okay.
So next session we started.
Actually, we have 20 minutes before the next session starts here.
Okay.
So because we were missing one of our speakers. So let me see here who.
Okay. Meanwhile.
Yep. 2C, then we'll start 1C. Yeah, I'm going to jump over and make sure Janet's okay on track 2, and because then I'll jump back here for track 1 for when it's time, because I'll be moderating the next session here. Yeah. Okay. Oh. Yeah, I think we're good. Okay. So even if we leave this track, it'll stay open and I can come right back, yeah?
Hello, Sham. Hello.
Well, good afternoon, morning, wherever you are. Hey, Todd.
Hey, how you doing, Bruce?
Good. Where are you at?
I'm in Salt Lake City, Utah.
Well, I am in Highland.
Oh, right on. We're way close.
This thing at 1:45, is the sequencing the same as the list?
That's what I talked to Sean yesterday, and that's what he had said. So I think it just goes in order. But
okay, good. That's fine.
We'll see.
What's sounds like there'll be people coming on here pretty quick. What's you know Sean well?
I know him. I've known him for a while. I wouldn't say really, really well. He was on I have a podcast that I do. He was on my podcast about a year and a half ago. And we've just kind of followed each other since that point. And then he's reached out to me since he moved back here to Utah and wanted some help with some stuff. So yeah, I've just, we've rubbed shoulders a little bit on a few projects. So it's kind of good.
Excellent.
How about you
guys?
guys?
Hello, my friends.
Hey.
Good afternoon. Woo! We're here.
Yeah, you're flying around the world.
Been, yeah, indeed. As you can see. No, we're this is going to be a beautiful session. I've been in all the jumping around in the sessions so far. Oh my gosh, what a powerful and beautiful festival this has been.
Awesome.
So many great speakers, and yeah, the moderators are doing a great job. So I'm absolutely thrilled.
Love it.
Just finished our session with pure spirituality. Hotep lives here in America, but he's from Egypt. With the is a high priest in the how did he explain it, in the Society of Melchizedek, I believe, from Egypt. And it's beautiful. And then Nandiji, a Swami from India, who lives here in the US now. Just, yeah, really, really cool. And then let's see here. We will have two more joining us. It looks like Janet. Now, Janet's been moderating, so she'll be around. What I'm going to do, if you're okay with that, Todd, you're here. Yeah, I'm going to switch you and bump you. And if Rachel Marie shows up, bump you guys up a little bit, so she has a little bit of a break to listen. Since she's been moderating for the past few hours, give her a little bit of moment. We'll just move you guys up and let her speak. Third or fourth, depending on where it feels right. Okay.
Sounds good.
And Bruce, how are you?
Good, sir. How are you doing?
Excelente.
Let's talk timing here.
Yep, that's great. We've got everyone is allotted 15 minutes, and then we got 45 minutes for the discussion after. So which
just in terms of sequencing here.
Yep.
I know we're doing some audibles, so just wanted to make sure on the right time.
Yeah, just checking in, and we've got about 10 minutes here. So if any of you are sharing screen, let's go ahead and test that. So Bruce, you mentioned you wanted to do some screen sharing. If you want to try that out and make sure that your computer's working in this system.
Yeah, 1 second. Have you made me co-host at all?
Everyone is co-host. Automatically, all the speakers have screen sharing capability.
All right, there we go. I'm just putting some other thoughts here together. Hold on a second. So you can see my stuff a little bit.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep, that's going to work. Some people found out when they didn't test it, they found out that they needed to do a Zoom update and it wouldn't work. So I'm making sure that everyone who wants to use it tests it first. Rachel Marie.
Yes, hello. Do you care if I test mine real quick?
go right ahead. And then Todd, if you need to test it, take a turn
Nope,
there.
I'm good.
Ta-da! And all this
brilliant.
jazz. You don't need to see that, but okay.
Picture of you and Ed reaching towards
Me
each
and
other.
Ed covered by lots of screenshots and other little things. Cool. I'll stop sharing, but great. We're good.
Fabulous. And Todd, you're good there. And then
yes.
And then Janet, excellent. Janet will be joining us. I'm going to take just 1 second and see if Dr. Yugandhar just sent me a message. Okay, he was just telling me that that you guys had showed up on track 1 and that I needed to jump over and make sure, because I was helping out on a different track. So, so great.
You've been on many tracks today.
Indeed, because every time you open a new Zoom, a new window shows up on like a new tab opens.
Right.
And then I have to go back and be like, oh, I've got 10 tabs of Zoom, bing, bing, and get rid of all of them because I keep jumping tracks. It's great though. So many amazing, beautiful things being shared. I'm just thrilled. Could not be happier. And this one is going to be really amazing as well. Let me check and see. Yeah, we still got a few minutes. Let me check and see if Janet. Oh, Janet's there. She just showed up. Yay. So Janet, now that we're all here, are you there, Janet? Just checking it. There you go.
I am here, but I'm still pulling the loose ends of the logistics together.
No worries, no worries. So I was just telling Todd and Bruce, and now Rachel Marie is here. I was just telling them that you've been on for a few hours, and so we're going to let you sit back and listen for a little bit and just and be able to gather your thoughts for your speech. So let's go ahead and just as I had told you we would do, I'll just have you bump down if you're okay. We'll have Janet be third, so if that's okay, because I did it nice. Girl guy. So we'll leave it at that and have Todd go first. Oh, well, I guess it really doesn't matter. Let's just bump up Todd, Rachel Marie, Janet, Bruce, and then panel, if that works for everyone.
Yeah, it's great.
Is that okay?
You got
Excellent. Janet, is that okay with you?
Yeah, I'm just struggling with the logistics again. Yeah, can you hear me or not?
Yep.
No,
we got you.
Okay,
And,
I'm going to mute myself again.
Great. So you'll be in about a half an hour. We'll start in 5 minutes. We'll get it rolling and each person will have their 15 minutes. And because we do have a smaller group and 45 minutes, if you go over a little bit, I'm not going to stop you. It'll just push into our panel time, which is, that's okay. That's why it's there, a little bit of a buffer. And then yeah, we'll jump into the panel right there. I'm going to take 2 minutes since we have 4 and run to the restroom. I'll be back in a sec. Yeah, I'm on a water diet today. Says there's not time to take a break and have a meal. So I just, which is actually good for me to just kind of cleanse and just hydrate all day long.
Absolutely.
So
feels good.
It's good. I am so thrilled. This is a great. I wasn't actually going to be moderating this session, but the lady who was in charge of moderating this session came down with COVID a couple days ago, and she's still doing her speaking and stuff, but she was just like, I don't think I can like moderate for like 5 hours, like two full sessions. So I said, okay, I'll forego doing my workshop and step in and moderate, it's exactly where I need to be with you guys right here, right now.
Yeah.
So this is a beautiful thing. All right, we have 1 minute to go. Do we have any questions before we rock and roll? Anyone?
Do you want us to introduce ourselves, or are you introducing us?
Yes, actually, let me see here. I'm really glad you mentioned that. My mind's been on a lot of things. So thank you for saying that, because I need to get down to Todd Sylvester. I'm looking for your picture here. Huh. And 1 second, let me this up. Okay. There you are.
There I am.
Okay. Yep. I have your bio here, and
okay. Great.
And let me this one ready. Okay. And here we are at 1:45 Mountain Time, that is.
Yeah.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have our next session for the Global Transformation Festival on track 1, and we are thrilled to bring you spirituality and education. This is we have an amazing panel of speakers for you today, and we're going to start off with a mindset coach. His name is Todd Sylvester, and he's going to tell you more about the stuff that he's involved in. But let me tell you, let me just share a bit about what he's been doing. Todd currently serves as a mentor and personal development coach for those looking to get more out of life. And he's also works at what he calls the best university on the planet, Wasatch Recovery Treatment Center, as a belief system counselor. 1989, he founded the nonprofit and anti-drug entity Sly Dog, Drug Free, That's Me, which features a sought-after education program for elementary schools. Now, this program has encouraged over 250,000 school-age students, emphasizing principles of positive self-talk, personal commitment, goal setting, character building. Todd spent his youth addicted to drugs and alcohol, though his own recovery and newfound awareness, through his own recovery and newfound awareness, Todd learned that more powerful than any addiction was the power of the human soul. So for over the past 32 years, Todd has discovered and taught universal principles that have empowered thousands to conquer addiction, crush compulsive behaviors, and change their limiting belief systems. Todd's story was recently told through a popular YouTube clip that received over 6 million views and has been translated into 3 languages. Todd's conducted over 1,200 speaking engagements and close to 17,000 individual coaching sessions. He is the author of the popular ebook, It's Time to Start Living, available on Amazon. He's also produced a popular podcast on iTunes that he actually calls a belief cast that is geared toward the power of our beliefs. Todd's story was also featured in the best-selling author Simon Sinek's book, the new book, Find Your Why, that has now sold over 100,000 copies. So today, Todd uses his firsthand fight against addiction to give hope to thousands of teenagers, young adults, parents, and connects with them on an authentic level. Todd has been married to his sweetheart for 29 years. Woohoo! They have 4 children and live a happy, busy life together. Here are some of the links, and then we can put those in the chat here that you want to maybe be aware of. toddinspires.com would be the first one you're going to be able to go to quickly. If you go to YouTube and look up his channel, Todd Sylvester, you'll find it there. And then TS Inspires as a business page on Facebook. So with that, let me introduce the speech that he will be giving. Is entitled, What Follows I Am Follows You. Ladies and gentlemen, Todd Sylvester.
Thank you, Sean, and thank you everyone that on the panel with me. I'm excited to rub shoulders with you guys today, and anyone tuning in today and listening or viewing. I'm just grateful for this opportunity to share some thoughts that will hopefully you'll take this and it will, at the end of the day, we all feel a lot more love, a lot more spirit, a lot more connection in our lives after this. And so that is my goal with you guys today. That's my intention. And so again, I'm grateful. I'd like to start off with a quote by James Allen. James Allen's the author of As a Man Thinketh. It's one of my favorite books. And the quote goes like this: of all the beautiful truths pertaining to the soul that has been restored and brought to light in this age, none is more gladdening and fruitful of divine promise and confidence than this, that man is the master, the molder of character, and the maker and shaper of condition, environment, and destiny. And I love that because there's nothing more gladdening and fruitful than that we are in charge. And it's just a beautiful book. That book was one of the reasons that led me to getting clean from my addictions of almost 10 years. And so I have a really soft place in my heart for James Allen in that book. So, and as Sean mentioned, I want to talk about basically who we are. And I think, when it comes down to the basics, man, that is one of the most powerful spiritual experiences that I can personally have. And I've seen other of my clients over the years when they tap into who they really are, how that has helped them, on a spiritual level. And again, connecting with, other people and, being strong and courageous in the things that they're doing. And so I want to start off with a story. I had an amazing experience about 2 years ago. I got to speak at the Utah State Prison. Toastmasters reached out to me and asked me if I would come speak to the prison. And I've done, many speaking events over the years, but never at the prison. I have spoken at detention centers and things like that, but this was something new. And so I was excited, a little bit nervous. Anyway, I go out to speak to these inmates. And, it's just like what you think. You go through these big, pass through these fences with barbed wire. You got to go through metal doors. When I get there, I had to go through a metal detector, and they had to do a background check on me. And so there, it's pretty intense as you walk through there. And when I walked through the metal detector, there was 3 guards. They were waiting for me, and they were kind of just giving me the lay of the land. And they said, hey, if something goes down, make sure you're standing by one of us. And I'm like, is there something going to go down today that you know of? And anyway, no, they're just like, hey, we just got to let you know if something goes down. And so I was speaking at Promontory, and Promontory has this gymnasium. It's a cinder block gymnasium. It's very small. But when I walk in there, there's 120 inmates sitting already waiting for me. And I walk in the back, have to walk all the way to the very front. They're all looking at me. And again, it was kind of an intimidating sight. I sit down, and they're going to introduce us, and they're going to have 3 inmates speak before me. They're each going to take 5 minutes. They want me to take an hour and a half. And so these 3 inmates get up before me, share their stories. And I'm not kidding you guys. You could hear a pin drop in there. It was amazing. No one was talking to their neighbor. No one was slouching in their chairs. I was just going, man, what is going on here? This is not what I expected. So anyway, when it was my turn, I get up, I'm sharing my story of overcoming addiction. And you know how, you have these moments when you have the room in the palm of your hand. I knew I had these guys, all 120 of them. And I had this impression come over me to ask them this question. I said, how many of you in the room right now are criminals? Raise your hand. And everyone raises their hand and they're looking at me like, dude, we're in prison. And when their hands were raised, I said, why are you lying to yourselves? And as I was saying that, their arms kind of slowly started to go down. I go, you guys are lying to yourselves. Why do you guys do that? And again, they're looking at me going, what are you talking about? And I said, by the show of hands, how many of you committed a crime today? Luckily, no hands went up, but not one hand goes up. I said, how many of you committed a crime yesterday? Not one hand goes up. And I said, see, you're lying to yourselves. And then I asked them these questions. I said, how many of you by the show of hands have been honest today so far? It looked like every hand went up. There might've been 1 or 2 that didn't go up. Then I asked them, how many of you have done the right thing when no one was looking? Raise your hand. Every hand goes up. And then I said, how many of you followed the rules so far today here in prison? Every hand goes up again. And then my last question was, how many of you have shown respect to your cellmate today? Raise your hand. Every hand goes up. And I said, see, you're lying to yourselves. You tell yourself you're a criminal, but what you just told me is that you're honest, you have integrity, you're respectful, and you're caring. And I kid you not, guys, had I not been there, I wouldn't have believed it myself. I got a 3-minute standing ovation. And it was in this cinder block gymnasium. Like I said, it was echoing, it was deafening. And I'm not kidding you, I was like standing there and it was just, there was a guy in the second row, like doing this, waving me down. He goes, hey, can I come give you a hug? I said, sure. And he comes up to try to get me, and the guards tackle him. No, I'm kidding. They didn't do that. But he did get in trouble, by the way. But anyway, so when they sat down after that, I mean, again, I'm emotional. A lot of them were emotional. I said, what follows I am follows you. Stop calling yourself criminals. Yes, you've done criminal behavior in the past, but who are you really right now is you're honest, you have integrity, you're respectful, and you're caring. All 120 of those guys came up, shook my hand, gave me a hug, and they said, we have never had anyone tell us that. They have a therapist that's there 24/7. She came up to me and said, I am never going to let these guys ever call themselves criminals again. That was 2 years ago. And I've been back, and they have, that's one of their rules. They can't say they're criminals anymore, which is really cool. And so I share that with you guys because I think a lot of times we tell ourselves a story, and that story becomes our reality, whether it's true or not. And yes, they had criminal behavior in the past, but I'm telling you, it was one of the most remarkable things I've ever witnessed because of the connection that these guys felt. I mean, they were emotional and this and that. And so one of the key points I want to share with everyone today is the most powerful force in the human psyche is the story we tell ourselves about ourselves. Now I'm going to repeat that because it's very important. The most powerful force in the human psyche is the story we tell ourselves about ourselves. And so what are we telling ourselves? And so, I've had a lot of training over the last 32 years. I've been under some of the greatest therapists that you could ever come by. And one of the things that I learned from one of these therapists that I've trained under, he was telling me one of the best definitions of depression that he ever came across that really described it perfectly was trying to be someone I'm not. And I thought, wow, when I first heard that, I thought, how does that correlate? And it goes back to, I want to emphasize that when we were all little kids, we knew who we were. We loved ourselves. We loved everybody. We had faith as big as the universe. And we lived in that. We lived in joy all day long. And as we get older, what we start doing is when we all go through it, we start comparing, we start analyzing, when we made a mistake, and then we beat ourselves up, and we start future tripping. So we feel anxious, and again, it's part of life and it's part of the process. But what happens is we forget who we are. And then we try to find ourselves fitting in over here, fitting over there. And that usually leaves us feeling empty because we're going against who we truly are. And so one of the most powerful things I've ever witnessed with myself and with my clients is putting them through a process of who they really are. And one of the easiest ways to do that is if you were to write down just on a piece of paper, what are the characteristics of a child? And honestly, if we sat here for an hour, we could come up with 1,000 of them. They're caring, they're strong, they're forgiving, they're understanding, they're resilient, they're believing, they're caring, they're resilient, they are love, they are light, they are energy. And so we knew that when we were all little, but for some reason, as we get older, we forget that. We don't lose them, we forget them. And so I want to remind everyone listening today, if you're struggling with who you really are, all you have to do is do that little simple exercise. And don't let the simplicity trip you up. Simplicity is power. And just going back to the basics of who we are to our core. And so, for example, I have a client right now that he's just coming off of a heroin addiction. And that's the easy part, coming off of that. The hard part is he's been lying and stopping the lying. But see, it causes him a lot of dissonance. And so, because to his core, and I believe this about all of us, we were born honest. And so having him realize, well, who you really are is you're honest. And that's why it bothers you when you're not telling the truth. And so the only way you get rid of that dissonance is start being who you say you are. And that is honest. And when you line those two worlds up, it's pretty remarkable what starts to happen. And so as we do this, I'll tell you, it really is a spiritual experience. Because again, I live in Utah. It's a very religious state. If I ask people who they are here, I hear this often, I'm a child of God. And I'll say, well, what does that mean? And they can't answer that. They're like, I'm not sure. And so, well, then I'll say, well, what are the characteristics of God? And they'll go through that list or whatever. And I basically will say, those same characteristics you just described, your higher power, are the exact same characteristics of a child. And that's who you are. And so it's a really simple, but yet remarkable thing. And so, as you do this and you go through that, I think, another one of my favorite quotes is by Ferdinand Foch. He says, the most powerful weapon on earth is the human soul on fire. And I'll tell you, when I'm having moments of, maybe temptation or craving or, thinking I might do something wrong, all I have to do is remind myself who I am again in those moments. And it truly is it's a very powerful thing and a very spiritual thing. And so those are some thoughts that I have. I know I had 15 minutes. The 15 minutes is up. I'm grateful to be able to share a few of those thoughts with you. And hopefully that was informative and that you guys felt the love that I'm coming from with. So thank you for letting me share.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That was beautiful. And we'll have more time to dive into some of these ideas that you presented during the panel. Can you just, for myself and for others, share so that quote you just said, the most powerful weapon, was it, in the world?
Yeah,
is
the most powerful weapon on earth. Yeah. Sorry, Ferdinand Foch.
Ferdinand Foch.
Yeah, he was a French commander in the army.
Great. Wow.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Thank you so much. And I'm excited to dive in a little bit more in the panel. So
sure.
Excellent. Now we are going to move to our next speaker, and let me see here. I get to believe Rachel Marie Kimball is up next, and Rachel Marie Kimball has spent the last 6 years mentoring teachers and administrators in ways to bring dance and other art forms into their pedagogical practices in order to nurture the whole soul of each student. She's licensed K through 12 in dance education and serves domestically and internationally as a certified life coach with Promethean Spark International. Rachel's work and service have guided her to collaborate closely with the 8 Native American sovereign nations in Utah, as well as to serve internationally in educational settings in countries such as India, Ghana, Rwanda, Uganda, Hungary, and most recently, Morocco. And with that, she describes herself as a spirit sibling to all, and she will be teaching or presenting today on creative pedagogy, nourishment for the soul. Ladies and gentlemen, Rachel Marie Kimball.
Thank you so much, Sean. It's such an honor to be here and to rub shoulders with everyone, just like Todd was saying. And honestly, I feel like following after him. There's a part of me that's like, wow, he just said so many power statements that I just want to keep silent. But I hope to add. I want to add to what he was saying and maybe even just piggyback off of a couple statements there. But just like was stated in the intro, I truly do see myself, or I believe that we are spirit siblings, that I'm a spirit sibling to all of you. And so I hope that we can feel that as we are here today, learning from one another and sharing. And so as I've been pondering quite a bit about what to share today, I actually want to go back to something that Todd had said, like about the story that you're telling yourself. And I do believe, I hope that I can add this to your story of what you're telling about yourself, but I believe that we are spiritual beings who are endowed with powers for creation. And so like what the title of what I'm sharing about today, we're looking at creativity as part of not just pedagogical practices in education, but also as the way we live our lives. Because I feel so often, coming from the educational standpoint where I'm working in the classrooms a lot, I feel that we're often approaching our education in a ways where we're learning information so we can prepare for a test. We're learning this information so we can repeat what someone else has taught us to say. And sadly, along this path in many forms of education, we either lose sight of our ability to act and become and what we can do with this knowledge. And I would say it is something we lose, kind of like Todd was mentioning, like we were born into this world with a strong understanding of like, oh, like with our kindergartners, we'll say, who in here is a singer? Every hand goes up. Who in here is an artist, visual artist, or a dancer? And they're all just like, oh yeah, that's me, that's me. But the moment we ask a room of teachers or a room of adults, who in here is a dancer? Most hands won't go up. They won't go up. It's been taught out of them. They've forgotten how to create, how to be confident in their creative abilities. And so something that I'm quite passionate about is trying to help people tap into that again, tap into that creative power that we've all been endowed with. And because once we can tap into that, then we're inviting the spirit, we're inviting the whole soul to be a part of our education. When we're just teaching students or even ourselves straight from a textbook, or when we're just going through these rote steps of how to do a certain task, we're not really, we're not touching the spirit so much. We're not getting to that part of who we are, what we can become. But when we bring creativity into what we're learning, when we're bringing creativity into our practices and seeing what we can do, playing with different elements, whatever the subject is that we're studying, as we're starting to play with these things, we are inviting the spirit to be a part of our growth, a part of our learning. And so it isn't like we're treating ourselves like these robots that just regurgitate information, right? And so just going back to that one first point, is I just hope as we come away from this, that we do see ourselves as creative beings, that is one of our characteristics, that as spiritual beings, we are endowed with creativity. And so then taking that creativity and make that creative power and making it a part of our educational practices and life practices, that's what helps us reach the soul. And so I want to share a couple examples here, a couple of stories, and I have some images that can go with that. So I'll try to screen share for a moment here. We'll see if it's going to work for me. Thumbs up if we're seeing stuff. My screen. Yes, I got one. Okay, great. So I'm going to jump to this one right here, if I can make it full screen. There we go. So this picture, you don't need to see it, but I just wanted to give you a little visual as I'm telling this story. And with this story, I want you to be thinking about maybe times in your life where you felt like you didn't have much to offer, but then maybe you were able to find something within you that you did have, and then you were able to move forward and create with what you did have. And something that I feel so grateful for in my profession, because I do work in public schools currently, is I've had the opportunity to work in special education classes. And it's been interesting to watch the trend in some of these schools where these special education classes are often, it feels like they're remote or separate from the other classes in the school. And so it's always a thrill to find opportunities to bring all of the students together and all of the faculty together. But on this particular day, it was just me and this class. And they were about 7, 8 years old, the students that I was working with. And there was a young student, I'm going to call him Robert. And I was trying to teach a lesson. And I'll be honest, I don't remember what the subject was, but I was integrating movement with something that the students needed to learn. And maybe it was geometric shapes. Maybe I was teaching them squares and circles and whatnot through movement. We'll just say that's what it was. And a lot of these students will struggle with grasping, at least in this class, with their abilities. Some of them, many of them, it is a struggle to find how to help bring them along to learn certain things. But with one of my little students, his name is Robert. Well, it's not Robert. I'm giving him the name Robert because I can't tell you his real name. So we're going to call him Robert. His face was beaming the whole time I was in the room. He wasn't necessarily coming along with everything that I was instructing the students to do. But there was a moment at the end of the lesson where he felt that he could succeed in something, and that something was his robot dance. And so my little Robert, he came to me and he said, "Can I show you my robot dance?" And these are the first words he'd ever said to me. And I said, "Yeah, sure." And he starts going for it, showing me this robot dance. And it was fantastic. And his teachers were in awe. They were in awe because they were like, he doesn't show that to anybody. He doesn't like to talk to people usually. And so the fact that we had created this environment where his skills were welcomed, what he could do. Maybe he wasn't going to be able to identify all those geometric shapes, but what he could do was the robot dance. And that is something that I love seeing come alive in people, not just in the schools where I'm working, but in life in general, where I'm able to see someone come alive because they recognize what they have and what they can offer. And oftentimes it's because they are given an opportunity to create. It doesn't necessarily have to be through the arts. It doesn't necessarily have to be through the arts, the main art forms of like drama, music, visual art, and dance, but just being able to be invited to create. Take what you have, show me what you can do with what you have. And we see this often in the schools. I'm on a team of art specialists where we get to, like it was said in my bio, we are coaching classroom teachers and other administrators on how to bring the arts into their practices. And it's amazing the turnaround that we'll see with the classes we work with, where certain students that they have a record of not succeeding or a record of being disengaged in class. All of a sudden, when we come in and start bringing the arts into their life and inviting them to create with the materials that they have, they come alive. Teachers comment on how these students suddenly show a side of themselves that they had never seen before. And so I need to check the time here. I want to make sure I don't go over. So I'll stop sharing for a second here. Okay, we're getting close. I do want to show just a couple more things here. I'll still keep screen sharing just to kind of get our minds open to the potential here of all of us, because maybe you don't see yourself as a dancer. Maybe you don't see yourself as a singer or someone who does these amazing visual art projects, but you could be. But I want to show another angle for this. As we are studying and learning and practicing in many disciplines and fields in our lives, I still believe that this not just skill set, but this desire to create with whatever mediums we are working with, it can become such a crucial part of keeping us alive in the work that we are doing, and not just alive, but nurturing our souls as we're working in our professions. And so one more time here, I'll screen share. Da, 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 da. Okay. This is my cute husband, Eduardo, and this is a story about him. And I'm actually quite amused by how we ended up together, because I'm this hardcore, like, weird artist person that does abstract things. And then he's this intelligent engineer that oftentimes we see engineers and artists at being complete opposite ends of the spectrum. Yet it's been awesome to see where the two of us meet, or where we cross over, where times where I might be the one that comes more over to this logical space, or maybe he's the one that's swinging really far over on the creative side he plays classical guitar and enjoys jazz music. But I love looking at his life practices as an example for how we can keep creativity a part of us, no matter what we are studying, no matter what we are doing. And like I said, he's an engineer. He's doing aircraft design, wrapping up his PhD currently. And here I just wanted to show you a couple things that he has created. This isn't something he had to do. It wasn't that someone said, oh, you're going to be tested on this, so you need to know how to run these specific simulations. But no, it's because he's taken the knowledge and he has these materials he's working with and formulas that he understands, that he's able to find these creative outlets while playing with particles and simulations. And so I wanted to share a little bit of the artwork that he has created. These are just some short videos. I'll play this one first. There's no audio, but these are things that he has computed, that it's not something that anyone else has ever done before. No one else has run this exact simulation, but because and that was short. I'll show you the next one. But because he has the knowledge, because he has the skill set, and because he recognizes the creative power within himself, he's able to explore like this. And so I'll do just one more here, this video. This one's really fun to watch. We'll see it from a couple different angles. But again, things he was able to compute, these formulas that he runs through the systems on the computer to create these beautiful images. And to me, it's so artistic to watch this. And so it's interesting to then find that, oh, what we're really looking at is these vortex particles and da, 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 da. And we could go on and on about aerospace engineering with this, but it's beautiful. It's beautiful to watch. And so I wanted to throw that example out there just to keep us all thinking that it isn't just when we're looking at the main art forms that we often look at as being those that are reserved for elitists, if you will, because they're not reserved for elitists. We have the drama, dance, visual art, music for everyone. We all have access to it. But also looking here that we're looking at aerospace engineering and the art, the beauty that can be created from it. So whatever your profession is, whatever your hobbies are, whatever it is that you're feeling driven to do in your life, you do have the power to create. And I'm going to see if I can go to another slide here as I'm escaping. Just one second. And I know I'm so going over my 15 minutes at this moment, so I hope we're okay. Okay, now it's letting me roll again. Am I okay just for a couple more minutes? I don't want to take us. Okay. All right, since we're a smaller group, I'm getting the thumbs up. All right, so one more time here. Just because it's beautiful. Wanted to show, oops, not that one, this one. This was just another form of art of what we just watched, how we can take this and find those creative outlets in whatever we're doing. I'm going to skip that. Just looking at some final statements here. I invite all of us to make creativity a non-negotiable part of our educational, but not just educational, but life practices for those that we are working with, but also for ourselves. See yourself as a creator. As I started off with, we as spiritual beings, we are endowed with the power to create. So like Todd was saying, stop lying to yourself. but see yourself as that creator and really live up to that and make it a non-negotiable part of your existence. And I don't know why. Oh, there we go. And so my final question is, what are you going to create? Think of those, the knowledge, the ideas, the resources at your fingertips. What are you going to create? And thank you. Thank you for your time.
That was beautiful. Thank you. Creation. We are all creators, and we get to expand that part of ourselves. And we're absolutely going to dive into more of that during the panel. This is beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, we are good on time. Thank you for being aware of that. And that was it was perfect. We like I mentioned earlier, we can go a little bit further if we need to. So we're going to move on to our next speaker, and I am excited to share with you Dr. Janet Smith Warfield. I actually met her at the World Parliament on Spirituality, which was very exciting. I believe I was moderating a session of hers a year ago, which is very exciting. I get to monitor her session now too. This is really cool. So Dr. Janet Smith Warfield describes herself as a word energy alchemist, which is very interesting, and it will be fun to hear more about that in her presentation. And she is the founder of Planetary Peace, Power, and Prosperity Legacy Foundation, Incorporated. Now, a little bio about her. Dr. Janet Smith Warfield serves wisdom seekers who want understanding and clarity so they can live peaceful, powerful, prosperous lives. And through her unique combination of holistic, creative, right-brained transformational experiences and 22 years of rigorous left-brain law practice, she has learned how to sculpt words in atypical ways, shifting her listeners into experiences beyond words, transforming turmoil into inner peace. Now, Janet is a retired attorney, consciousness educator, word energy alchemist, and an Amazon best-selling author. The book Shift, Change Your Words, Change Your World. International speaker, workshop facilitator, and founder of the educational foundation, Planetary Peace, Power, and Prosperity Legacy Foundation. And you can see that on her, behind her, in her background there. And she's got that there. So today, she will be speaking to us about planetary peace, power, and prosperity, a semantic solution to all the human-created suffering on our planet. And with that, welcome, Dr. Janet Warfield.
Well, thank you, Sean. I already feel connected with everybody here. I'm laughing. Sean called me out of the blue, like, what was it, last night? And he was kind of saying to me, where the heck are you? I need to fill you in on a lot of details. Can you still do all this stuff? So I've been wrapping my mind about putting together a quick program and two quick programs, figuring out the time logistics and hoping I get it somewhere near right. Todd, I'm on the other side of the alcohol or the drug addiction spectrum, which is, I spent 12 years in Naranon, so I'm a people addict. So I've had to learn to set boundaries. Rachel, I play and I create, but I play and create with words. So, and believe me, I threw together last night a PowerPoint presentation because I figured I needed something to anchor me while I'm going through this stuff. So I would like to share my screen if I can work my way through the logistical labyrinths, which I always find to be challenging. Oh, it looks as if it might actually work. Let's see. Can you see my screen?
Yes, indeed.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and let's see, I've got to move all of us out of the way so I can read what's on the screen. So I know I have hold of this now, but I am 85 years old. So I have a lot of years of hard experience where I've made mistake after mistake, mistake after mistake. And once you do it wrong, then you learn to do it right. That's about all I can say. So you keep playing and experimenting and exploring until everything comes together. All the pieces of the human truth puzzle come together. Can you see? Ooh, looks as if my screen, let me see. I got to go through some logistics here.
No, we can see it fine. It's there.
Yeah, but I want to move on to another slide and I can't do it here. So I guess I have to, unless somebody has a better idea.
So when you, put it in presenter mode. And then share. Yep. And then
how do I put it in presenter mode?
So you should be able to see that down on the bottom, I believe, of the PowerPoint. It has a little screen there. You click and it makes it go into presenter mode so you can switch. Or you can leave it the way it was and just use your down arrows and switch screens like that.
Okay, I'm going to have to go into my PowerPoint then and get out of the Zoom screen, I believe.
No, you can stay in the Zoom and open your PowerPoint.
Can you see a new?
No, you have to share the screen for us to see. You came out of share screen.
I'm glad you're there to give me instructions, Sean. I'm just laughing here.
No worries.
Okay.
We saw what you were sharing, and then if you, now it's gone to the next one.
Okay.
And if you can
either. I will be quiet and listen.
No, if you just click on the next one down, so you're on number 2 now, and when you want to move on, just click 3, and then we'll see it. We should be able to.
That works when I'm in PowerPoint, but I'm not sure it works when I'm in Zoom. Anyway, let's get through this slide because I am hitting the tip of the iceberg here. Who created words? We humans created words. So words are a human construct, but words have energetic impact and emotional impact. So, and they are not the word in Christianity or the Tao or Nirvana or eternity or God, because all those words are placeholders. They're words, they're maps of our experience. They point toward an experience which our minds cannot conceptualize, but we can guide others who are not in that experience into it. And that's a lot of the creativity. I just said, I'm reading now, human created words are placeholders for an energy or a beingness, or I like to use the words living, breathing energy. But you can't conceptualize it. I am, of course, doing that as I use those words, but for me, it's a map of the experience, some of the experiences that I personally have. So, Buddhists would say words are fingers pointing at the moon. They are not the moon. So talking about the moon is different from being out in this beautiful space in Boulder, Colorado, actually watching a full moon rise. So let me see if I can now move to the next. Oh, hey. Can you see a change on my screen?
Yeah,
Thank you.
Worked.
Okay, so why did humans create words? Certainly to understand, sometimes to alleviate pain, to communicate with one another in a new way, to give meaning to our lives, to create what Rachel was talking about, but co-create. The co-creation is a lot more challenging, and manifest in this physical world. So what words do? Can you again see the change in the screen? Okay, good. Words, pay attention to this. And this is almost obvious when you start looking at it. But words separate, divide, and categorize. So we've got high and low, light and dark, good and evil, right and wrong, black, white, oriental, indigenous, Jew, Christian, Hindu, Islamist, Taoist. And there is an occasional exception, like the word whoosh, which simply mimics the sound of rushing water. But if you stop to think about it, for the most part, that's what words do. They separate, divide, and categorize. And when we get sucked into a single perspective, we too become separated, divided, and stuck in some little categorization box. And maybe we don't need to stay there. So how do words work? Words, ideas, concepts, and emotions map our experiences. So what we perceive and experience depends, among other things, on where we live, our cultural conditionings. I think it was Rachel was also saying the same thing here. Education, expectations, and conscious and unconscious intentions. If you look at the Buddhist Eightfold Path, you'll see that right intention is one of those paths. So we can't see our unconscious intentions. We're only aware of our conscious intentions. And ultimately, each one of us is unique. And each one of us sees from a unique perspective. So each one of us needs to find that beingness is the word I'm going to use, or that soul, or that authentic being, or the gift that you are to offer to the world. And then stand up against all the forces out there that are different, that want to make you think that you are less than you are. So, you may or may not have heard of Alfred Korzybski, but he is and Sean, I'm going to ask you to help me keep track of time here, because right now I've got this on full screen and I don't know how to get out of it at the moment. So I have no idea.
You have about 5 more minutes.
Okay, thanks. I got to move fairly fast then. So Alfred Korzybski, he's famous for this saying, the map is not the territory. And I like to elaborate on that. I like to create from that point, Rachel, which is the words are not the experience, just like that picture of the full moon out in Boulder, Colorado. Talking about it is not the same as being there and just marveling over it. The menu is not the food you eat. And looking at a map of the west coast of Florida is not the same as driving north on Interstate 75 and breathing in the beautiful bougainvillea, delighting in the swaying palms, or basking in a spectacular sunset. All of these are free. This is part of the prosperity that is available to each and every one of us. So moving on, since I have very little time left, may or may not get through this, but this is up on our website, which is Planetary Peace, Power, and Prosperity, Legacy Foundation, Inc. No, I'm sorry, it's Planetary Peace, Power, and prosperity.org. Sorry about that. This is our vision of this educational foundation, to attract, and it's not about force, it's not about standing over anybody with a whip. It's about attracting souls in to a better space than where they are right now, where they're happier. So it's to attract each human consciousness through deep listening, clear speaking, and conscious conversation away from, and it was Todd talking about this in the prison, not feeling good enough, having been told you're a criminal, having been thrown into a prison where you feel like you are imprisoned, subject to a whole pile of rules. So away from not feeling good enough toward stepping fully into your own unique personal power. And this is vital, while not harming others or the planet that supports us or sustains us, is what I have in there. So we want to move away from abusing others, this power over power under dynamic, or allowing others, I'm sorry, let me get back here, get my mind back focused here. Abusing others or allowing oneself to be abused, which is what I had to learn. And I don't see Todd on the screen right now, but I had to learn to set boundaries because I was allowing myself to be abused because I was too kind and too giving. And I got taken advantage of. So from that into self-compassion and other compassion, out of fear and terror. And I can teach people how to do this. This is all about watching your own mind. And into inner strength and courage, conscious and intentional self-love and other love. Out of rage, when your trust has been betrayed or someone has abused you in some way, to, into, or towards standing firmly in right action. And I almost ought to put those words right action in quotations because it's a dynamic that shifts depending on the circumstances and the people involved. But it's again a term in the Buddhist Eightfold Path, right action. Shame or guilt, not feeling good enough, feeling that you are a criminal and you are so ashamed of that. So you make amends by changing your conduct, which was exactly the story that Todd was telling us in his speech. And then out of a transactional money economy of lack, how much money can I get you to pay me so I can buy more stuff to look important, into an abundance economy of giving and receiving, which is this dynamic flow that I know someone in some place has been talking about. And then away from planetary war and desecration into deep inner community and planetary peace. And if you stop to think about this, if everyone would just bring peace, inner peace, personal empowerment, and abundance, which can be very free, into their own life, it would become planetary. So this is the tip of the iceberg. I have offered some resources here if anybody wants to go either deeper or wider in this exploration of words and what we do with them, what we have done with them, and what we can do with them if we use them consciously and intentionally to create and co-create the kind of world in which we want to live. So thank you very much, Sean. I probably ran over time, but I can't see it. So I'm going to stop my share here.
Oh, Janet, that was beautiful. And opened my eyes, my ears to my heart to ideas that I hadn't thought about before. So thank you. And yeah, I love that your website is word sculptures. That's beautiful, and how we communicate and where that all came from. So yeah, obviously education is all about that communication, and we'll dive more into that in the panel. Thank you. Beautiful, beautiful.
And if I may just say one more thing here, Sean. Yeah. I am only going to have a little time in the panel because I'm giving a workshop at
You'll be fine. Your workshop isn't until 3, I believe, or 4. Sorry.
No, it's 2 Pacific time, which I had to translate into 5 Pacific time, which gives me about a little over 20 minutes to start the workshop. So my time is limited in terms of being part of
that works. That works. Okay. Yes, and So for our final speaker, I am thrilled that Dr. Bruce Jackson has joined us, and he is a multifaceted individual. He works in optimizing leader, team, and organizational development. And I actually met him, well, through some mutual friends, but then our first time together, we went up to Harvard. I was in New York, he picked me up, and we went up to Harvard, where he was lecturing to, I believe, the Iraqi American Leadership Council there. And we've been close ever since. It's been exciting to watch his work develop and grow. Bruce H. Jackson, MBA, MPA, and PhD. Dr. Bruce H. Jackson has dedicated his career to the development of individuals, teams, organizations, and communities that seek to maximize influence, leadership, and change. Bruce is the founder of the Attentional Leadership Institute, a strategy, training, assessment, and coaching firm dedicated to helping individuals, teams, and organizations achieve peak performance. He wrote Finding Your Flow, How to Identify Your Flow Assets and Liabilities, the keys to peak performance every day to increase awareness, clarify driving principles, and engage in strategic and focused change. We are thrilled to have him with us today, and Bruce will be speaking to us about emerging leaders and the 5 alignments of attentional leadership. So, ladies and gentlemen, Bruce Jackson.
All right. Well, it is great. I love listening to everybody. It's just, I really appreciate everybody's journey to this place, and, you know, the contributions, the unique contributions that you're continually making. It's amazing to be speaking with people who are as purpose-driven as you all. So it's a great honor to be here. And Sean, I love your work and appreciate you. And we've had many adventures together, many adventures in the future. So I know our time is short. I'm going to take you through what I would call like my 25 years of research from academia through the professional into the philanthropic, and plant a few seeds, and then would be happy to engage with folks again going forward. But I'm going to share a quick slide deck. I thought about so many different ways and angles to talk about this area. And what I'm going to do is kind of start from the start. I do come from a bit of an eclectic perspective. As an undergraduate, studying psychology, as an athlete, aspiring to be a professional tennis player. I really wanted ultimately to be an Olympic psychologist. I wanted to know what was the psychology of peak performance. And I started that, and then graduate school, trained to become a psychologist. And then after completing that, moved into the MBA side of the world to see how we apply these ideas to business and any other life arena. And then did my PhD and studied, for some of you who understand the concept of flow or being in the zone, you might have heard of the word of Dr. Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi, who just passed away 4 weeks ago. He was my dissertation advisor. And my goal was to map out the dimensions of flow in a practical way. And then my postdoc at the Kennedy School to look at the nature of public policy and how do we scale influence? How do we scale leadership? But I also want to bring in the spiritual side, as well as what are we going to do about the next generation? So a quick tour. I like to talk about leadership through the lens of attention. At the very core of leadership and influencing yourself in the world is where you're placing your attention, when you're placing your attention, and how long you sustain your attention on an overall system that you're part of. So I'll do a quick review of that. In my study of high performers, whether that's astronauts, elite athletes, fire and police, business leaders, students, children, the elderly, I think most of us we recognize high performance when we see it. It's like a cloud of butterflies. It's multivariate. You see it constantly moving. But my goal was, whether you're looking at training leaders or high performers, is how do we make sense of this idea of high performance and leadership? And then where does spirituality and the developmental spectrum fit into this? In my work, half of my life is in the professional sphere. I do a lot of work all over the world, whether it's with scientists, business leaders, just trained Harvard Law School. I'm now working with our nuclear scientists, our space program, higher ed, you name it, we're in that space. To me, there's always a fundamental difference between what I call the technical side of your life versus the non-technical, the quantitative versus the qualitative. And most people recognize that they go and educate themselves to become technically better, whether they want to be an accountant, a doctor, an attorney, a stay-at-home parent, whatever that is. But most recognize that despite how smart you are and how much knowledge you have, that what you know is only as good as who you've become. And most of us know geniuses who are brilliant, who they are gets in the way of what they could contribute, whether that's neuroticism and addiction, some type of self-confidence issue, or they don't work well with people, or they can't work well in a teaming structure. And so I always like to bring parity between the technical side and the human factors and environmental factors that produce focus and flow. When I studied individuals, my goal was to look at what are the factors that make people great at what they do. And I found that there's really three big dimensions, and it becomes three-dimensional. And that is what's happening on the inside of self, what's happening over the spectrum of time, and what's happening on the outside of self. And through that, I found 5 subdimensions. I'm going to take you a quick tour of those. And then I want to really focus in on the spiritual and philosophical side of this. I found that there's, of course, if you read a lot of Covey or Jim Lair or other books, you'll see people often bringing the individual. They'll talk about the physical self, the emotional self, the psychological self, and then they'll jump up to the spiritual. And I really want to bridge the line between what we think and what is true with what I call the philosophical dimension. My premise is that when principles are governing your values, your thinking, your feeling, your feelings, your actions, then alignment happens and full engagement ensues. And I've heard all of you kind of talk about, in a broad theme, how do I help individuals find their individualistic performance capacity? What unique contributions to the world are they here to bring? And we know that we all have a unique genetic code, iris, fingerprint, thumbprint, cultural history, personal history, family history. There's nobody in the world like us. And the paradox of that is most people are pretty much the same. Holding that paradox, and I'll bring that up at the end, is really, really important. I also found that people have skills of time, whether that's long future oriented skills, short future, in the moment focus, short past and long past. I'll give you a quick tour in a second. And then about scaling their influence. How do I influence and lead myself? How do I do better in a relationship settings? How do I function in teams or groups or families? How do I then influence in broader systems of organizations and even communities, right? So yeah, I put all this together in my dissertation and said, there's a whole lot of moving factors. And I tried to scuba dive down to 200 feet in complexity. And I mapped out about 128 different practical strategies that contribute to getting into that zone of high functioning. And I like to call it the 5 alignments. And the first alignment is the alignment of future. And that alignment of future is mission, vision, legacy, the big picture of who I want to be, backing into that future through goals, planning, time management, all those types of skills. If we have an alignment from where we are today to where we want to be at the end, we've removed the noise and interference between now and then. Now that's a perfect line. Most of us don't have perfect lines. We have glitches along the way. My whole premise is, how do we eliminate the friction and the noise on the major dimensions of our existence? I already kind of mentioned that in the moment, the internal side, when we find alignment internally, typically we've aligned to a principle that is true, our values align to it, our thoughts align to that, our emotions follow, and our actions and deeds follow. But then we have to take into consideration the outside world, our immediate physical environment, our relational environment, the teams and groups, the organizations and community. I like to call these the social context, or the layers of social context, and that all of them either help or hinder. Sometimes we grow up in cities or communities or families that are highly dysfunctional, producing a tremendous amount of noise. So what I try to help people do is to map out where the noise and the friction is that takes you off your game and helps you find alignment. And let's say you found alignment between where you are right here physically all the way through to your community, and you've removed noise. Then let's take a look at, what do we do with our past, our short past? Do we measure success? Do we internalize our lessons? Do we reflect upon our experience? What do we do to cultivate our long past? How do we make the best cultivation of our successes? How do we harvest our failures? How do we continuously challenge our assumptions? And let's say we've done all those things and we're pretty well at removing all of those interferences. And now it's contributed to our focus. The fifth alignment is back to the game we're playing. Whatever your profession is, whether it's an athlete or whether it's, I love the Zen and the art of archery, like nothing between you and your target. Anyways, this is kind of my world and how I work with students and professionals about eliminating noise and interference. So with that, all that, let me get you the core of what I wanted to talk about as I have talked to Sean and understand and really say, where do we experience so much interference today? And I find it is the areas between spiritual and philosophical. Oftentimes people get really confused about what is the difference between my religion, science, God, truth, beliefs, ideals. It gets super messy. And so I like to say, how do we start rectifying the difference between philosophical ideals and spiritual? Now, so what I try to do is to say, spiritual is where truth exists. Unambiguous, clear truth. It's undeniable. It works for everybody. Everything below that line, which most of us think is spiritual, is probably more philosophical in nature. So as I look at the world's religions, it's kind of like the spectrum of colors, which is oftentimes 85% of the world believes in about 5 major religions. But if you really look at the spectrum of religious or philosophical thought, it's well over 4,000, right? So we know that we have so many belief structures. And of course, my favorite Hindu parable is the Hindu parable of the 6 blind men and the elephant, right? Each of them trying to understand the whole elephant by holding on to a piece of that elephant, and they're all experiencing a portion. And I think this is what the beauty of our philosophical and religious systems do, is they each give us angles towards pure truth. So when I saw Sean's idea of pure spirituality, let's talk about pure spirituality, but recognize that most of us aspire towards it, but probably aren't totally there quite yet. So I like to put some definitions to things. I'll share this and then I'll cut through. And Sean, let me know, I typically time myself pretty darn tight. So you let me know when I have 3 or 4 minutes to go and I'll share some final thoughts. But I usually share spiritual as knowledge based on principles, objective and irrefutable truth seeking after what actually is, despite what we might believe, a commitment towards understanding without bias, filter, or agenda, a quest towards purpose, understanding our why, a commitment towards our unique potential, and then exercising faith and hope towards service into something bigger than self. When I think about the philosophical side of us, it usually comes from our history, our belief and belief system. It's a working understanding, what some theorists would call our theories in use, and current conceptions of ourself, other people, and the world around us. It's our ideals pertaining to our structure of values, what's most important, our rules and standards that directs our thinking, our feelings, our actions, or our ethics, the virtues and qualities of excellence. And so these often mingle with one another, but I always try to distinguish between the science and God of something and our current conception of something. And I like to say it something like this. If you invite all 4,000 philosophies and religions around the world to a big table and ask them to figure out the volume of the circle in the middle, they will all have a different perspective and value system for which to identify the problem. But the only spiritual principle in the room is this right here, pi. Because you can't figure out the volume of that circle without 3.14927 all the way through the 100,000th digit. So that always got me thinking. As an athlete, I thought to myself, what is perfection? If I want to strike a tennis ball from one angle of a court to the other side, there is a perfect mathematical formula for doing so. It's just that I have to try to get my body into the physics of that moment and strike it as perfectly as I can. And I usually do it something less than perfect, but there is a perfect model to get it there every time. And this is, to me, like the iterative process of the human condition. We experiment, we notice what's right, we notice what's working, what's not working, and we seek to align ourselves towards the divine, towards excellence. In my most favorite class when I was at Georgetown was a great class called Natural Science and the Aesthetics. And my favorite book, probably one of the great books I've read, is Chaos by James Gleick, where he gives a mathematical treatise of nature and the nature of the cosmos. And I love seeing what he talks about in fractal geometry, how we see self-repeating mathematical principles showing up everywhere in nature, from snowflakes to fern leaves to repetitive mathematical formulas, the golden mean of 1.62 in the human body, from the top of the head to the feet, from finger to finger to the belly button, the beautiful ratio of 1 to 1.62 and the Greek Parthenons. And you start seeing that there is truth in the universe. And our goal as human beings is to align ourselves as best we can through that. I found it, Pat.
Bruce, you got a couple, just a couple more minutes, okay?
You got it. Okay, so in the spiritual trends, notice this. Over the last several years, and this is just 12 to 17, most people say that their religion is going down, but most other people are saying they're becoming more spiritual, but less religious. What does that mean? Oh, my formal religion isn't doing its job, but I'm seeking after things that work for me. Mindfulness, meditative practice. They're hunting for things that work, which I applaud. And so 5 considerations that I thought, and I could speak, we all could speak, I know, forever on this, is that I found that a very powerful few things to be thinking about is 5 considerations. That our goal should be a dedication to seeking after what is true, despite what we believe, to have the humility to seek after what is truer than less true, and the willingness to know when an old framework or theory isn't working, to seek alignment towards that which is true, to recognizing that most truths are paradoxes. We have to see both sides of an equation. To me, this is the beauty of the yin and the yang. And the thing that I see most of us struggling with right now is our tribe is over truth versus truth over tribe. We're in a philosophical war with one another over values and beliefs and ideals, not over what is objectively true. And so lastly, my goal from a developmental perspective, besides my professional work, we have designed an online portal like Khan Academy, and we are helping to develop the competencies and skills of young leaders all over the world. And we have defined a framework of 125 skill sets, and we are training young people all over the world. This is just a sample of just some of those research-based skills that we're building. I can happily share with you information over there. And then when you put it in 3 dimensions, you start moving from the notes to the chords to the music of dance, of leadership. But at least in the leadership space, my goal is to help people understand the difference between the spiritual and the philosophical at scale. So with that, I'll throw out a few websites, and thank you for letting me plant some seeds, always very short in 15 minutes, and we will stop there. Thank you, Sean.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. Yes, 15 minutes is like even shorter than a TED Talk. So yes, indeed. And if you, let's see, there we go. Perfect. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. I know, so Todd had an emergency come up that he's going to have to leave a little bit sooner than we expected. So I'm going to dive right in and ask a question or two and try to see if we can't get Todd, if you can answer a little bit and then head out as you when you have to. Obviously we'll spend the next about a half an hour with the panel, and as much of that as you can stay would be great. Okay. So this has been just beautiful and all-encompassing. I wish you guys could have been in the session of pure spirituality, because there are some beautiful connections to what we were talking about there, with the idea of I am, and diving deeper into the eternal perspective of I am. So we talked about, each of you talked about creating a space for success. And I'm just gonna put out a statement, and I'd like you to expound from your perspective about this. So all animals are amazing geniuses in their own right. The problem is we often judge fish by their ability to climb a tree. Todd, go.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough for a fish to climb a tree. Yeah, and if we really looked at that, then we would think a fish is no good. But we're all built and meant to do a certain thing. I think we all have our own abilities and talents. And just listening to the panel here, I'm just blown away at the information and the knowledge. This has been beautiful. Speaking of success too, I think one of the best definitions of success that I've ever heard is that it's waking up in a good mood. And, because we can have all these things and all these stuffs in our lives, and if I'm waking up in a bad mood, what's the point? And so I think, when we find our purpose, and, a fish's purpose is not to climb a tree. The purpose is to swim and to explore the oceans and stuff like that. And so getting past my drug addiction, I had lost my purpose. I had lost a basketball scholarship that I had earned. And, when that happened, I just thought my life's over. I don't want to live anymore, because that was my identity. And I had to find my purpose. And, looking back on it now, I'm so grateful that I took my first drink of alcohol when I was 11 years old, because that led to me actually sitting here with you guys today talking. And I really do believe life happens for us, and it opened up a whole new purpose in my life. And I get to share, and help people, and, find their purpose and to overcome their addictions and things like that. And so I think we all play a crucial role, and we all have our own purposes, and they're a little different. And so we all have our own talents and our creativities, because we are creators, like everyone has been pointing out. And so that's kind of how I'd answer that. I know it's kind of a long-winded answer, but thanks for letting me share that.
No, that's beautiful. And because you do have to head out, I'm going to double up with the second question, and then we'll move on, and please hear from the others as well on this. But I would I'm going to have a full discussion on education. So we talked about, the I am concept that you shared, the creativity, the word usage, and then the leadership principles that Bruce shared. I'm interested to hear how in education can we create more unity consciousness, because that's the overarching principle that we're focused on in this festival, this global transformation festival, and there's so much division in the world. And how can, since this is spirituality and education, let's just kind of address that in our education philosophies or structures. How can we bring about more unity consciousness?
That's a great question. And I'm a very simple person. I like to simplify things because I think there's power in simplicity. I think we're never more fully alive than when we're connected. And I agree with you, Sean. There's a lot of division in the world right now, and it's so unfortunate. And I like to break it down to a very simple thing. And you know, it even sounds corny because we say it, but I think it comes down to love. I really do. And educating how powerful that is. And so, you know, I was reading in a book, and if I can share this, I'll be quick, but I was reading in The Purpose-Driven Life by Rick Warren. This book is, at one point, was the #1 best-selling book in history. And you know, there's a story behind it, but I was reading this book, and there was a line in this book that just hit me so hard. You know how like sometimes you read something and it just grabs you? And it was so simple. It said, God doesn't have love. God is love. And I thought, wow, there it is, you know? And then like every time I do something nice for someone, if I, you know, like even holding the door for someone and I say, hey, have a good day. In that moment, they felt good. I felt good. Or in other words, we both felt love, or we connected with love or higher power, or however you look at that. And I think that educating people on how simple it is, if we just reach out of ourselves and show a little love to someone, how that will connect us on a level. And I know there's, you know, and I'm sure everyone else is going to chime in and they've got a lot of great information on this, but for me, I like to simplify it. If I want to connect with God or my higher power, or connect with you, Sean, or anyone on the panel, I'm going to give away a little bit of love. You know, I'm going to share a nice comment. I'm going to tell you how appreciative I am to be on here. And I know that sounds almost too simple, but I'm telling you, connection is when I most, you know, when I feel most alive. You know, in my world, connection's the opposite of addiction. By Johann Hari is the one who really, you know, pinpointed that in the TED Talk. But I really believe that that's how we do it.
Beautiful. Yes. And I have to completely agree with you. It's no simple thing to be simple. We like to complicate things, right? And to really bring it down to brass tacks and make it applicable. So thank you for that. Beautiful, beautiful.
You bet. And I'm sorry I have to bounce out. I've got a client who's struggling. Sean, I love you. And everyone on the panel, I loved your words. It makes me want to be a better person. So thank you. God bless all of you. Thank you for all your good works.
Thank you, Todd. We'll talk again soon. So with those, now you guys had a moment to think about what I just shared. Let's just start out with this idea that you know, all animals are geniuses in their own right. I mean, the problem is we're judging fish by their ability to climb trees. Bruce, you want to address that, and then we'll jump over, and please jump in, Rachel and Janet.
Sure, I'll jump. Appreciate that. You said something very fascinating, and I'm going to be very, hopefully, succinct, a little bold, and maybe even a little political. I agree. I think I mentioned it earlier, every creature has its own unique and distinct pathway towards what it is. I think even saying everything has its genius is still connotes an idea of one being better or smarter or above somebody. So let's just say everything has its unique opportunity to fulfill the measure of what it is. And I love Todd's example because it may very well be that one of his purposes is to help other people manage the challenges that they've had. And if Christ, let's say, or others who have suffered have had to descend below to understand, and Todd has had the chance to descend into a place to understand, he has a genius in that capacity to serve in a way that other people don't. I think we're struggling in this world right now where if we all have to be the same, then what we're doing is we're dividing a race to the bottom. Everybody has to be the same. And the idea of equality versus equity is a very terrifying notion. When I think about fulfilling the measure of one's capacity, I think about 5 elements. What are the inputs they do? What's the process they use? What's showing up? And what are their feedback loops so they can adjust their experiment on how they engage the world? And when you put the idea of equality at the output level and not at the input, we're in big, big trouble. We do not recruit small, short accountants into the NBA for a reason. We do not bring people that can't skate who are runners. When I think about unique talents, everybody needs to search and hunt for. If God doesn't make the same genetic code twice, it must mean that we must hunt for the genius we have within us and serve the problem we were designed to serve. That's fulfilling the capacity of our measure. And when it comes to unity consciousness, I'll wait for that, but I'll continue that there, and I'll stop there.
Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you. Yes, yes, yes. And Rachel, Janet, either of you.
Yeah, I can jump in here. I've appreciated Todd's and Bruce's comments. And when you first posed this question to Todd, my wheels started turning, and I started, my first thought was, okay, well, we are the human race. We aren't a bunch of elephants and pigs and birds and whatever, like with looking at us, right? Humanity. And yet, well, and before I go there, I will say that I do believe that there are certain points in our existence, our eternal existence, that we do have certain, like there is a mission that we share in common, right? But then at the same time, something that I've been thinking about these last few minutes is the fact that we are all in different spaces, if you will, of our spiritual evolution, of who we are as spiritual beings, that we are experiencing such unique things, and it puts us in different spaces. And so instead of it looking like kind of, I think, Bruce, you had said something about this, like one being better than the other, or someone being smarter than the other, or more skilled than the other. Instead, I find that there are just so many facets of who we are and what makes up our spiritual growth, as well as our physical growth, and together as a soul, what we are experiencing. And so instead of looking at things in a flat perspective, whether it's just on a linear scale, or if we're looking up and down, these certain spheres of looking at our existence, I've been appreciating trying to look at our life experiences, spiritual, physical, of the soul, and being able to flip it and look at it in different angles, because we are experiencing things like, what if a certain life experience that we're having, it really isn't on this linear scale, but it's more of a spiral? Or what if we're looking at it from a sphere? Or what if it's these different dots? Like, there's just so many lenses that we can look at life through, which is beautiful. I think there's a real design, a divine design to that. The fact that we can see these life experiences in different ways. And so where one individual may seem to be mastering one thing, another person may be experiencing that same thing just from a different angle. And it doesn't make their experience with that any less than. It's just part of this journey of growing and nurturing our souls and our whole existence. So yeah, so just thinking of just how we're in these different spaces of our spiritual growth and evolution.
Beautiful. Thank you. Yeah. I think that's actually the one of the main points of that analogy, that parable, of all animals are geniuses in their own right. I mean, we can't say you're worse, you're better, you're worse, you're better. Yeah, but that's what they're made to do. And so, as just like you were saying, I'm looking at this also from educational standpoint of teaching the youth and the children and the coming generation and such. It's like, do we test them all on one thing and say, you are bad, you are good? You are deficient. You are amazing. Oh, we were testing climbing trees. Interesting. Right. And so that's I love your comments about that. Each person in their own realm, growing, progressing in different ways. It's beautiful. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, if I could then, and then I know we need to give Janet an opportunity to speak, but I'm glad that you brought us back to that so explicitly, because that is something that we are challenged with in a lot of educational settings where there are these testing or these assessment practices that are in place that aren't necessarily serving us to expand ourselves really to our fullest potential. And so that is something that we are battling, something that we are facing, which is why this team of art specialists that I'm on, we feel like we have such a unique mission, if you will, to help bring light to these different facets of our students' abilities and who they are, that you're not going to be able to put on a test. You're not going to be able to do assessments in the way that people are used to. And so it really does unlock this part of the soul that is often neglected. And so I'm glad you brought us back to that, Sean.
Yeah. Because I know that as we move into this age of enlightenment, as we expand, we're going to completely revamp the educational process, because the education system that we have now was created in a way that prepared people for factory work. And that was during the Industrial Revolution that said, yep, this is how you do it. This is how we train you, and get the students out and ready to work their whole lives in one factory. And we're in a completely new age and a different mentality. And I think the educational system gets to reflect that. And I think you all on this panel are on the cutting edge of that transition into an enlightened way of education. Janet, do you have something you'd like to share on this topic?
Oh, I have tons I'd like to share. The question is, which thread do I pick
Give me a minute. Give me a minute or two of it.
Keep it short, in other words. I want to start by just saying Todd's comment about holding a door for someone else. I can tell you, as a woman, I don't like being in a space where some guy who is physically bigger than I am comes pushing by me and kind of knocks me out of the way. It's such a pleasure to have a guy say, here, may I hold the door for you? It makes my day, frankly, because it puts me in a whole different dynamic with other people. Your initial comment, the I am comment, I am who I am in this moment, but that changes from moment to moment, depending on the what's going on inside me, what's going on outside me, the culture in which I am functioning, the environment within which I am functioning. So I need to simply be aware in each and every moment, as well as I am able. The comment about success, as soon as you start talking about success, that's very goal-oriented. And yes, the mind opposes success to failure. So if we aren't currently successful, we must currently be a failure. So why not just be a success, whatever that means to each person, right here in each moment? And for a minute, since I probably have 30 seconds left, I'd just like to call everybody's attention to this logo behind me, which to me, and there's much more to it than this, which you can find on the Planetary Peace, Power, and Prosperity.org website. But for me, this is a consciousness diagram. And after we have reconnected with what I conceptualize as a center point, and the circle there is much too large, but it is what it is. It's a timeless, spaceless point of awareness. If we are manifesting, creating, and co-creating outward from that space, each one of us is a different rainbow line going out from that center point. Where we get into trouble is when we get stuck on one of those conceptualizations and say, hey, the way I think about this is the truth. You better listen to me. That's an old patriarchal structure. We need to both create, co-create, be who we are, our unique persona, but then we also need to connect with the different personas around that circle. And we do that through conscious conversation. We do it through deep listening to another person and then speaking our own truth as clearly as we can. And just real fast, you were asking about education. I'll make this real short, okay?
Well, actually, that's the next question, and we'll just make the rounds on because I would love to hear. We literally only have about 8 minutes, and so because we need a short time for the other speakers to get in and get tested for their mics and such. But so I would love just like two minutes each. If we can look at what I mentioned about education and unity consciousness moving into this new age of enlightenment, I definitely see a change in the educational system, and a lot of it is moving toward less analytical and less structured. This is how it is. Go sit in your class, take a test. You got an A, B, C, D. And it's moving more towards an experiential model. We see the Montessori type things, and we see experiential learning that is coming into it very strongly. You guys are all in the education arena. I would love to hear your comments about how can we evolve the educational system to reach more unity consciousness and enter into this age of enlightenment for the coming generations. You want to go? Yes, go ahead and jump on that. You're on.
Okay. There's a tension between systems thinking and subjective processing. And I think it has to start with the subjective processing. When you're working with systems, you are kind of trying to stand on the outside and put all these living, breathing human beings into your own little conceptual boxes so that everything works. And we see that going on right now with all the technology, but the technology has its own flaws. So just again, getting back to my own particular focus, which is words that work to expand consciousness. I don't like this idea of levels either. I like the idea of we all have some awareness, some consciousness, but how do we expand it out, bigger and bigger and more magnificent? So forms of language, stories, tell your personal story and be honest and vulnerable and share it as appropriate with other people. You may not want to share it with the world because there's some people out there who will start pointing fingers at you, as we're seeing going on in the political sphere right now, and saying, oh, look what that guy did. Shame on him. That just perpetuates the challenge and the separation. So stories, personal stories, first person singular language, questions, really good questions. What do I think? What do I feel? What do I need? What are my choices? What do I need to know? Which is going into the conceptual sphere, the maps, which are fun to play with. And whom can I trust? And then metaphor and analogy as well are just great forms of linguistics. Rather, the didactic teaching can actually get you stuck out of unity consciousness.
Beautiful. Yes, I think the emotional intelligence is going to play a big role in the next style of education. Absolutely. Bruce, Rachel, which one would like to step in?
Okay.
I was trying to say, go for it, Bruce. Yeah, we haven't heard
from
you.
Right, so 2 minutes. Here we go. Unity consciousness. This is where I'm going to say I think the greatest and most important skill, one of them, is to be able to live with two opposing ideas at the same time with comfort. So unity consciousness also means disunity understanding. So a couple things. Janet, you talked about how lovely it is when a man opens a door for you. I have also tried opening doors for women, and they're offended by me assuming they can't do it for themselves. So I have to hold both of those notions at the same time, understand that unique person and circumstance for which to behave. I also talk about success and failure. To me, what if you're successfully failing? So Edisonian, sometimes, and I look at life in the two secrets when I boil it down. What's the one thing that if you did it differently would move the needle on everything? And that's very personal. And the universal is, you know, what's the iterative process? How do I fail faster and better so that I can align to the principles of truth and spirit? And I do that by successfully experimenting through my life until I'm aligned to the principles of the moment, which I love. And then to go back to a metaphor that I'll share very quickly, and I do this a lot when I train, and you brought it up just now, Sean, the notion of emotional intelligence. I train this all over the world every week. And let me show you just a quick, this is the wrong deck. Sorry, I just had it up. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna slide it real fast. We'll do this 40 seconds, and then I'll go from there. So I often ask people about, wrong one. I'm just going to show it to you and back off here. This particular deck right here is the idea of paradox, which is how do we identify with diversity and inclusion and all those different elements? How do we maintain our individual identities while at the same time holding to the collective good? How do I hold both with comfort? When it comes to leading and following, sometimes I'm leading, sometimes I'm weaving behind, sometimes I'm leading the dance, sometimes I'm being led by the dance. So for me, the idea of unity consciousness is to hold paradox, to help and recognize and value everybody's unique experiment and life, and simultaneously weaving into the collective value of the whole. And if one can maintain their distinct identity and a collective identity, and that we're all committed to every one of our distinct and unique opportunities to fulfill the measure of our unique curation, I think if we can hold that paradox, we can stop being either one or the other. Thank you for letting me kind of share that.
I love it. I love it, love it, love it. Yes, Rachel, please.
Okay, and I'm gonna see how I can keep this like incredibly short because I know other people need to get on here. But so going back to how to create more unity consciousness and education, I feel so blessed to have had the opportunities I have in public education, but also internationally, which Sean, you and I have shared in as well, because I find that the students that I work with and even the teachers, so all of us, it's intergenerational. When we have opportunities to create together, whether that's with a specific art form or just a project, some sort of project where we are working together and creating together, it allows us to practice and experiment, kind of like Bruce was just talking about. We have these opportunities to experiment together and learn to appreciate different opinions and different backgrounds. And some of the richest experiences that I've had in my work thus far really have been when we've been working towards a creative product with classes where I'm working with the teachers and the students, and we have a goal to choreograph something together. And then through that process, there is tension because there are different opinions, there are different students, different thoughts of what should we do with this dance? Where should it go? How are we going to express this, you know? And so there is a lot of tension, but along the way, we come to understand each other and we get to explore new possibilities that maybe at first an individual didn't want to, but because someone else presented this new idea, then they got to experience something new. So by the end of this shared experience of creating something together, we do create that unity consciousness along the way, because you can't just do that by talking about it. You have to have a lived experience. Like you were saying, Sean, experiential learning. You brought that phrase up. So I would say we have to have these experiences of working together, coming to understand each other in different ways in order to create that unity consciousness.
Yes, 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 all the way around. And I love that each of you have touched on the idea that we need to, and we could go into a whole other conversation on this, but we need to be able to allow people to fail and not expect perfection out of them, and then that shuts them down. But say, oh, you failed, good job, you tried it, it didn't work, here you go, try again and see how you can do it better this time. What a powerful, important thing that we need to evolve our education system into. Thank you all for your input, your powerful drop that you're putting into the pond of the world that is rippling out and making a huge difference on this planet. Thank you, thank you, thank you for being here. And I am excited to see this go on YouTube and each of your sessions be able to, again, spread beyond even those who have been watching it today. So thank you for being here, and namaste to all of you.
Thank you. Namaste.
Thanks, everybody. And look, we have our next panel ready. Yay, this is amazing and lovely. Dharma is here, Becky is here, Anistara, and Desiree. Okay, it looks like we've got a pretty full house already. I'm going to turn the time over. Anistara, if you want to just check each of them, make sure their audio and such is working, and that they know if they need to share the screen that works on their computer, and then get it rolling. I'm going to let them know that let's see, what was this? 1C, I believe. Yes.
It's 1D.
Right. I just have to let them know 1C is done.
I see.
So that they can let you have a moment to gather things before you begin, and then go ahead and mention when you begin. Shoot it onto the WhatsApp so that they can start recording, if you can do that. I forgot to do it on my last one, and they started recording late, so that was my fault. Okay, have a great session, you guys. Oh my gosh, this is going to be great. And Anistara, just one thing that and I'm sure you will do this, but I just wanted to remind each of the monitors in the panel discussion, if you can have specific questions that they can answer, that helps facilitate it. One of the sessions I went to, she just opened it up and said, okay, go talk. And it worked. They talked, but it wasn't guided. And so if you can guide that, that would be great. So beautiful. Thank you, guys. And you guys are so lucky to have Anistara here. She is she's an amazing woman. She's sick. She's not letting it on, but she's very sick. And
right now.
And she's still here serving and being a moderator. So we are just, thank you so much for doing this. And you got you'll grow to love her as even just as the moderator without even presenting. So, all right. Have a great time. Talk to you guys later.
Awesome. Hey, Becky. So I have you listed first. It's Becky McIntosh. Is that how you pronounce it?
Yes.
Okay, yep. Excellent. And then do you want me to just read your bio right off the page?
Sure.
Yeah. Page? Okay, great. And then who I have next is Desiree Horvath. Is that how I pronounce it?
Desiree.
Desiree
Horvath.
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 Horvath. Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to find you on the page. I'm just on the worldunited.org page so that I can look up your bio. Unfortunately, they are not in alphabetical order, so I can't just search it. Oh, there you are. Okay. Fabulous. Awesome. Okay, Rick Ornelas would be next. I don't see Rick here, so we'll hold space for him, and if he arrives, great, and if he doesn't. John DeMartini. Nope. Ingrid, do you have somebody in the background that we don't know about, Rick or John? Okay, and Dharma. Oh, hi, Dharma. Nice to see you, dear.
Thanks.
Amazing. Hi. So I love that we're going to talk about spirituality and child development and family well-being. I have a 6-year-old. And so this is a fascinating subject to me. I went to school for psychology focused on child development. So when they asked me to moderate this piece, I was like, yes. Even though I'm totally sick, I like went and took a nap and got up and went and took a nap and got up. Like this is my 3rd session today, and I just keep going and napping in between. So if you find me like coughing or anything, I'm going to just mute myself as best I can. If all of you can just be aware to mute yourself as well. I'm going to do my best to stay on top of spotlighting everyone. You're each going to have your 15-minute segment, and then we'll move into the panel discussion at the end. Now, if Rick and John don't show up, this potentially could be a lot shorter. And I wanted to just gauge the room in general. Do we want to still keep our panel discussion 45 minutes? Or if the 2 guys don't show up, we have a whole hour and 15 minutes that the discussion can be. I have found that shorter is better and sweeter, but I just wanted to get a gauge of the whole room.
Well, were we supposed to prepare anything for the panel discussion? Because I didn't.
Honey. No.
It's just questions
It's
that we
just us
answered?
talking. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I can do that.
And I'll come up with the
I was
questions.
a little bit worried.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll just come up with questions as it flows, but you are supposed to speak for 15 minutes on your own right after, well, you're last. So whether the 2 guys show up or not will determine how long this session ends up being.
And for me, I have to leave in less than an hour, about 45 minutes. I'll switch to my phone. So I will be a passenger in the car driving to my next event for that panel discussion. So hopefully I'll have good service and it'll all go well, but that's the best I can do.
Okay, cool. All right, good to know. All right, well, I think we'll just get started. And let me pull up your bio again, Becky, and everybody else, if you could please mute. And let me see, where was it? Becky, here it is. Oops, okay. And then I'm gonna let them know that we are starting. Okie dokie. I'm gonna pin and place pin soon. Okay. Well, hello everyone. Welcome to World United Global Transformation Festival. So grateful today to actually be moderating this next segment called Spirituality and Child Development and Family Well-Being. And so I'm really looking forward to diving in and discovering what these Gaias have to say about all of it. We have a whole panel of women at this point, so we'll see if the other 2 men show up or not. And I just wanted to introduce to you our first speaker. All right, so this is Becky McIntosh. She is a popular speaker known for her honest approach and open heart She is dedicated to her family, faith, and inspiring others. Her passion for humanitarian work has inspired her to volunteer in India and Africa, not to mention the service rendered within the walls of her own home. Through the lens of possibility, Becky rekindles the evidence that faith, courage, and humor indeed go hand in hand. Becky feels passionate about sharing principles that will empower others to live life with unity and belonging. Becky's talks and books have encouraged thousands of people all over the world. She is the proud and humble mother of 7 children and an ever-growing number of grandchildren. She enjoys growing older with her husband, Scott, in a nest that's never quite empty. All right, Becky, take it away, darling.
Oh, thank you so much. Is spirituality important in child development and family well-being? It is my personal experience that the answer is a resounding yes. There are studies that also validate this. One of the greatest gifts that my parents gave me was to teach me about a higher being who loved me and that I had a purpose. They taught me the value of prayer, gratitude, and forgiveness. Life experiences have given me the opportunity to be better, do better, and try again the next day. Learning to love God, love others, and love myself has been a lifelong journey. I thought that I knew what love, charity, compassion, empathy, what it was until God took me on a journey with my son. It was January 9th, 2012, at precisely 11:11 p.m. that my 24-year-old son mustered the courage to tell his father and I that he was gay in the best way that he knew how, a private Facebook message. You see, that way he wouldn't have to see our initial reactions if we reacted poorly. And it would give us time to read it, digest it before a face-to-face talk. Well, I immediately called him up and said, I got your message. I love you. Please hurry home so we can talk. We stayed up until 4 o'clock in the morning, talking, listening, seeking to understand, crying, hugs, a lot of hugs. He said, Mom, you're the first person that I've talked to about this. And that broke my heart to think my 24-year-old son had grown up not thinking there was anyone that he could trust or talk to about this very real part of him. Not even me, his own mother. You see, when somebody feels different, their ears are extra sensitive to the words around them, the things that people are saying and people's actions. And he didn't feel safe. That breaks my heart. He told me of the years of his teenage years that he just wanted to end his life. He did not see a bright future ahead of him, no matter which path he took. That broke my heart to think that he, again, wrestled through those years alone. I am so grateful that he didn't succumb to his suicide ideation. As the Family Acceptance Project, their studies show that gay and transgender young people are 8 times more likely to attempt suicide than their straight cisgender peers. 8 times. No one should feel that their friends and family in the world would be better off without them. We need to do better. We are doing better, right? Part of what we're doing here is to raise that unity consciousness and to better understand one another and to seek to understand one another. Every person knows someone who is gay, lesbian, transgender, or queer. A family member, a friend, a coworker, a neighbor, a classmate, someone. And if you don't, statistics show that there are LGBTQ people within your circle of influence. Do they know through your words and actions that you are a safe person that they could talk to? when my son and I, we went public with our story in 2014 and started to talk about this in a positive way. And hundreds and hundreds and literally thousands since 2014 have reached out to us and shared their stories, many of them still in the closet. Fear of rejection. As I've traveled the world as far away as India and Africa, people are the same. No matter your profession, demographics, location, social status, or educational degree, or what your religious beliefs are, no matter if you're rich, poor, brown, black, white, pink, or green, we all have the same basic needs. We all need to feel loved, safe, appreciated, trusted, respected, accepted, and valued for who we are, and to know that we belong. People are wired to connect. We want to belong. We want to belong and not just fit in. Thought leader Brené Brown says, belonging is being accepted for you. Fitting in is being accepted for being like everyone else. Let me repeat that. Belonging is being accepted for you. Fitting in is being accepted for being like everyone else. How boring life would be if everyone was like everyone else. So why do we try to be like everyone else? We should be ourselves and know that we can be accepted and that we belong. We need the diversity. It's the diversity that makes our world so beautiful. A person's sense of purpose and belonging greatly lowers suicide ideation. That spiritual part that is emphasized and taught at a young age is life-saving. And I'm like I said, I'm so grateful for that in my life, and so grateful to know that I have a purpose and that we're all one big human family, and each person has a purpose and is divinely created, and we can all grow and strengthen one another. So what are some ways that we can help to make a difference to elevate this unity and inclusion and help the outreach of our LGBTQ brothers and sisters? The number one is to seek to understand. Seeking real understanding affirms the other person and what they have to say. Number two, listening. Listening is one of the greatest gifts that you could give someone. Listening with empathy. Everyone has a story. Listening changes hearts. It strengthens relationships. Number three, be kind. It's that simple. Just be kind. Say I love you and care about you through your actions, not just your words, but by the way you treat one another. At the end of the day, people remember how you made them feel. These three things help to create that safe space within your power of influence at your home, your school, your community, and the ripple effect. Children and young people are listening to your words, to our words, and listening and watching the way that you treat others. They are determining whether we're a safe person. No one should live in fear of being rejected, shamed, bullied, or harmed in any way. Within my own family is much diversity. We differ in race, religion, politics, and sexual orientation, but we are united in our love and respect for one another. We've worked hard to create a space where every one of our family members know they belong and want to be with one another and feel safe as we gather together in our home. We recognize each other's diversity brings the beauty and wonder. We are one big human family. And when we approach people such as your brothers and sisters, it helps us to see each other in a different way and to want to lift and build and strengthen one another. Everyone deserves to be seen and valued for who they are. How we treat one another matters. How we include people matters. My son He graduated with a master's degree in mental health. He's married to a wonderful man. They live in a beautiful home and have a wonderful family of French bulldogs and some other fun creatures. He's living the bright future that he never thought possible as a youth. He's surrounded by friends and family. We focus on strengthening relationships within our family and within our circle of influence. We can create more unity and love and a caring feeling and an atmosphere that will have a ripple effect. I want to thank you for letting me to be a part of this, and I have enjoyed listening to your messages, and it gives me such great hope for our world and our community. Let's band together and let's make this world a better place. Namaste.
Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. I so appreciate you, Becky, and those words. And it's so interesting. The moment you said, my son told me at 11:11 p.m. exactly. I'm an 11:11er. I see it all over the place.
Yeah.
I literally am the mother of 11:11 Unified. We've been throwing 11:11 gatherings for 12 years. So,
oh gosh, yeah.
Like the moment you said, I was like, you caught my attention.
And we didn't realize it was 11:11 until we went back to read his message again, and I noticed, wow, that came in at 11:11. Like that wasn't just a coincidence.
No, of course it isn't. It's a power number, and it really does connect us with source and God and creator energy. So
yep, for sure. Yep.
Fabulous. All right, darling, if you could be so kind as mute yourself, and we will move on to the next presenter, Desiree Horvath. She is coming up here on screen, and I'm going to just replace this pin while I share her bio. Desiree is a senior in high school, lives in Nepi, Utah. She has a passion for music, writing poetry, and learning to work on cars. In 2022, Desiree will graduate high school and begin college in Southern Utah University, studying interior design. Oh, cool. In December 2020, Desiree's father committed suicide. She is passionate about spreading awareness of suicide prevention. Oh dear, yes. Heart goes out to you, my love. All right.
Thank you. I'm here for a reason, whether that reason to be to make a difference in someone's life or to change something. I'm here to share my story and express my thoughts. I remember in elementary school, I had to write who my hero was, someone who shaped my life and someone who has helped me to learn and grow. My hero is my dad. My dad taught me so much: how to cook, put a worm on a hook, how to really camp, and how to make gross fish bait that stunk up the house when it got warm. The list could go on, but not only for these reasons is my dad my hero. He remained strong for his kids through his own struggles. My dad worked hard to provide his kids with not only our needs, but our wants. He made sure that his kids knew that we came first. We were the light of his life that kept him going. He taught us the importance of family. He always said family comes first, and he stuck to that. He wanted us to know what family really meant. It wasn't about how much we had, how little, it was about the memories and the good times. My dad built a different bond with each of my siblings. He connected with us on different things. I was the youngest of my biological siblings, making me the baby, and essentially daddy's little girl. Me and my dad had a good bond. When I was younger, it was better, but as I started to grow up, our bond weakened. After his third divorce, my dad started to work harder on reconnecting with his kids. I knew I could always go to my dad. He built that trust with me since I was very little, and I knew he was always there. One thing me and my dad had in common was hiding our emotions and bottling up our feelings. Me and my dad could tell when the other was upset. It started as us asking one another if the other was okay, and both responding with, "I'm fine." And we didn't want to talk about it. Eventually, I started telling my dad I was vibing and thriving. And we started telling each other. He picked up on it. We would look at each other and ask if the other was okay, and we'd simply say vibing and thriving. We knew the other was upset, but we also knew they didn't want to talk about it and wouldn't. My dad was an amazing person and always seemed so happy. When people talk about my dad, they always seem to bring up his endless jokes, the constant laughter, and his big smile. But deep down, my dad had his struggles, and he had battles he was facing. Given those battles and struggles, my dad had been on medication for his depression, anxiety, and ADHD. One of the medications my dad was prescribed was sertraline, also known as Zoloft. Zoloft is a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor. In short, this medication is used to increase the serotonin by blocking reabsorption of serotonin in the nerve brain cells. My dad had struggled with depression in the past, but in 2020, it was a hard year for everyone, and I believe it was even more difficult for my dad to cope. My dad was on a high dose of Zoloft and was unable to get to his doctor's appointment to refill it. The medication was providing my dad with serotonin, so he was not constantly thinking about his depression. When the medication was out of his system and he had none, it was a complete drop down. He no longer had the high dose of medication to help the serotonin stay. To keep his thoughts of depression away, on December 29, 2020, my dad had given up his fight and lost his battle to suicide. At that moment, nothing felt real. I didn't want to face reality. I couldn't. I didn't want to admit to myself that my dad was gone. My hero, the foundation that held our family together, it was gone. He was really gone. I faced problems with suicidal thoughts and my mental health before, but after my dad was gone, I was in one of the worst places I had ever been in. I remember all I wanted to do was sleep. Sleeping was my escape. I would cry myself to sleep, wake up, immediately start crying, and cry myself back to sleep. I couldn't eat. I was stuck with thoughts running through my head, the what ifs, thinking he was going to come home and walk through the door and everything was going to be okay, but it never happened. The night my dad committed suicide, I knew something was wrong. I could tell he wasn't doing okay. I was really worried about him. I remember coming into the kitchen. My dad came inside from the back door. I looked at him with tears in my eyes and told him to give me a hug. He refused. I asked again, and he once again refused. This was not like him. He always gave us hugs and told us he loved us. I began crying now and wrapped my arms around him and said, "Dad, just please give me a hug." He asked me what was wrong, and I told him I was worried about him. He wasn't himself. He told me he was fine, and I told him he was lying. I knew he was lying. He talked to me. He talked to calm me down, and he kept repeating to me that everything was going to be perfect. It was going to be okay. I believed him. I had hoped things were going to be okay. Before I went to bed, my dad came into my room to check in on me. He asked me if I was okay, and I said maybe not right now, but I will be. Another thing we said to each other. He asked multiple times to be sure, and once he was satisfied with my answer, he began leaving my room. As he peeked his head in one last time, he said he was going to shower and that he would be right back. Then he chuckled and said, "Well, not right back, but I will be back." I said, "Okay, love you," and responded with "love you." I didn't know that was going to be the last conversation I would ever be able to have with my dad. We're not spreading awareness as we should be. I am very passionate about this topic and have been since I was a freshman in high school. I have personal experience in knowing how suicide affects friends, family, and loved ones. Suicide is a very sensitive topic, however, we are hiding from it. As kids, the majority of us have to get over the fear of the monster under our bed. We have to get over the fear of the dark. Why are we afraid of facing our fear of talking about suicide? Why have we overcome and faced multiple fears and problems in our lives? We are afraid of letting people know about suicide or even to talk about it. There are many reasons why we don't talk about mental health and suicide, such as some believe it's wrong to talk about because of their beliefs. Some don't talk about it because they feel weak. Others because there is a lack of resources for those who are struggling. Whatever these reasons, there are also reasons why we should open the conversation and talk about mental health and suicide. According to the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, in 2019 report, which was retrieved in February of 2021, in 2019, suicide was the 10th leading cause of death. 47,511 Americans died by suicide, and there was an estimated 1.38 million suicide attempts. According to the Centers for Disease Control Prevention, in 2019, 12 million adults thought about suicide seriously. 3.5 million planned a suicide attempt, and 1.4 million attempted to commit suicide. In looking at research, I came across an article, Mental Health, a Roadmap for Suicide Research and Prevention. In this article, it talks about a plan called the 4-point plan. The 4 points are as follows: define suicide as a distinct disorder, understand the mechanisms, fund suicide research, and promote prevention. If suicide is defined as a mental disorder, it will open the opportunity to study treatment options, provide scales and ratings to predict and assess severity of cases. Suicide deals with the mind and brain, which is psychiatry. It will also open the distinction between depression and suicide. If more research is opened, we can research the differences of cognitive control over emotions in different people. There will also be opportunity to study more with neuroimaging and in neurobiology. If funding is provided, the money can be used for research and for prevention, thus opening opportunities for more resources. And the last point of the 4-point plan is to promote prevention. By promoting prevention, we would be able to educate and talk about suicide. Also, it would provide resources and programs for those who would like to become more educated and to those who are struggling themselves. We need to open the conversation about mental health and suicide in order to understand more and to help. In another article by Jill Paris titled, "Can We Predict or Prevent Suicide?" An update. It claims that there is little evidence that suicide fatality can be predicted or prevented. So I asked the question, is it unreasonable to believe we would be able to predict suicide? I wish every day that I could have predicted my dad's actions that night. I wish I would have known what to look out for. I wish I would have noticed any signs, but I wasn't able to. If we are able to use evidence-based resources and prevention methods, that is doing more than shadowing the problem. The conversation needs to be open. This is not only important to have resources for those who are struggling, but to also make it known that they're out there, that they can help and provide support. It is important to point out that mental health and mental illnesses does not always lead to suicide. It is also important to note that depression is different than suicide. If we're able to open the conversation, we can educate the differences and help people really understand. Not talking about the problem does not solve the problem. I still struggle with my mental health, but there are things that have helped me. Things that have helped me and still help me are taking my thoughts and turning it into poetry, listening to music that boosts my mood, helping those around me who are struggling as well, drawing, going to car meets, staying busy, and more. Every person is different. What works to help me cope may not help other people. There are other things that may help those struggling. This could be something they enjoy, something to keep their mind busy, something to block out the thoughts and more. There are also universal things to know that may help as well, such as letting them know you are there for them and showing it. Letting them know they do not have to fight alone. Taking action to actually be there for them. Talking it out, hearing them, really listening to them. Making sure they know their feelings are valid. It is okay to open the conversation about mental health and suicide. It is okay to discuss their feelings. It is okay to discuss your feelings. It's important to really be there for them. When I was struggling, I blocked everyone out. I didn't answer calls, messages, or other forms of communication. I pushed everyone away, but there were people waiting for me when I was ready to talk. You may be pushed away by someone who is struggling, but do not walk away from them. Do not give up on them. Be there, check in, wait until they are ready to talk. It is important for them to know you are there. You are really there. You are not going to walk away from them. Talk openly about what is really going on. There are other options, but these are things you can do, and by coming together, we can all do to help those who are struggling and to help with prevention. Suicide is not an option. You are not weak for reaching out for help. You should not be judged or have a fear of being judged for needing someone's help to cope with your thoughts of suicide. There are resources out there. We need to have more programs for suicide prevention and to provide support. I don't think leaving the suicide hotline out or leaving a poster out for Safe Utah website is doing enough. We need to do more. We can do more. Right now, I challenge you to think of someone who may be struggling in silence, or someone who needs a reminder. Write their name down or keep them in your mind. It's important not to forget. As soon as you get the chance to call or text that person, or more than one person, do so. Tell them what they mean to you. Tell them that why they matter. They are enough and their feelings are valid. If possible, reach out with open arms. Be someone they can talk to. Be accepting of them for who they are. Be united to work through it. Don't let them feel as if they are facing the battle alone or on their own. Be a cheerleader for them. Help be a part of their support system. And in doing this, you could truly save a life. You could help reduce the pain they're feeling by letting them know they are enough and by letting them know you are there for them. They're not alone, and that is okay to have an open conversation with them without judgment. That is helping with suicide prevention. If you only take one thing away from this speech today, I hope it is that you can make a difference in someone's life. And by becoming united to face a problem, we as a whole will be able to have an open conversation of mental health and suicide. As stated in the beginning, I am here for a reason. Not only to share my message with you, but I'm here on earth for a reason, for a purpose. We all have a purpose. We all have a reason to be here. I encourage you to find your reason. I encourage you to find your purpose. Thank you.
Wow, Desiree. Hmm. You are such an inspiration.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing your story. I know that it has touched many people, including myself. Wow. Sending you so much love, honey.
Thank you.
Look forward to opening that conversation a little bit later after others speak. Oh, thank you so much. Really appreciate you, little one. Wow, the youth, they're just astounding to me, these light beings that have come in with so much knowledge and so much wisdom, even in their young years, can teach us all so, so much. So grateful for your words of wisdom today, Desiree. Thank you. All right, we're going to move on to Rick Arnelis. I'm going to pull him up here. Rick is a best-selling author, speaker, and professional coach who empowers and connects others to spread positive change and elevate social impact. With a social sciences communications degree and over 25 years of additional study, he has trained over 10,000 hours in communication, sociology, interpersonal relationships, and leadership. He's the author of 12 Hours of Heaven, Lessons for a Better World, and founder of iSpark Change, a global movement and online community of those who are positively impacting the world and bettering humanity. Rick has been featured as an expert in multiple media outlets, including national, international television, and radio. He's a regular writer at Lifehack, guest contributor for various websites, and has inspired listeners across the globe as a guest on over 50 podcasts. His next book, 12 Hours of Heaven, Time on Earth, is in the works now. Welcome, Rick. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anastara. Thank you for the intro, and thank you everybody for being here today for this wonderful transformational experience. And final gratitude to Desiree for everything you shared. And it's really, I think everything always happens for a reason. And as you finish, you talked about creating purpose in your life, and that's exactly what I'm going to discuss. Today is what that means for some of our younger folks, and what that means as you get older like me, and as you move on in life. So I'm going to share my screen here because I have just a couple slides. So as Anastar was saying, I am the founder of iSpark Change, and our big focus is to empower others, to show others that you are not alone. And that's super important for us in everything we do. So we'll discuss that a little bit. But for today, what's your purpose, right? And I ask that question to everybody that's watching right now about what your purpose is, because that's something that it's not a question that you often hear, right? It's not a question that typically comes up until you have some kind of a life experience, like Desiree was just talking about. It's not something that is a part of regular conversation. Let's just put it that way, right? And what I found through many years of studying myself and studying others is that it should be something that is discussed at a far younger age. And younger folks, especially Generation Z, they are our future. They make up the largest segment of the population now, as of a couple of years ago, approximately like 25 to 30%. And the good thing is that 2/3 of them believe that they can change the world and that they can impact humanity in a greater way. And that's far greater than any former generation. So I'm putting my faith in all you young folks out there to create your purpose, right? Because when I was your age, if someone had asked me, what's your purpose? I mean, maybe it was a teacher or someone in class or church or something, I would have thought like, they're crazy. I don't even know what I'm going to have, what I want for breakfast, let alone what my purpose is, right? And so, I never really thought of it, right? And it took me many, many years to realize that my purpose was to love and to give and to serve, and in many capacities, right? But as I said, that took me decades of life. And I feel that humanity has progressed at such a rapid rate that it can come much earlier. So for me, it took a life experience to really realize what my purpose is. And about 20 years ago, I was living in Southern California with my wife and two young daughters at the time. My daughters who are now grown, but they were 4 and 1 at the time. And we were coming back from a birthday party, a children's birthday party that was about 2 hours away from our house. And we were driving back on a Sunday afternoon, and it starts raining really hard, the kind of rain where the wipers can't even clear the water off the windshield. And we see cars pulling over and cars, waiting out the storm. And I discussed that with my wife. I say, should we wait it out? And she says, you know what, it's going to get dark soon, and then it'll be worse. And we were still a couple hours from home. So we decided to venture on really cautiously. Well, as we are driving in the slow lane of this large freeway in Los Angeles, I hit a puddle and we start hydroplaning and spinning out of control. And we spin across 4 lanes to the left and miraculously do not hit the center divider. And I'm trying to steer and I'm screaming and my wife's screaming and the kids were in the back asleep. And I'm hoping they're okay at this time, but we don't hit the center and we spin back the other direction across 4 lanes the other direction. And we go off the shoulder. We hit a dirt embankment and hit a block wall at high speed, and we flip over completely and we land back on the wheels. And the roof is smashed down to about here, and the windshield's shattered, and the right side glass is all shattered, and the car's filled with dirt. And my kids are crying, and I check my wife, she's okay, and the kids and everyone seems okay. We all seem like there's no harm. And so we crawl out of my door, and a elderly couple had pulled over, and the lady wraps a blanket around my wife, and none of us have a scratch on us. And the gentleman tells me that he thought we were killed for sure. He had called 911 and he thought we were killed. And he said it was the most amazing thing he had ever seen. And being a young guy, I was thinking, oh, I'm invincible, right? I'm tough. These kind of things don't affect me, right? And I was like, it wasn't that bad. It was an accident, but hey, look, we're all good. Everything was fine, right? We lived. Everything's okay. But over the next few days, I really started to reflect, and different signs started to hit me that it was a big deal, that we escaped this unscathed, that it was a miracle. And when I went to pick up our things, as the car had to be towed away, and I went to pick up our things from the tow truck office impound yard, and the attendant there, when I went to pick up our car, I said, yeah, I need to get things out of this black Grand Prix. And he said, that's not your car. And I said, yeah, that's my car. And he said, no, the person who was driving that is dead. By the looks of that car, they were killed for sure. And it really caused me to reflect, right? All these things caused me to reflect. And a couple months later, I'm sitting in my car, just staring at this guardian angel pin that my mother had given me to protect us. And because she felt that it's what had happened in that situation. And this idea for a story hits me about an angel that has come down from heaven to help individuals on earth. And so I think about it, and I said, I really should write this because this is really important. So I start by writing this, what I called a to-do list for every day. And these were basic things, and reflecting in my life, I realized, look, I don't have a purpose, right? What am I living my life for, right? I'm sure I'm trying to take care of my family as a young man, starting out a family, but what am I really here for? What am I on this planet? And so these are 12 things that I wrote down, right? And as you can see, they're basic tenets of life, right? They're things that are preached in various religions all over the world, things that are taught in books everywhere. And yet I realized I wasn't living with these things in mind, that I was taking all of these things for granted. Right. And I said, okay, I'm going to focus on these, and that's going to be my life. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to devote my life to this. Right. And I said, okay, I'm going to write a book about this book about this angel that comes down. And you know what? I wrote about a page and I filed it away on a laptop, and I went back to my life. And then as God and the universe will keep doing, they'll keep giving you these signs. Right. And then it was just 3 years later that my sister took her own life after suffering with mental illness and bipolar depression, and other family members had passed away, and my marriage started to suffer, and all these things were coming, and all these signs. And I dug up this list, and I said, okay, you have to get back to focusing on the things that are important, right? And I realized as I was, here I'm in my, early 30s, mid 30s. I'm like, why is it taking me this long to figure this out, right? And so I started to focus on these tenets from this list, as I call them, and I started to focus on what was more important, what was more important in life, and I tried to work on it with more diligence on a daily basis, right? But it's hard. It's hard on a daily basis to do some of these things because we're human, right? And I ended up going about life, right? I ended up going about life for 20 years, for 20 more years, going about life, trying to live the best as I can, right? Practicing these on a pretty regular basis, but living small, not really seeking to help the masses, right? Not really seeking to help humanity like we're doing here today. And it wasn't until last year during pandemic, where my business had almost completely shut down, coaching business, and I had no revenue coming in, and I found myself getting anxious and fearful and going into that dark hole of mental issues, and realizing, wait, you have to wake up from this. And once again, I dug up this list and said, okay, find your purpose again, find your purpose, go out and create that purpose. And that's when I decided to finally write that book, right? So I wrote the book, 12 Hours of Heaven. I got incredibly spiritually connected during my writing, to where I felt that the story was just being given to me, that a higher power was giving me the story, and I was just typing. And I ended up completing the story in under 3 months, where I thought, oh, this was going to take me a year. And I went from writing 500 words in a day to 2,000 in a couple hours, and finished the book. And during the time of writing, I realized that I was being called to do more, that I was being called, that yes, I was finally trying to live in that purpose, but I was being called to create more purpose in my life. And I started having dreams and visions of a greater world that could happen, and what would happen if I had put some greater work into it. And that's where I had a vision of iSpark Change, of building this community of beautiful souls to help spread positive change around the world, and help empower others to elevate their social impact, and show them that they do have a voice and they can make a difference. And that's where I started speaking and writing and starting to spread this message and amplify this message. And so for anyone out there that's listening, especially the younger folks, that this is so important that you're listening, you need to find your own list, right? You need to find your own list. If I give you these 12 things, right, it's too much. But I have three tips for you to leave you with 3 tips. 3 tips that'll help you find your purpose is: don't care about what other people think. I was so focused throughout my life of worrying about what others would think of me if I did this or if I did that it stopped me from creating all the beautiful things that I could create. So go out there, and just when you get older like me, you realize, you know what, they're not really focused on you anyways. Everyone's always just worried about themselves and inside, and it doesn't really matter, right? Secondly is, don't make excuses. When you learn to take personal responsibility, I would take so many excuses back then, and it would always be someone else's fault. And I didn't start the book because of, I had other things going on, and my work was too much, and this and that. And I put blame everywhere else. But once I finally realized that I had control of everything, I had control of whether to be happy or whether to create this or create that, then that's when it all changed. And lastly, don't be afraid to fail. For years, I was afraid. I always had to be so competitive that I had to show up, and I had to be the one that always won and couldn't lose and couldn't fail. And then I realized, one of my mentors realized that failure is the greatest teacher we have in life, the greatest teacher we have in life. because every time you fail is a new opportunity to learn something and to grow and to expand. And that's such a beautiful thing. You know, with struggles comes strength, you know, from challenges come courage, from worry comes wisdom, from obstacles, you find opportunities. And in doing so, you turn all that adversity into your advantages. So, you know, I urge you as you go forward to not be afraid to fail. Don't worry about what other people think, and, you know, take personal responsibility for everything, and don't make excuses. And, you know, remember, whether, you know, you're a part of iSpark Change or whatever you're doing in life, is, you know, empower others, empower yourself, because you're the only one that is going to create your purpose, right? No one's going to do it for you. If you wait for that incredible life experience to create your purpose, you could be waiting for a very long time. So create that purpose. Start now. You don't have to know what your purpose in life is today or even tomorrow, but, you know, they say that the best time to plant a tree is today, the best time to plant a tree is 25 years ago, and the second best time is today. So if you want to look back when you're my age and realize that you found your purpose at a young age, then plant those seeds now. So thank you, everybody, and God bless you.
Wonderful. Thank you. So appreciate you, Rick, and all of your wisdom. I love it. The iSpark. It's so great. Even the logo is amazing. Thank you for sharing your story. Yeah. Hello. All right, Rick, I'm so appreciative of what you had to share. And really, truly, I feel like as soon as I found my purpose, that's when my whole life just, I went on track, and I'm staying on track. And it keeps me motivated and inspired. And, you know, there's nothing better than feeling a fulfilled life, feeling like what you're doing with your life is fulfilling. It's like one of the main goals of us being humans on this planet, to love and be loved and to live a fulfilling life. Or at least have the perspective that is fulfilling, right? We could be fulfilled by so many things every day. So I'm just taking a roll call real quick and see if Dr. John DeMartini is here. I don't see his name in the Zoom room. And so if he's not here, we will move on to our last speaker, Dharma Evans. Okay, Dharma, let me pin you, darling, and then I will introduce you. This is Dharma Evans, everyone. She is 13 years old. She comes from a family of 8 plus a dog. She's performed as JoJo in the Seussical the Musical, Junior and Senior Galahad, in an original called Ladies in Waiting. She loves drama and performing, whether it be plays, musicals, concerts, or anything else. And she's been learning Mandarin Chinese since 2nd grade. So that's 7 years now. Wow, amazing. She can play the trombone, piano, and ukulele. And her family loves to sing and watch movies together. She enjoys laughing and hugs, and she loves the outdoors with family and friends. And sometimes she plays basketball with her siblings. All right, Dharma, what do you have to share with us today, sweetheart?
Well, thank you for that introduction. That was very kind. So as she said, I'm Dharma Evans. I'm 13 years old, and I live in just a small town that's just west of Salt Lake called Twilla. Okay, so the first thing I want to say is it takes all of us to lift humanity. That's what I'm going to say. What I mean by that is humankind needs to be lifted up. Us youth especially because we are the future. We are the ones that will be taking the legacy and carrying it on and passing it down to our children, the next generation. So I have 6 things that have helped me be lifted and help me know how to lift other people. 6 things that my parents have taught me and that me and my siblings do that make us such an amazing family, that make us lifted up. So the first thing is a very simple thing, and anybody can do it. It's only being allowed 1 hour of video games a week. So we can only play 1 hour on Saturdays, unless it's a holiday. On holidays, we can play half an hour. And this makes it so we don't spend excessive amounts of time staring at a screen, which is one thing that I'd like to talk about is that's a problem with the youth in this generation. We are spending so much time on our devices, on our computers, phones, lots of other things like TV, anything. We're spending so much time, and it's kind of ironic because you're staring at me on the screen and watching me talk about not staring at the screen. Anyways, so I have a plan to fix this. Overspending time on screen problem. The way to fix this is set a time less than what you usually spend. So say you spend, the average for a teen, quite amazing. The average for a teen is 7 hours on their device. So say you spend 7 hours on your screen, on your phone, on your computer, TV, anything. Say you spend 7 hours every day. With a timer or a time restriction on your phone, on your device, set a limited amount of time for half an hour less. So 6 hours and a half. Start spending time on that. Start doing that much time and work towards that. Like, get better at getting used to that. Get used to that is really what I'm trying to say. Spend that much time, get used to it, and then once you're ready with that, spend a little bit less time. And just keep going half an hour, and soon enough, you won't want to spend time on your phone or device like at all. But not only don't spend as much time on your device, but fill it in with good. Find things that are good service, researching something, helping your friend with their homework, anything you can do, and just replace it with good. And that's one of the things that I think we should fix, because it can affect our future, and it can affect other people's future, because we are going to be the ones in charge. We're going to be the leaders. We're going to be all of those people. And I don't think you'd really want us to be that type of person. It's not bad to use technology, just I think we should use less. The second thing that we've been taught throughout our lives, my family, my siblings, is service. We help whenever there's need. Like one time we heard that our neighbors just down the street needed help with laying their sod, which is grass that you can lay on the ground. It's like rugs of grass. And they needed help with their sod, which, because the person that was there, needed help because she had got called into work. And so we had to, in the spur of the moment, we all went over, all 8 of us, and we went over. We helped with the sod. We helped lay it down, organize it, and by an hour, we were done. We got done before she even got home. And she was so grateful, and it felt so good helping her. So this is just, I guess I should say that this is suggestions, things to do, things to teach, things to learn. So the third thing we do every year for Christmas is Secret Santa. And a lot of families do Secret Santa, but our Secret Santa isn't like others. Our Secret Santa, we have to make our gifts. We can't just, what I mean by that is we can't just go to the store, buy a fun gift, and, that's the gift. We have to make it. If it's a stuffed animal, we have to sew it or crochet it or knit it or whatever. If it's a hat, we have to make it. We have to find the stuff, or we have to color it, or just, you have to make your gift. And then it puts more thought into who you're giving your gift to. The fourth thing isn't that uncommon, but not a lot of people do it. It's family home evenings. So every Sunday after dinner, we just get together, we sing a song, we pray, we give lessons for our religion, we talk about connecting with God, and we just have fun. And it helps us connect with each other, and we build that strong relationship between family, and it teaches us lots of things. Number 5, nearly every year, we go up into the mountains, or go up, I don't know, by a lake, and we spend a few days with nature and family. We go camping. We come together, and that builds a strong relationship, being out in the wild. I mean, yes, we have a tent, we have food, but being out in the wild and not having Wi-Fi or lots of other things, not having Wi-Fi, not having friends, sometimes another family will come with us. But yeah, we just spend time together. So the last one is, it kind of depends on your family, but my family, we love to sing, and I'm not gonna lie, we're pretty good at it. All my brothers can sing, my sister can sing, my parents can both sing, and we're learning a song called the Hallelujah Chorus from Handel's Messiah, and it's a super fun song, and our voices are working great together, and all this, it's all working out. So in the dozen years of my life, I've had this perfection, this connection between spirits, between my spirits and my family, in my home. And as I've been going to school, as I've been going to lots of places, I've been looking for that same connection between other people. And the one place that I've noticed it the most is when I'm performing. So when I'm in a play or a musical, I find these moments. Moments when everyone is on cue and has the right expressions and say the right things and say it right, and everyone is listening and remembering what the directors told us. It's magical. It just works out, and it's perfect, and it's magical and beautiful. Or when I'm playing my trombone, as in the introduction, she mentioned that I could play a trombone. And when I'm in my concert, when I'm playing my trombone in a concert, and everyone is synchronized, and everyone's on the perfect pitch, and we're in the perfect pitch, the perfect volume, the perfect feel, because there's a feel when you're playing music. Perfect feel, perfect everything and everybody's looking at the conductor. It's magical. That's how life should be. So in order to do that, there are a few problems that need to be fixed, I think. So I have two more. I talked about the screen time one, but I have two more that I want to talk about. So number 2 is negativity. So I've noticed that kids are so negative about everything, and they get down, and then they bring other people down. Like they get sad, they bring other people down. It makes me think of the movie Soul from Disney. If you haven't seen it, you can just imagine, but a guy's in a hair salon, and there's another guy there that is always being rude to him and always making fun of him and always bringing him down. And it's a little bit confusing, but this guy that's in the hair salon, he goes there often, and he's been replaced with a different soul, if you know what I mean. And that soul says, so you're talking rude to other people, something like, so you're talking rude to other people so that they come down to your level, type of thing. That's kind of what it is. And the best way to fix this is actually really obvious. I'm sure you can think of what I'm going to say. The best way to fix this is just don't be negative. Be positive. Be happy. Life is life. It's going to throw things at you. And the way to get the best experience from those things, whether it's good or bad, is to be positive. Just be positive throughout. I know it's hard sometimes, but you have to just acknowledge that this is life. It'll pass. I'll be okay. So the last but not the least problem I see in the youth that should be fixed or tried to, but it's very difficult, has been eating away at humankind for such a long time, probably forever, is mental illnesses. Depression, anxiety, ADHD, bipolar disorder, lots of other things. This problem is really difficult to solve. My uncle, he passed away because of suicide. I'm sure you heard Desiree talking about her dad. That's my uncle. He passed away from suicide, and you've heard the story. So I also feel strong and feel strong in that. The best way I've found to help these problems, they're difficult to solve, to fix, but to help these problems is to be social, active, and connect with nature. I had a friend who had depression, and the medicine she was trying wasn't working. She was starting to think seriously about suicide. And I noticed, and I decided to hang out with her more because she was a dear friend of mine. So she was in the drama club, which I was in, and she didn't really have anybody to talk to. So I hung out with her. I got to know her a lot better than when I did before. When we were waiting for our rides after rehearsal, I would teach her some dances that I knew. That's the active part. We would dance, we would play tag with the other kids, and it was lots of fun. And we would always sit by the same tree, which we have now named Francisco. And it made a memory. And now when I look at that tree, I remember her. She is now moved. But I keep in touch the best ways that I can. And we created memories. It worked out. And soon others started hanging out with us. I later mentioned it to her. I later mentioned to her like that she was thinking about suicide and like what happened with that. And she said it completely left her mind. All thoughts of suicide left. She felt loved and wanted, and she knew that if she died or committed suicide, she would be missed and there would be tears. There was also a video that we watched in health class the other day that I would like to talk about. It was about a man who had tried to commit suicide by jumping off a bridge. I don't remember which one it was, but it was a famous bridge for suicide. Lots of people had died from that bridge. And the different part of his story is that he survived the jump, which usually didn't happen. So he said that right when it was too late, when he had jumped, he said he didn't want to die. He said he regretted it, and he thought no one will know that I didn't want to die. There have been 19 that survived jumping off that bridge, and all of them have said the same thing. If you have a mental illness, don't let the mental illness have you. So back to, can I ask how much time I have left? Does anybody know that?
You're fine, honey. You just channel what you need to channel, and we'll move into our discussion when you're done.
Okay, thank you. So back to it takes all of us to lift humanity. When I was about 8 in 2016, I was part of a presentation from the World Parliament on Spirituality. That was the presentation, and it was from the World United, which is hosting this festival. And I represented humanity in this presentation. I was humanity. I was humankind, all of humans. And my uncle had a string. My uncle, who was hosting it, the presentation, he had a string, more like a ribbon. And I sat on it, and he tried to lift me up, and it broke. He later explained that this ribbon represented him. So he tried to lift humanity, but by himself, and it didn't work. We then brought out a rug that was woven from the same ribbon, and I sat on it, and from the help of others, he was able to lift me up. So back to everything working out. You remember I was talking about being in a play and everything going perfectly, and being in a concert and everything going perfectly. So the way to do this, see, as I said, this is how life should be. And the reason it's not is that people aren't connected to their spirits, to their inner self is a different way to put it. If we can connect to our spirits can connect to other spirits. There's a network, a whole network of spirits, and all of our divinities, all of our inner self is connected to all of the others. And if you listen to the director, the conductor of life, or God, it works out. But if you can't connect to your spirit, you can't connect with other people or God. And that's how God would talk to you or tell you what to do. So if everyone would connect and everyone would listen to the conductor of life, everyone would know what to do and where to go and who to meet. It would be magical. So connect to your spirit, whichever way works for you. Research, find ways. Just connect to your spirit, connect to yourself, connect to others, connect to God. And then together we can lift humanity and prepare for a new generation of leaders and a new generation to carry the legacy. Thank you, and namaste.
Beautiful. Dharma, thank you so much, little sister. You are precious. Oh my goodness. I'm so grateful to have listened to what you had to share. And I have hope for the future. I have hope for the future. When I look at you and Desiree, let's try and bring everybody up here. I'm gonna make sure that I can do this here. So we're gonna stop. Okay, so if I go to gallery view, how do I unpin myself? So I'm not as familiar with Zoom as I am with other technology. So I know if I go to gallery, it's there, but remove pin, here we go. Remove pin and gallery. Does everybody see everybody? Does everyone see everyone? Nobody's pinned right now? We're good? Okay, great. Hi. Okay, so we're going to move into our panel discussion now. And I have to say that there's this common thread here, right? Our whole segment, our whole session really is about spirituality and family health and well-being. And of course, mental health is a huge piece of that, a huge piece of that. And so since it sounds like most of us we all have somebody in our life that has passed on or taken on their life because of mental illness. What would be your message to humanity right now? I know that you each shared your own little bit, but after hearing everyone else, what would your message to humanity be right now, especially to somebody who might be suffering from some kind of mental illness? And I'll just let you all step in as you feel inspired to. I can call on one of you if you'd like.
I can talk if you want.
Okay, sure. Go ahead, Dharma.
So message on spirit to humanity. Message to humanity. I think my message would probably be don't give up. Like just keep moving forward, keep doing your best, which is another thing. Do your best, right? So that and lift humanity, like help others and help the other youth or if you're older, the youth, or if you're younger, the teenagers, those who you look up to, just help them. And especially if you have a mental illness. Another way I've found that I didn't mention in my speech for mental illnesses, especially thinking about suicide, just ask somebody that you know if they love you and take their answer to heart and make sure it's sincere, and that will help you get through it.
I really like that, Dharma. Thank you for sharing that. That's awesome. And you and Desiree and Dharma, you guys have wisdom far beyond your years. So far more wisdom than I had when I was your age. I can tell you that right now. And Astar and Becky are nodding, so I'm sure they'll agree with that. But what I would tell, so I have 3 daughters that are all part of Gen Z between 18 and 25, and nieces and nephews and lots of different young folks in my life and people that I coach in sports and things like that. And what I always try to tell them is that they're not alone, And Dharma, you were talking about how so many people in general today, but especially young people, spend so much time on devices. And experts call Generation Z the loneliest generation, even though we're so overly connected that that leads to disconnectedness. And so a lot of them feel like you're saying that they don't have anyone to talk to. They feel like they're just isolated and they're just by themselves. And so, the message that I would say is just, know you're not alone. There's others that can relate to you. There's others that are going through similar things that you are going through. And if you just open up and share with someone, it doesn't have to be a parent. It can be a friend or, or just anyone, even reaching out on social media or sending a message like Becky's son in a PM. I mean, anything, to reach out to someone, then that's how you open that door and, realize that you can start to heal or get better or get whatever's, on your heart out. So just know they're not alone.
Thank you, Rick. Desiree or Becky, you have anything you want to add?
Yes, I would say, just be mindful of the people around you. Be sensitive. Watch for the person who is sitting alone or who is isolating themselves, and reach out to them, include them, find out if they're okay, talk to them, listen to them. Everyone is going through something difficult, everyone. And often they just throw on a big smile but be mindful and be you may be the only kind word or smile or hug that they receive that day. And then to anyone that is really struggling with their mental illness, as what has been said, is you're not alone. Hang in one more day, one more week, one more month, one more year. It gets better. Reach out to someone of trust. I know just a couple weeks ago, a young person more than my help, and I said, is it okay if we call the suicide hotline? And they said yes. And so I called and we connected the call together, and for 30 minutes the person, they're trained, they know how to reach out and to help and to assess what you need, but they gave wonderful tools to this person of how some tools that they could do right then to help them, and some other resources. So be there for one another and lift one another, and have those numbers and resources handy to be able to share with others that you may come in contact with that are needing professional help.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Thank you. Desiree, honey?
Yeah, so like you guys said, tell them you're not alone. But not only that, but you do not have to struggle alone. Do not struggle alone. Like struggling in silence, you don't have to struggle in silence. You can talk about it. Your feelings are valid. We can listen, like be a listener. I think that's really important, because for a lot of people that struggle, they feel nobody will listen to them. And that's just not just listening, it's actually listening. Don't push their feelings aside. That's what they have a fear of. Really listen. And I think that's really important to know. Mm-hmm. And for them to know that you don't have to struggle in silence. You can talk about it. It is okay to talk about it. We need to talk about it.
Yeah, indeed. Thank you.
Yeah, that is huge, to talk about it so that it is more comfortable to talk about. It should be comfortable to talk about, and no one should be in shame or worried. It should be a commonality that is okay to talk about, and everyone knows it's okay to talk about. I mean, that only happens if we talk about it. So thank you for mentioning that, Desiree. That is
talking about it, these tough topics that shouldn't be tough because they impact so many individuals and families. So we need to make that a normalcy to be able to talk about it and not something that is shameful or difficult.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, and that brings up something else, that related to what Desiree's saying and Becky about when you are talking about it, that listening component that you were just mentioning, Desiree, how important that is, because a lot of adults when they're speaking, to their child or someone younger, is they feel like, and I know I'm very guilty of doing this over the years, is feel like you have to fix it. You have to fix their problem and you have to correct it and show them some way to change their behavior. And they don't necessarily need to change their behavior. They just want something. They want to be heard, right? They want to share what they're feeling and they want to know that you're there for them, that you support them no matter what, not like, oh, you have to fix it. No, you're just there to support them. And you don't have to give the pressure for them to change. And, they can express themselves authentically and be who they are without having to worry that if they go to you to speak about something that you're going to make judgment or you're going to try to, have them do something that they don't want to do, but that it's just like, no, you're just there to listen and support.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have a 6-year-old son, and one of the things we have is his calming corner. And when you go into the corner, there's a poster that has a whole series of faces and like emotions and what you're going through, and he can literally point to which one he's feeling. And I feel like this, mommy, or I'm a kind of sad face like this too, like trying to make sense of our emotions. And so our emotions are like water. They can pass through us and around us, but they also carve out who we become. And so it's really important that we can all actually really explore our emotions and process them. And that's why the arts is so wonderful. Dharma mentioned earlier, playing her music and singing with her family. Like the arts is so important in the expression of emotions. And being able to channel that energy into something creative. And so one of the things that I would love to put into the pot here is really when you're going through something, and if you don't have somebody to speak to, that you can channel that energy in another way as well. You can sit down and write in your journal. You can put on a song and just dance it out. And you can go outside and take your shoes off and put your feet on Mama Earth, or go to where there's a river or an ocean or some kind of moving water so you can get the negative ions to just like bring you back into a place of homeostasis and inner peace. And so a lot of people will begin to cultivate their own practices, whether it's yoga or dance or music or whatever it is that sparks you, right? How do I spark? And so I feel like that is a huge piece as well. And the listening too, a lot of ways to show people how you're listening to them is you will repeat something that they just said, right? And that'll make them feel heard and validated and worthy. Yeah, I think that the one thing that really came up during this conversation as well is how the youth can guide even the adults, right? Like they have so much wisdom to share with us, and I'm just in awe of these two young ladies and how they've taken this tragic thing that has happened in the family and turned it around for good. And so Desiree, I wanted to, specifically ask, what is it that you said that, that sparks you? What is it that you want to talk about suicide prevention and things like this? Is there an inspiration that came through or an idea that you might want to share with us around how to do that and how to like instigate other people to do that in their community?
For me, so I actually lost my uncle too on my dad's side to suicide 6 years before my dad committed suicide. And so in my freshman year, it was something that was a problem. And that's when I really started to struggle. And I was like, we need to make a difference. Why isn't anybody talking about this? I'm struggling in silence, going to school every day, and I'm not hearing one thing about it. So that's when I started writing papers on it and sharing my story for English papers and things like that. And when my dad committed suicide, that's when I started getting the idea of I need to make a difference. If I'm there to share my story, people can connect to my story. People can understand it is okay to talk about it. I'm open to have a conversation about it. I'm here sharing my experience, how I felt, and being vulnerable to them so they can see. And it really was like, if I'm able to do that for somebody else, I could possibly make a difference in their life or save their life. And that's when it really was like, I can do this. This is something I can do.
Yeah. Beautiful. Dharma, how about for you, honey? Is there something that that you feel has been inspired or sparked in you in this conversation, and like what you might want to do moving forward?
I think I kind of have the same situation as Desiree. Just because I was also related to the person that died through suicide, and it did kind of hit something in me because before that moment, I had never had a relationship or any. I had never really experienced the fullness of death, especially from suicide. Because when I figured out, I was crying, and I wasn't even, in honesty, I wasn't even that close to my uncle. Like, I loved him, but I wasn't that close. But just the fact that he had committed suicide and that he was dead, it kind of hit me. And then earlier this year, I talked about that video that we watched about the guy that attempted but didn't succeed. It just kind of hit me, and I decided if I can help anybody that I know or anybody that I don't know to not reach that point, then I will.
Amazing. Yeah. Thank you for inspiring others to activate the conversation. Sometimes that's all they need, is to know that there's somebody there to listen. Yeah. Did anything else come up for you, Becky or Rick?
Just that, so Desiree and Dharma, I commend you for your courage. And my nephew, who is the son of my sister that committed suicide, he was only 18 months when she passed away. And he started last year, he started a nonprofit called the July 8th Project. That was the date that she took her life. And he started this nonprofit called the July 8th Project to raise money for suicide prevention and awareness. And I would love to connect you two, if you're interested, to connect you two with the July 8th Project, because he has started it in, he's from South Carolina, and now he's at Auburn University. So he started another chapter in Auburn, and he wants to create, chapters for suicide prevention kind of all over the world. Or at least all over the country. And so I'd love to connect you. I mean, just if you're interested to discuss some of the things you all are doing, as young individuals to, raise awareness for suicide prevention.
Mm-hmm.
I'm okay with that. I'm down. Like, I'll do it.
That's great.
Thank you.
I do want to presence the fact that I recently had a friend who passed away from suicide, and it was a shock. And he was a father of 2. And he was one of the happiest people that I knew. And even though I hadn't seen him in a while, I always remembered him smiling and bouncing and dancing and just being a really happy, kind of go-lucky guy. And so I want to presence the fact that he actually committed suicide 6 months after having COVID. And his wife was doing a bit of research and found out that like 30% of the people that end up having the virus have suicidal thoughts within the next several months after being sick. And so there's something that's happening beyond the virus. Like the pandemic really is affecting everybody in so many different ways and different levels and different realms in their life, whether it's financially or family or relationship. I mean, all of us are going through this. And so here I am, like literally sitting here. I have COVID right now. I've been in bed all week and I'm fulfilling my commitment to be here. And all I want to do is go lay down. But the thing is that essentially, we are all in this together. Like we're all going through this similar experience where our whole lives have been affected by what's happening in the world. And a lot of it is loss, and a lot of it is hurt and pain and all of the things. And it is truly the human condition. It's the reason that we're here, is to experience the juxtaposition, right? We come into this 3D reality matrix to experience duality, to experience the polarization of sick and well, and feminine and masculine, and black and white, and all the dualities. And I truly believe that when we are all going through something together, it brings us together in a new way that we were never able to accomplish before, because there's a certain level of empathy and compassion for other people and what they're going through. And so I feel like there's this whole new awakening that's happening within all of us, that our codes are being activated and we're being opened and stretched in new ways that's going to blast us into a whole new chapter in our birth, in our new earth, where we can live in peace and harmony, and separation narrative and duality, and all of this is things of the past. So that's just something that was coming through right here in this moment, here and now, that I wanted to share with all of you. So. Becky,
Yeah, thank you for sharing, Anastara. I feel the same way, and I've spoken with, I've had Zoom calls with hundreds of people for the past 18 months from all over the world, and I can't tell you how many people have said the exact same thing as you in the past year and a half, and that there is this big change going on, globally. And I think, just like you're saying, the common challenge of the pandemic and everything is kind of bringing everything to a boiling point. But in history, when there's been difficult times, there's been that rebirth, right? Like out of the dark ages came the Renaissance period. And so I think we are getting there to that time, and there will be, a much better world. I just hope it's in my lifetime, but hopefully for you too. Hopefully it's in your lifetime. It should be in your lifetimes, Desiree and Dharma, but I just hope it's in my lifetime, but to see it, but at least for my kids. But that's why I do everything I do. But I do agree that I think that is happening, and hopefully it's just sooner than later, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And the children are the motivating factor. I mean, really, it's like that old adage, leave it better than how you found it, right? Like it's our responsibility to do what we can to make this world a better place so that my child can have his great grandchildren live. So yeah. Desiree, is there anything that you want to add around just being one of the spokespeople of our future? I know you have some more wisdom to drop here. Just kind of leave it open-ended for you for the moment.
I don't know. I know it's important because yeah, we are the future. We're sparking the change. Like it's gonna start with us, and whether we choose to make that change or leave it the way it is, that's what the future is gonna be like.
Thank you. And I honor your experiences and all that you're going through that actually inspires and motivates you to do what you're doing now. So bless you and your journey.
Thank you.
Totally. Becky, honey, is there anything that you want to add before we come to conclusion soon?
Oh, I just want to thank you all for your words of wisdom and these sweet young people. You're breathing hope into a brighter future. And thank you for your wisdom and your passion to make a difference. You're doing that, and the ripple effect will be grand.
And any final words around spirituality and child development or family well-being specifically from any of you?
I would just reiterate that, for anyone either in their support of these of children or young folks or anyone who is in that age to just support them in any ways that you can, and let them grow and learn and develop, and let them be, who they want to be in the future, and let them create that purpose that, a few of us talked about. Let them go out and create that purpose and find out, what that is for them, and that, they will change the world. So thank you.
Dharma, did you have something you wanted to add, honey?
I think everything was summed up like really well with everyone talking. I think it's all been said, but I have pretty much the same message. Just connect to your spirit so that you can connect to other people, and then the world will be in sync and it will be magical.
Love that. We need to make a t-shirt.
Totally.
Oh, and honestly, one of the things that I just wanted to share in this moment is we're all in this together, and we have our families to look out for and to look after and to be looked after by. And so let's not let those petty differences get in the way, whether we made a certain medical choice or whether we have a different perspective on something. Those are the little things that get in the way and just separate us. Even blood families not spending time together over the holidays because of a choice. And so how can we come back into a place of like just love for our family and appreciation, and as Rick was saying earlier, just living life like it's your last day, and just expressing that love and that gratitude and that appreciation for each person in your life, because you never know. And so all you can do is your best, and that means sharing your love and gratitude each and every day for those that you hold close in your life. so that you have no regrets if things were to shift or change or transmute or transform. So it's all about love. Love will win. Love wins always. Yeah.
Yep. Love boldly. Be quick to forgive. Reach out to those loved ones. Strengthen those relationships within your families. Like they're most important. And forgive one another. Forgive yourself. Forgive others. See the good in one another and praise the good in one another. Lift each other. Be there for one another. So, love boldly.
Love it. Any final thoughts or words? All right, everyone. I'm just going to throw my email here into the chat. If you want to connect ever, I'm here with and for all of you. And I just want to thank each and every one of you, everybody who's on the call, everybody who is watching in replays. Thank you so much for being here for our World United Global Transformation Festival, spirituality and family health and well-being. So thank you, everyone, for your wisdom. Appreciate each and every one of you. Yeah. All right. Have a beautiful day. Take care, family. Thank you, girls. Have a good one. Yeah.
Just a quick question.
Mm-hmm.
There was a thing posted in the chat, and by leaving this, will I still be able to go to the link in there?
No, you want to copy the link right now.
Okay, I'm gonna do that real quick.
Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead and just copy the link and then open a new tab and click on, like, put it in the URL and then open it. And then once that's done, you can leave.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome, dear. All right. Have a
Okay.
good day.
You
Bye-bye.
too.
Bye.
Here is going to be the closing, right? ¿Cómo se dice closing? ¿Cómo se dice cuando se cierra el evento? ¿Cómo se dice cuando se cierra el evento?
Closing.
¿Cómo se escribe?
C-L-O-S-I-N-G.
Oh, así, ok. Ok.
Ya. Ya nos vamos.
¿Ya le hablaste a Ingrid? Háblale a Ingrid.
¿Y por qué no le hablas?
Bueno, es que estoy esperando la respuesta de este.
Ok.
La respuesta de este closing. Hago tantos gestos.
Sí, no sé por qué quieres hacer eso. Hola, ¿estás muy ocupada? ¿Quieres ir al cine con Frida y conmigo? A ver a Ghostbusters y después la de los tenistas. Los tenistas. En vista. No, pero sí, sí hay tiempo para pasar por ti. Ok. La película es a las 5:45. Tienes una hora antes de que empiece la película.
Pero son dos. ¿Ya me explicaste que son dos?
Son dos, ¿verdad? Dos películas, ¿sí puedes? Ok, entonces ya vamos a salir de la oficina y vamos para allá. Sí, tenemos dos carros. Ajá. Ok, chao, chao, chao.
Vamos para dejar un carro, ¿verdad?
Es más,
Es más práctico.
sí, es mejor. Más mejor. Más mejor. Ahorita.
No sé qué onda con esto. A ver, deja ver.
Okay.
¿Qué pasó con ese track one? Digo, ¿qué pasó con ese Zoom? Con ese, supuestamente que ahí está el...
Okay. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Bueno, nos podemos ir. Si quieres que me tengas la llave para asegurar.
No, no tengo.
¿Qué lo perdiste?
Right behind that.
Eso no está muy bien que digamos. Tantas perdidas.
Nada más déjame ver si hay un cerrada.
Okay.
Looks like ottoman. Oh, y Martini no estuvo en tu panel, ¿ah? Ajá. For those, we have a short valediction gathering on track 1 for those who can come. We'd love to hear a bit from your experience today and officially close GTA FUS. That will be at 5 p.m. in 20 minutes. Okay, that's good. I'm gonna leave that one. No, I'm not gonna leave that one here. Thank you. I know. Oh, tienes que deshacer este tiradero.
No vas a venir, pero yo siempre vivo los días necesarios. En este caso, para entender qué es esto. ¿Ah? Sí, sí, tengo que. Hay un tiradero aquí. Yo lo quiero hacer ahorita.
I have to look for things. Ay, el jamón. ¿Vas por inglés? ¿Qué quieres?
Okay, la canción.
¿Qué pasa?
¿Cuál? No sé. No sé.
¿Mis llaves todos aquí? ¿Mis llaves? Pues mis llaves están aquí. Tengo las llaves del frío y del... No, frío, aquí está. Esta gente está haciendo marihuana. Esta gente está haciendo marihuana.
Sí, ¿verdad?
Dejaron de fumar, pero cigarros, pero ya.
El marihuana lo reemplaza.
Pero bueno, antes no olía tanto.
Está horrible. Si acaso que me deberían vivir únicamente, como dicen, oso gumi. ¿Estás aquí, Rolito, no? ¿O no? ¿O quieres llevar este? ¿Por qué no lo llevas?
Well, we have a few of us here.
Hello.
Hello. We'll wait for a little bit and see who else shows up. There we go. Got a couple more stepping on. Perfect. Charles, you are looking good. I believe we met last year. Weren't you part of the World Parliament on Spirituality, if I remember correctly?
Yep, I was there.
Excellent. Yeah. Yeah. So I believe this is going to be a small gathering. I don't, those who have been involved, the ones I know of that I spoke with said they were busy in the evening, and that they would do their speech, but they couldn't come later. And we'll see. Dr. Yugandhar wants to do a post-event gathering within the next few days, just to I'm sure for him, it's about connecting for the council for the World United. So, and for me, I would want to know feedback of how people felt and if they enjoyed it and if they learned things and what were some of the highlights, rather than just kind of skip over this event. I know he wasn't too invested in it, so he's not as eager to find out about it. I am. I want to know how it went and if so we'll see if people join in. I'll send out an email to see if people can get together, for a quick little chat and reconnect. Probably, let's see, what is today? Saturday? Maybe we'll try for Tuesday evening, US time. Just give us a couple days to breathe and then come back and I'm gonna tell him we got to keep it short. So we'll just make that happen. I know he told me if there's an emergency, if I need to call him, that I then do, but he won't be at this event unless I call him right now, this meeting, because he was up all night. He was jumping between tracks, and for him it's like, what is it, 5:30 in the morning? So he decided to get a couple of hours of sleep, I believe is what happened, which is great. So I would love to hear from those. I mean, there's just a few of us here, so Charles, if you want to share something, and then we'll go to the others and just say anything that about your experience, and then we'll close it out.
Well, I was saying to my wife that the heart space of this event and the one in the last year is a good space. So that's where I'll leave that.
That's the only reason I'm involved. I'm happy to share that because people were upset about the organization of it, which I understand. I was brought on 3 days ago, and so I did the best I could, working 12 plus hours a day for 3 days to pull this together. So if people are upset about that, then that speaks more about their level of enlightenment than it does about what I was trying to accomplish here. I hope that people weren't too upset that some good came of this, and I hope that, like you say, the heart space is what, for me, is what it's about. Why do we even do this? Why would I spend my time focused on this? Because we need it. Because the world needs unity. We need love. We need the vibration to go out. So I appreciate that comment, Charles. Powerful. Thank you. Let's see. I'm not sure. Is that Frida and let's see. Oh, there we go. Nate. There you are. Frida's here. So how did things go for you? Did you enjoy the conference?
I did, and I learned a lot. I about myself and how I can improve.
Great.
But I definitely, just like you, I am here because I know that that's the thing, that's the only way we're going to get united. I have my hopes up when Dr. Yugandhar asked me to do everything that you were doing these last 3 days, I say, I don't know anything, technical to do all of that. And everything that I had to do today, just, the computer wasn't working. I go to the office and change computers. Well, anyway,
but it worked and we figured it out. And well, look at that.
And
look
I
at that. There's
glad.
Kathy who stepped in and helped you out in your time of need. She just jumped on.
Right. So, that's what I see, the unity and the love and the wonderful things that happen with this. And I have my desires high to make it better. And the more we get, the more we get on board to do this, it will be a lot better. So not one person has to do everything,
Hallelujah. I agree. Thank you, Frida. Thank you for helping.
Kathy, for helping.
Yes.
Thank you to you.
It's great to see you. Thank you for inviting me, Frida. I'm here because of my friendship with Frida, and I was so, brought in by her enthusiasm and, the vision and, just passion about unity and pureness of, the desire to connect people all over the world in goodness and truth and higher consciousness. So I was mesmerized by the dream of what this festival represents, and it's because of Frida.
Absolutely. It is beautiful, and it's very needed right now, this unity. And so I'm right with you. It's mesmerizing and beautiful, and the more of it we can have in the world, the higher the vibration goes. And yeah, we get to counter the negativity with things like this. So thank you. Yeah. Nate, did you have something you wanted to share?
It would just be a big thank you to everyone. It's, at first I'm like, oh my gosh, this is going to be a long day. And I had my own technical difficulties, but the energy of each of the speakers, and I wish I could have seen everyone, but you're limited to these tracks. And I'm like, okay. And I hope that one day I get to meet all of you wonderful people in person, because there's the energy that I could feel just coming through here. I can't imagine how much more intense that will be in person. So I hope for that at some point. And just thank you for letting me, or for even inviting me to this opportunity. So it's been really great, and I've really enjoyed it. Thank you.
Excellent. Well, thank you, everyone. I'm going to keep this short. We have had a long day, but it has been inspiring and enlightening, and I'm thrilled that it actually happened. That was my goal, that it would happen. That we would have a Global Transformation Festival USA 2021. That was it. The only reason I stepped on is because Dr. Yugandhar said, we're going to cancel. We don't have anyone helping, and so we're going to cancel it. And I was like, no, we can't cancel this. We have to do it, even if it's small. Well, it wasn't so small, and it was fantastic. So thank you all. It didn't just happen; it happened brilliantly, and I appreciate that. And so we will be looking at, and I don't know the logistics of the transformation summits in 2022, but we'll look at that and see if we can't get a team together, so it won't be a hardship on anyone to be able to pull it together and make it happen next year in a more expansive way, and it'll be beautiful. Like I said, Kathy, I don't think you were here. I will send out an email to everyone, and inviting everyone to a post-event gathering where people can share ideas and talk about Dr. Yugandhar will be there to help try to organize council members to work towards the summits of next year, and then the World Parliament on Spirituality moving toward 2024. So, yeah. Anyone have anything else they would like to say before we officially close this Global Transformation Festival?
Well, I'd like to just say I'm very impressed by you, Sean. This morning, you just seem to be so patient and so loving. You must be a teacher or something. You know, I'm a teacher too, and there's all these different things that show up, and you're just so caring, and so you seem very calm, and it seems that way, and it really helps when people are having technical difficulty and not showing up. So just, I don't know you very well, but what I've seen, lots of love to you. Thank you for stepping in.
Oh my gosh, thank you. And thank you for saving us and, jumping in at the last minute. Those small things make the hugest difference. So super, super appreciate it for everybody. So thank you. Thank you, Kathy. Appreciate that very much. Okay, well, I officially close the Global Transformation Festival 2021 for the USA. And thank you for all of you and everyone else out there who helped make this possible. The videos will be ready in about, I believe, 30 days is what he said. That it takes them 1 month, and then they put it up on YouTube, and then and we'll mention that on our WhatsApp group to make sure everyone knows when those are up, and you can share them all over the world and share the love. So thank you again, and have a great night, everyone.
Thank you, you too. Have a wonderful rest.
Yes. Yes. I'm going to go Christmas caroling right now and with some friends, and then I will rest. Good night. Thank you.
Thank you.